Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, if you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side will deliver a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys, but keep in mind the Super Chats, PayPals, Cash App, these questions will take priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it to one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always, where things get wild regardless. All right, today's debate prompt is the U.S. should not be fighting Iran in 2026. And for the affirmative on the prompt, we have CrossCurrent making his Swords of Reason debut tonight. But don't let debut fool you, because CrossCurrent is no stranger to debate. And while there may not be a large catalog of content from him yet, something tells me after tonight that's going to change with your help. All right, chat. So let's see what he brings to the table, and you can find his link in the description below. Make sure you guys all go sub up. And for the negative, we have Darth, RuleOV2, also making his Swords of Reason debut tonight. All right, you may recognize him from his frequent appearances on the open panels. And like his opponent, he is no stranger to debate. And while we may not have a large catalog of his content yet as well, I have a feeling after tonight we're going to see a lot more from him too. All right, his link is in the description, so make sure you guys all go sub up and show support. All right, and with that being said, we are going to get right into opening statements. So CrossCurrent, you are going to go first. Whenever you're ready for your opening statement, go ahead, and I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the opportunity. But there's a word we hear a lot from Washington, and that's necessary. Every war, every strike, every escalation is always described as necessary. The Iraq War was necessary. The bombing of Libya, necessary. 20 years of Afghanistan, necessary. And now we're told that Operation Epic Fury, a joint American-Israeli campaign to topple the government of Iran, is necessary. But necessary for who? It's not necessary for the 13 American service members who died. It's not necessary for the American taxpayer now on the hook for what they're saying could be $1 trillion war, and they still don't have a plan for how it ends. It's not necessary for the American people who were told repeatedly, explicitly and emphatically that this would never happen. Last night, there was a ceasefire announced. Trump called it a complete and total victory. Iran called it an enduring defeat for Washington. As of this afternoon, the Strait of Hormuz is closed again. Israel struck Lebanon. Iran responded by shutting down the waterway. Just 2 oil tankers crossed through since the ceasefire took effect. The Pentagon says U.S. forces stand ready to resume combat operations if needed. It lasted less than a day. You may call this a victory. I call it evidence. Evidence that this war was mismanaged from the start. Evidence that a deal was always possible and that 40 days of death and destruction didn't need to happen. Let's start with the promise. Trump won in 2016 and 24, campaigning against the long, draining wars of his predecessors. It wasn't a footnote. It was the core of his political identity for a decade. In 2016, he said, "We will stop racing to topple foreign regimes that we know nothing about." In 2020, we spent $8 trillion in the Middle East, and we're not fixing our roads. How stupid is it? Election night 2024, he said, without caveats, "I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars." Vance wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed titled, "Trump's best foreign policy, not starting any wars." Tulsi Gabbard declared a vote for Trump is a vote to end wars, not start them. Stephen Miller posted Kamala WW3, Trump equals peace. And yet here we are, 40 days into a war with a ceasefire that just collapsed, a strait that was once open closed. The question before us today is not whether Donald Trump kept his word. That ship sailed. The question is whether what this war is worth and what it will cost. And the answer on the moral, financial, and strategic grounds is we shouldn't be there. Let's talk about what it actually costs. 40 days, week 6, now a supposed ceasefire. 13 American services are dead, more than 300 wounded. Over 3,500 Iranians have been killed, including 244 children. More than 1,300 killed in Lebanon, and over 1 million refugees now displaced. And just hours before the ceasefire was announced, the U.S. struck and Israel struck bridges, a train station, and oil infrastructure on Kharg Island. The EU had already called those strikes a potential war crime. The humanitarian crisis is not a side effect, it's a major cost of the war. The financial toll, $35 billion and counting. The Pentagon's floated as high as 1.5 trillion. The GOP leaders say they don't have the votes to fund it, even within their own party. The proposed offsets cut to domestic programs. We're trading investment into American families for airstrikes on Iranian cities. And we're told, once again, this is necessary. This administration didn't just start a war. It started a war during one of the worst possible moments for the American economy. Before February 28th, the IEA estimated the supply of gas would exceed demand by 4 million barrels a day. American producers were pumping at record highs. Cheap gas was on the way. Drill, baby, drill was working, as much as I hate to admit it. Then we went to war. Crude from $60 to over $109 a barrel. Gas went from under $3 to above $4. Diesel's up to nearly $2 overnight and only 14 cents off record highs. The Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed once again. 20 million barrels of crude oil move through that every day, 20% of our oil consumption. It's not just us absorbing the pain. Japan, South Korea, the EU, our closest allies are watching their economies take the same, if not worse, hit, and asking why American credibility is now tied to a war that we don't have an endgame for. Goldman Sachs has put recession odds at 30% now. We're in the middle of tariffs. We had a record government shutdown, inflation that central banks have only just begun to tame, and now a war that's going to cost $1 trillion. The strait's still closed again, and oil's pushing 110. The administration promised you energy dominance. Instead, it handed you an oil market held hostage by a war that it started. Even setting aside the human toll and the economic wreckage, does this war make strategic sense? There are three strategic failures here, and they build on each other. First, we made diplomacy almost impossible, and then diplomacy somehow almost saved us anyway. It's not the first time the United States bombed Iran during active talks. In June 2025, we launched Operation Midnight Hammer while we talked. Did we learn from that? We didn't. On the morning of February 28th, hours before the bombs fell, the Omani foreign minister told CBS News a deal was within reach. Iran had agreed it would never produce nuclear material for a bomb. We bombed them anyway. A second time, mid-negotiation. And what ended this war tonight? Diplomacy. Pakistan's prime minister and army chief negotiated Iran's 10-point plan, a framework that the U.S. calls a workable basis. The same Iran that Trump called undealable with put a proposal on the table that bombs stopped that night. Diplomacy was always possible. We chose 40 days of war first. Second, there was no plan, no exit, and no endgame. The administration cannot answer the most basic questions. What does winning look like? Who governs after the regime falls? When do the troops come home? Even today, ceasefire day, was supposed to be 6 weeks they were coming home. Both sides are claiming victory. Iran saying it forced the U.S. to accept its framework and called it an endearing defeat for Washington. Trump said he met and exceeded all military objectives. They cannot both be right, but they can both be wrong. A war without a defined objective is not a strategy. It's improvisation at gunpoint. Third, we abandoned the people we called to the streets. The administration told Iranians to rise up, then cut Voice of America, gutted Radio Farda, and eliminated every grant to civil society organizations we had inside Iran. They defunded the megaphone, they disbanded the organizers, and then told the people to revolt. Trump acknowledged the result. They literally have people in the streets with machine guns, machine gunning people down. That's a pretty big hurdle for people that don't have weapons. He called them to the street, cut the tools that could have helped them, and then shrugged on national television. 3 failures, each one predictable, and each one a repeat of history. We had a deal once, the JCPOA. Real limits, real inspections, and not much different than the 15-point plan Trump proposed today. Trump walked away in 2018. We bombed Iran twice during the replacement talks. And tonight, we accepted Iran's 10-point plan as a workable basis for negotiations, the same kind of framework that they put on the table on February 28th. When George W. Bush invaded Iraq, his team said the troops would be greeted as liberators. The war became a quagmire. Iran is a nation of 90 million people. A ceasefire is not a victory, and a fragile truce is not a peace. You may stand up and call this a victory. Trump already has on Truth Social. There's arguments that there was an imminent threat, and I'll engage them. But ask yourself one question before this debate begins. If the war ended tonight last night because Iran put a 10-point peace plan on the table and Pakistan brokered a truce, why couldn't that have happened on February 27th? Since then, 13 Americans died, 3,500 Iranians died, 244 children, oil's hit $109 a barrel, and all of that, we could have accepted the framework that was already on the table. And with that, I see my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Darth. And Darth, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, go ahead and jump in there, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Thank you, Speakeasy, for having me, and thank you, CrossCurrent, for debating me. Firstly, obviously, I do think that the U.S. should be fighting against Iran in 2026. Do I like that they're fighting them? Not particularly. But we know that if Iran had the capability to attack the USA, it would. And they keep getting closer, all while chanting death to America. Containment and diplomacy has failed over the last 40 plus years. Iran has enriched uranium up to 60%, which is darn close to weaponized. And an armed Iran is a danger to the US and the entire Western world, for that matter. Just look at the attacks recently, not only hitting military targets, but civilian infrastructure as well. Iran has proven time and time again they cannot be trusted with nuclear capabilities. Iran is also the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. Hezbollah, all the like. Confronting this problem head on quickly and surgically is the most logical solution with the least amount of casualties. And the US is the most able to accomplish that goal. Iran's attempt to close and disrupt the Strait of Hormuz directly threatens energy security for our allies, while benefiting our rivals, Russia and China. It would benefit America to take care of this regime swiftly and permanently so that the innocent people of Iran, which there are a lot of, can have peace as well as the entire region. Eliminating Iran's Islamic regime is crucial for deterring nuclear development by radical regimes like Iran and end these pointless proxy wars that just drain our economy. We've demonstrated that we can do this with little to no American troops lost. For 4 decades, we've waited for the collapse of this regime to no avail. The Islamic regime must be stopped due to its inability to exist peacefully. And that was short, but I can see my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, we are going to get into the rebuttal rounds. Okay. So each debater will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's opening argument. So it's not a back and forth yet, no interjections. And then when your 5 minutes are up, we go to the next side, and then we're getting to the open floor. So we're going to hand the mic back to CrossCurrent. Whenever you're ready for your uninterrupted rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, there was a reason why when I talked to Speakeasy about this prompt, I specifically said in 2026. It's because now I don't think is the right time. We are reeling from the economy. The Strait of Hormuz is closed, and they do have control of that, but they didn't, not before we attacked them. That was our own doing. They have actually gained economic power leverage over us and over the world because of it. You said you want a regime change. You saw we bombed everybody. They just radicalized. We got their more radical son, 30 years younger, without cancer. So we're not doing regime change. Regime change is going to take security forces on the ground, voting. We've done that. That's Iraq. That's Afghanistan. It doesn't work. We can try it again, but that's what we're committing to if we're committing to regime change. Right now, we've just got a more hardline government with more that's actually more emboldened because they feel like they have power. We're over here while our Secretary of Defense says we loiter over them and rain down death whenever we want, then they shoot down a plane, an F-15. I mean, they're talking about, we've completely destroyed their military and their navy. Yet somehow they keep the strait closed. How are they doing that? It's because they fight with drones. They have Russia working to the side, working with them. So they're always going to be funded that way. You said they attack civilians and their neighbors. They did that in response to our attacks. That's when they started bombing people. We attacked first. We were in mid-negotiation, which teaches people, don't go to negotiate with the United States. If you meet with them and you're sitting in a room, they might be bombing you behind your back. this shows you cannot be trusted during negotiations. And then there's always the nuclear argument, which I think you're showing the world you need a nuke. We had negotiations to keep missiles away from North Korea. They have a nuke. We didn't bomb them during negotiations because they had the nuke. We don't retaliate when Russia helps Iran bomb our friends because they have a nuke. You're teaching the world, don't negotiate with the U.S. Just go get a nuke so they won't attack you. That it's the worst diplomacy I've seen in my lifetime. And I hear this imminent threat. Iran's been an imminent threat for 47 years from what we hear. But when you hear from Tulsi Gabbard, they said there was no imminent threat from Iran. When they said there was a scare in San Francisco that Iran might try and hit us something, Karen Levitt went on national television and said there was never a threat. There never was one. We're completely safe. So if they're sitting here telling us that there's no threat over and over, they even told us that they didn't have the capability to enrich nuclear uranium. In fact, I was told by the president that it was completely destroyed, completely obliterated. So what if we had a deal on the table? I don't understand why. A complete surrender on our side that we're saying we'll work with. I understand we weren't.
Cross, you bugged out just for like a quick 10 seconds. So if you could just go back 10 seconds and
all right,
give us that again, I'll give you your time back too.
Yeah, you're cool. But basically we had a deal on the table. The 10-point plan is the same one we had before we bombed them. All those civilians that got bombed because of us is because of us that you're talking about. When they bombed us, we were in a ceasefire. We bombed them. They retaliated a little bit. Trump said, hey, we knew that was going to happen. It's no big deal. And then we were negotiating. And then we bombed them in the middle of it. And then we took the plan that they put on the negotiating table 40 days later because we've actually ceded ground to them. They have more power now with the Strait being closed, and they have the cards. And all we can do is tactically, we can win militarily, but as long as they can control the Strait, which I don't see how we open that without boots on the ground and more American lives. Could have just let it be open, kept an eye on them, maybe bombed them again in a couple of years, or gone in 6 months, a year, once everything's more stable, planned, built up oil resources, and put ships in the Strait of Hormuz ready to defend it before you just willy-nilly bomb them during negotiation. And with that, I rest my time. I'll see my time.
All right. Thank you for that uninterrupted rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Darth. Darth, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, go ahead, and I will start the timer up with your voice. I think you got yourself muted, Darth.
Yep, sorry.
No worries.
I'd be curious what the innocent people in Iran who don't get a say in any of this would classify as necessary. Because I would be willing to bet they think it's pretty necessary to get this regime out of here. And it would also, it kind of doesn't really matter to the United States if the Strait of Hormuz is open or not, because then we can sell oil to the ones who can't get through there. So if they want to control that, have fun. But we do need to figure out how to help our allies if that's the case. But look at what happened when Trump said he was going to bomb the crap out of the power plants and the bridges. What did they do? They lined up women and children around them. That doesn't seem very nice or morally okay, in my opinion. So, yeah, we need to end this regime finally. That's my only point on that. So I see my time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and also subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics. Anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. And if you want to get yourself onto Swords of Reason, make sure you join the discord.gg/bear cave. Hit me up directly and we'll get you on. Also, a reminder for the live chat after closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've already put the Q&A there in the chat for you guys to put your questions in. But remember, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. And if those fill the whole 30 minutes, the free chat may not get read. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of those options, and we'll make sure it gets asked. Okay. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight. I know that openings can be a little nerve-wracking on live shows, but we have a lot more time here for you guys. If you felt like you didn't get to explain something in your opening or whatever, you can expand on it. So gather your thoughts together. Now you're good. And we're going to get into the open hour back and forth. Whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah. I did have a lot of time to prepare. I was supposed to do this a week ago. So, I've also had to rewrite everything multiple times. Again, you say, and I agree. You say Iran's the terrible regime. I agree. If you said 2028, we're going to make a plan, we're going to go in 2028, there's ways I could agree with that. In 2026 right now, you're saying that they're lining up the women and children around there. Agreed. Terrible. You know what else is terrible? Bombing the water in the power plants that they need to survive, so they die a slow death as well, which is what we were going to do. So either way, I don't know whether you're putting him on, you're putting him under the, it's what he said he's going to do. So if he was never going to do it, then they were always safe, and they were not. And if they're assuming what if they think he's never going to do it? Then they're just saying, look, you're going to bomb these kids, or they're taunting him, which I think they might be taunting him, because it seems a lot that if you see some of the videos they put out, they are taunting him. And
they wanted to make him look bad.
And I get it. They want to make him look bad. It's propaganda. It's war. 100%. But we're the ones bombing them. Those children, one way or the other, are affected if we bomb them. It doesn't help them if we just bomb them from the air. We're just going to bomb them over and over and over forever. That doesn't get regime change. They leaves the guys with guns, everyone hiding in their houses, while the guys with guns are the only ones that can fight back. And you step out of your house, the guys with guns are there. This was not the way to go about it. It didn't work in Afghanistan. It didn't really work in Iraq. If you think those were wins, I guess they could be on some level, but I don't agree. If you would have told me we had a plan and we were 2 years down the road, sure. But right now was not the year to do it, not the time. That's my biggest point.
So how long are we supposed to wait? Because like we both agreed, it's been over 47 years. It's not like we haven't took action. Just in June of last year, we took out their nuclear capabilities. I'm not saying we can't have any action it should be soft power and moving with our allies, continuing to sanction them. We actually helped fund the war when we unsanctioned their oil because the Strait of Hormuz was closed. And you said earlier that the U.S. doesn't need the Strait of Hormuz. I'm looking at gas prices. I disagree. Because what happens is if the price of gas in Europe is more expensive, the oil companies are going to ship it to Europe. They're not going to leave it here. If they sell it for $3 here or $7 there, and it only costs them $1.50 per gallon to move it, they're moving it and making the extra $3.50 a gallon. I guarantee it. I would if I was an oil company. So that's why it's all interconnected globally, and it's going to hurt us. And right now they're talking arbitrarily decide what the gas prices are, though. So
on some level, but there's demand.
It's all speculation that they're basing it on.
There's demand and supply. Well, when you're getting it for $30 a barrel versus $60 a barrel, there's obviously going to be a price increase, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're at $90, $100 a barrel. So obviously it's going to go up. And it's globally traded. So if anybody can undercut, they will, and they'll make the money. It's pretty, of all the markets, it's pretty think it's inelastic is the word, where it pretty much comes back to what it's always going to be, because there's so many options in it throughout the world, and everyone needs it. If I just what's winning here? Like when you say regime change, what do you mean? How do we achieve regime change?
By surgically removing the people who are being oppressive is not exactly the word I'd like to use, but the leaders there who are not democratically ruling, so the people don't get any say in it.
Yeah.
And we just take them out one by one. Eventually somebody's going to get in there, but hopefully doesn't treat it this way.
Well, yeah, but right now, whenever they pop their heads out to negotiate, they go hide now. Kamini now, they said negotiations are taking so much longer because they have this whole elaborate scheme to keep him hidden, because the last 2 times we negotiated with them, we bombed them. So the more you just bomb them, the smarter they're going to get, the more they're going to hide, and the more you're only going to see them when the drone pops out from underground somewhere. You're just going to teach them to evolve. They're not going to submit to this. Again, if you wanted this, you needed those groups that USAID paid for that we cut. They were the ones in there that helped propagate pamphlets among the people, help organize the people. That was our way in. Radio Farda it's the Farsi translation of Radio America. That was how we used to be able to communicate inside of Iran. Now they shut off the internet. We can't communicate in there at all. We used to have radios in there, but we cut it. We had all these people in there to help them organize, to help communicate. We could have done the same thing we did in Cuba and set up a website for them to talk that the government couldn't, that only our government could see, that they couldn't. But we can't do that when we cut this stuff off, and then there is no of these other options, and there's no way to help support those people that come up. What do we hear? And every time we do regime change, the CIA backed the resistance every single time. Well, we pulled out. They did that through USAID and soft power so they could sneak it in. Now there is nothing there. We're not there. We pulled everything out and we set them up for failure.
So if we just leave now after all that we've done, that's not a solution either.
No, yeah, that's why we should not have been fighting it in the first place, because there is no good way out at this point. Now we have to fight a war to not only do a regime change, but also first we got to get the Strait of Hormuz open to keep the global economy going, just so we can afford to fight the war for the regime change. And it's hurting Americans back at home. But most importantly, we were promised we weren't going to have any new wars. We were going to spend the money for Americans here in America. And that's not what's happening. Now Trump's out there saying, we can't do daycare. We can't do this. We can't do anything. We're just here to fight wars. That's the exact opposite of what he ran on. And I don't know how it's defensible at this point. And I don't think you can trust somebody to run a war that clearly doesn't have any principles on the war. He will openly lie about it, that he still won't admit we bombed that kid's school. He won't take any accountability. If we are, maybe we're in a great position and I don't know, but what if we're in a terrible position? Do you expect him to go, hey guys, I screwed up, we got to get out of here before it gets worse? Because I don't.
No, I don't think he would do that at all, but I think he would advance the timing of his plan and get it over with.
Yeah, and I think, but when you're rushing a plan that already doesn't have a plan, it's just, again, it's playing Russian roulette. We went in there without a plan the first time, and they took control of the Strait of Hormuz, and now they've got the leverage over us, where we're the United States of America accepting the Iranian regime's peace plan, while also saying we're winning. Actually, we've been claiming we've won since like March 3rd. It's April 8th. And now we're accepting their peace plan, which has them controlling the strait, charging $200 million a ship. We are in a weaker position than we started, not stronger, with 13 American dead and a lot of people. You can say we bombed their military, their Navy that's out of date, that can't do anything to us. We bombed their Air Force, but still we can't fly planes over there with impunity. They're still getting shot down. The strait still, we have control of nothing. We just are better at blowing stuff up because we can get there.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, and we have, but it is. Have you watched Game of Thrones?
No.
Well, there's a part where, and some of the chat may know, there's a part where Robb Stark, who's the young wolf, he's coming from the north to kind of rebel. And he said he keeps winning every single battle because he's tactically a genius. He's beating everybody. But he looks at his uncle when he has to get, because he needs his uncle to marry someone. He goes, I've won every battle, but I'm losing the war. And that's what's going on with us right now. We're winning every battle because they can't, militarily, they can't match up to us. But not every war is fought with just deaths and lives. There's military, there's strategic army, there's strategic economic factors at play. I mean, I'm assuming you're a Star Wars fan. Didn't the embargo of Naboo start a war?
Yeah.
So that was because it was a big implication, right? Because those little trade routes that have a lot of things go through can become a problem when they shut down. And that's what we caused at this point.
Should we really call it a war?
Well, I don't think we should be fighting in them at all right now. But we can argue whether it's a war or not. I'd call it a war. If it's not a war when you're bombing a country back and forth and the other country's bombing back and forth and you're negotiating ceasefires, what is it?
Fair enough. So what happens if we just stop?
Oh, I don't think we can just stop now. I don't know that that's but we shouldn't. My argument is we shouldn't have done it in the first place. If you want,
oh, sorry. I just wanted to clarify something. Just I'm just thinking about as a viewer because when he asks, should we even call it a war? That just like for the purposes of the debate, when we say fighting Iran, are we talking about like a formal declared war or any form of military conflict, such as like the strikes, the proxy conflicts?
I mean, basically, I mean,
you're saying both.
No. I would say if you're talking about Hezbollah, if Hezbollah steps up out of bounds, their proxies. I don't know so much about that because if Hezbollah pokes their heads up and starts bombing somewhere or something, we can take a couple shots at them. I don't think we should be in direct conflict with Iran, just because I do think they're religious zealots. They're not going to back down. They think they're on a mission from God, and I think we know how powerful that is. So it's regardless of what you call it. I think unless we're willing to de-escalate, which is what we saw essentially happen, we accepted their peace plan. They're willing to die for their cause, every single one of them, and they're definitely willing to give up their people. Whereas, especially like Europe, the reason why we can't get Europe in is because we started these big tariff wars, pissed everybody off, and now we're like, hey, come help us. Those guys got to get elected again, and their people hate Trump. They hate him. So they're never going to support it, and they're never going to jump in because they know they're going to lose their job. And we know one thing politicians don't like to do is lose their job. So we just messed this up left, right, and sideways. It was not the time to do it. Again, we needed to fix these trade deals, put it together, get our team back together that we basically smacked through wanted to throw a temper tantrum in the locker room at halftime. We need to go back in there, own up to our mistakes, make some deals, say, hey, we're going to give you this. We're going to suffer a little bit, a little give and take. Then say, all right, guys, now we need to work together to build up our oil stocks. You guys in Europe need to build up your military. So we're ready to go. We're going to have a plan. And while we're going in there bombing them, the EU, you're going to go in there and you're going to have the whole straight line with your navies. And we're going to escort. They're going to be able to go right on through I'm not a military tactician, but there was a way to do it. I know that wasn't the way we did it.
All right. So you said quite a few things there. So give Darth a minute to respond to that. And so Darth, just for a clarification there, when he's talking about fighting Iran, he doesn't mean only like a declared war. He means like the direct strikes, the direct military engagement with Iran. So just for the clarification there, right? But yeah, if you want to respond to what he said, go ahead and then take it away.
So we don't really need the Strait of Hormuz to build up our oil reserves. We actually export more than we use overall. So we have the oil. That's not an issue. And we could be selling it to the places that can't get through the Strait of Hormuz, which would greatly increase our economy. Now,
We are doing that. That's why our gas is going up, because they're taking our gas and selling it all over the world, and it's giving us less supply at home.
yes, but it's helping our economy.
It's helping our gas companies. Sure, I wouldn't say our economy. If you think our economy's in good shape right now, then
Could
that's
be
a
better.
whole different topic. I mean, diesel prices are at almost record highs. That's not good for the economy. So you're telling So you're telling me when gas prices were high under Joe Biden, when we were a net exporter at that point, that was good for our economy? I don't think it was, and I voted for the guy. So it's hard for me to say that gas prices being high are a good thing. It's good for the gas companies, but there's so many things that are made from gas and petroleum, and we haven't even gotten to. We just talk about gas because that's the big thing that everybody sees at the pump every day. What about the fertilizer? Like 15 to 30% of the fertilizer for the world comes out of there too. That's food shortages we're talking about. So should we be doing this in 2026 without a plan? I'm going to always go with no. We needed to stockpile stuff. We needed to prepare for war. And that's not a new thought. It's historically, I think the people who prepared before they went to war and had plans and had friends did better.
All right. So when you say Iran, it's necessary for them from their worldview to have a nuke. Do we agree with that? Because I definitely don't.
I think that we had a deal on the table where they said they weren't going to get a nuke on
they've said
the
that
day we
before.
bombed them. Yeah, but they haven't had a nuke yet.
They're close. Weren't they almost 60% enrichment?
Yeah, they're at 60%, which is a little bit higher than what you need for civilian, I think. But we know, why do we know they're at 60%?
Intel.
Because we had inspectors in there. We don't have inspectors anymore, so they could have a nuclear bomb, and we don't even know.
Well, that's my fear.
Well, and that's but once you agree that, hey, if they didn't have one and they could make one, they'd probably be making one now in secret. If they weren't before,
yeah, it's definitely exacerbating it, which is why we need to take it all out for sure.
Well, so your argument basically is we were always going to go to war with Iran in 2026.
I mean, I don't know if that was Trump's plan. I mean, I'm not privy to that kind of information. I would hope he has some sort of plan that we don't know about.
I'm going to read some quotes from Trump, and
he's his foot in his mouth on purpose.
No. Yeah, but
I mean, shit.
But I just want to see if you think this could have anything to do with his reasoning. In order to get reelected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. Hold on. There's another one.
Administration tried to do this.
No, every other administration told Netanyahu no. Well, Netanyahu tried this with his Iran, and I think Israel. If it's hard for me to say because Donald Trump has agency, he's an adult, right? So he can make his own decision. But to say that Israel isn't influencing us or doesn't influence, I think would be crazy. I don't think they're making decisions for us or blackmailing the president. But this is what they've wanted for 47 years, which is also when Iran became the imminent threat. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying they're not a threat. Once again, they're not great people. There's no defense of Iran in general here. And these two are, but Bibi has been trying to get every president to do it. Bush even told him no in Iran because it's a completely different mess than Iraq. It's a whole different level. Barack Obama told him no. Trump told him no the first time. Biden told him no. And then Trump went in this time. And there's another quote. He says something about look for Obama to invade Iran because his poll numbers are dropping, which he's saying that 8 years ago. If he thought a war would give him a rally around the flag effect when he had low poll numbers and he thought it would be easy like Argentina, I think that's what happened. And that's why you went in without a plan. Little bit of distraction bonus from the Epstein files. But I don't think it's this.
I don't think it's distraction from the Epstein files.
I think that was
don't want that shit out.
I think that was a bit of I think that's an added bonus. I don't think that was the driving factor. I don't want to jump over that, stay on topic. So what do you think we do now? I guess. Because I think you're basically going to say that we have to go in and take them out as soon as possible. And I'm going to say it's not the right time at this point. And I don't think you've really pushed back on any of my arguments per se that of reasons why we shouldn't, just that the threat was more. Yeah. And again, I'm not even disagreeing that we should fight Iran eventually.
If I could here, maybe this will help you guys get into like where the actual disagreements are lying. So like maybe if we get into like what, because it says like it sounds like you're saying right now it's not necessary, but Darth is saying it is actually necessary now. So like what is the specific conditions that make it necessary? And if Darth, you could tell us why that's happening now, and then Cross, if you could tell us why that's not happening now, and then we could get into that.
So I would say why it should happen now specifically is because this has gone on too long. And like you've pointed out, this is expensive. It's costing us so much money. Just get the plan over with. Like, just get it done. The longer we wait, the more money it's going to cost, the more loss of life.
Yeah. And it just, to me, you're never going to, because why should you go to war? What are the reasons to go to war? Like, what's your line that says we should go to war right now? What's that? What do you take into account? What's your final line? Because if it's been 47 years and we haven't had any major casualties, to me, that tells me they're not as much of a threat as they're telling us, just like there wasn't weapons of mass destruction. Not that they're not a threat, just not as much as they're claiming.
We're much better at military strategy for starters.
Well, we're kicking their ass militarily. They're just better at economic terrorism, to be honest, which is what they're doing right now. So we go, but they weren't doing that. So what were they doing that caused us to say, hey, we're negotiating, but instead we're going to bomb you? Like, why that moment when we were so close to a deal? Just to try and get a deal.
I'm not for sure on the timing of this, but when they started killing their civilians just in the streets indiscriminately, running them over, all that.
Yeah, but now that he told them to go out there. He did that. You realize this. He said, you go out to the streets and I'll have your back. And then he didn't have their back.
Well,
he told.
That would have
don't tell
on the ground though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but why would you tell people you have to go out to the streets because you have their back when you have no way to get their back? Why would they ever trust you again? You got 50,000 of them killed. So yeah, if we didn't tell them to go out to the streets and rise up, then I would agree with you. But we walked them into a death trap. Maybe to give us a reason to bomb them. I don't know, but I know that they weren't doing that until, that might have been, I'm not sure of the timing exactly on that either, but but we were told it was regime change. It wasn't regime change. It's regime change. It's not regime change. I still don't know what the point of this war is. So I don't know why we go to war other than Iran bad. but I can think of a lot of people that are bad. Putin's bad. Putin's a threat. Xi's a threat.
All right, so Iran though is also the biggest terrorist supporter, and allows for all these proxies to come in and all that stuff. So
doesn't Russia support Iran?
Yeah.
So isn't Russia the biggest supporter of all of this? If Russia's funding Iran, Iran's funding all that.
Are you suggesting going to war with Russia?
No, I'm suggesting that we don't go to war with every country that funds terrorism against us, and just because they funded terrorism against us. So that's not, to me, a reason to start a war, especially when there hasn't been anything recent done to us. There's a lot of countries right now that with a lot less military capability than Iran that are doing bad things to their country, their citizens too. So why Iran? That's why it just the same. I can make, if you're going to say that we should go to war here, I can make the same case for like another 8 to 10 countries. Saudi Arabia being one of them.
So just for clarification, CrossCurrent, you're saying there isn't like a specific action or threat level that actually justifies going to war with Iran.
Not that they've done or committed. I think
right.
They could do one, obviously.
And you're asking Darth now, like, what is that specific action that or threat that's happened or is happening that justifies this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead, Darth. I just wanted to get clarification. Go ahead.
I got nothing on that, to be honest. My brain is not thinking right now. I'm embarrassed on that one.
Well, I think that just is going to prove my point. Then, if we can't even if you can't even tell me what they're doing to cause us to start the war, and the only thing we wanted was regime change, which we were told it was regime, it wasn't regime change. They haven't been consistent on that, and we have the same regime. We're 40 days in, taking their peace deal that they offered right before the war, with a more radical leader that now controls and shut down the Strait of Hormuz. To me, that in itself says we ought not to go to this war because we're in a worse position than we were when we started it.
Listen, don't feel stressed about that, Darth. This happens.
Yeah.
Live debates can do that. Okay, well, like just take a second, gather your thought, let the other side respond, and we'll come back to like your specific threat to think that justifies wars. You know what I'm trying to say? If you can, just gather in your head something you think of, that maybe you had before this. This is totally normal with live debates. It's your first one. It happens, man. It happens. So don't feel bad about it. But yeah, if you want CrossCurrent, if you could just explain what you would say would justify it. That's why we're not there yet.
Yeah, I got you. So to me, what would justify, if we're going to look at what would justify a war, I can't even really look at American history because I think we've gone to wars that probably weren't as justified. I'm going to go, when you look at, there's certain things. So I think the best example to look at for this for me is if you look at World War II, just because there was a lot of debate around it. I think that on some level, we have to have some kind of human dignity and expect that from the world. Particularly our allies, we should have a higher standard. Not that we're going to go to war with our allies, but for our enemies, I think there has to be a certain amount of human decency. I think we should make sure that they're not committing genocide, things like to that extent. If they're invading other countries, I think we take a look at it and we see. Typically, I would still want to be defensive. If we're going to war, that's because if they attack us directly, government, not a proxy. If there's a government that attacks us directly or declares war on us, go for it. If there's terrorist attacks, again, if they're supporting terrorist attacks that haven't happened and we have proof of it, sure, go to war with them. If they're doing a production line of killing people, go to war with them. There's obviously also going to be some political implications for that, because to me right there, I would argue that we should go to war with China from what I'm saying. Obviously, there's going to be some world and self-survival considerations. We don't want to start a nuclear war, which is why I don't think we should be teaching other people that they need a nuke to stop war. However, if they're going to do that, and then of course, if there's any treaties that you have, like us with NATO, so if Russia invades you, not Ukraine, but if Russia invades Poland that we have NATO with, and we said, hey, we're going to go to war and get your back if you're invaded, you go to war and get their back when they're invaded. You got to keep your word. From my understanding, none of this has happened. We actually attacked them first. And I think there's very, very few times when you should attack a country first. Even if it was going to be a terrorist attack, you should probably stop the terrorist attack and then figure it out from there, and not just start a war, unless you've been actually attacked.
Okay, so like it's basically there has to be some level of a direct threat to the U.S.
Yeah, and it should be borderline atrocity, not just we don't go to war because of a threat, because they sunk a boat. We go to war because they killed 100 people with a bomb. So it should be a certain level of atrocity, and there should be no other alternative for punishment or retribution.
Okay. And like Darth, like maybe like, do you believe Iran currently poses that level of direct threat? And if so, how? Or maybe you thought of something in this time. If you did, go ahead.
No,
with whatever you thought of.
I don't know if Iran has the capacity for nuclear warfare, but if the intel is telling our leaders that they do, then I would think that would justify going to war with them.
Well, then should we go to war with North Korea? They have a nuke.
They're not an imminent threat. Iran might be.
Iran doesn't have missiles? Doesn't have missiles that can hit us, just like North Korea can.
But to our allies, they could.
North Korea can hit South Korea for sure. Who's our ally? So to me, that would be the same thing. If you're saying that, then I actually, strangely enough, trust the Ayatollah not to use a nuke more than Kim Jong-un. Because I don't think Kim Jong-un has any ideals other than to himself, and the Ayatollah does think he's on a holy war. And if he gets his whole people nuked, that doesn't help him. And they're also a little self-serving, and they're a little more selfish and self-preserving, whereas Kim Jong-un's just literally about himself. So I would think that the people with principles to bigger and higher morals are less of a threat to actually use that nuke, knowing the hell NATO would rain down on them. And other than that, I just don't see anything. And maybe again, here's the other thing: if there was this threat and they knew about it, then why aren't they telling us? Hey, there was this huge threat and we stopped it. That's my other thing, is that's why I don't have any evidence to believe that they're any more of a threat than Hezbollah or North Korea.
So would violations of human rights be justification for war?
I think it could rise to the level of it. To be honest, I haven't thought too much through that, but I know there's human rights violations. Again,
and there's
Russia, China. Arguably there's been human rights violations. Arguably we did human rights violations when we double tapped a boat in the boat off Venezuela. So, who depends on? I guess it would depend on the human rights violations. Again, if it's going to be, here's what I would grant you: if they were going through and killing all of the Christians in Iran, then I would say that's a legitimate reason to go to war. Killing protesters, I think would almost get you there. But I think the way we do that is, again, funding insurgents. We don't go to war ourselves. We get stuck there. We lose American lives. You can help the people that want to fight for the region, but we can't fight. When we go liberate people, they didn't earn it and they don't keep it.
Quick clarification too for where we are. Are we talking now about like human rights violations alone being a justification, or are we adding that on to what we were just talking about? For the crowd to know what we're talking about.
Well, I think
in addition,
obviously I would say you have to add it to all of it. It's going to be it's going to be a consideration because again, I think right now, would you concede that if Iran already had a nuke, we shouldn't have bombed them? We should have done negotiation.
I'm not sure I trust their negotiation, like because they'll say one thing just like other people and do the complete opposite. So
that's fine.
Negotiating for a long time and it just hasn't worked.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, if they had a nuclear bomb ready to go on a missile, what would you say we should do?
Take out the nukes.
What if they say, okay, you're coming for the nuke, we're going to shoot off the nuke?
We're trying to prevent it from getting there, aren't we? So, I mean, I'm not.
Well, then why don't we
grant there's already like a nuke attached to a missile that can go? Because if they could do that, they would have already. So you assume the moment they have the nuke, they'll send it? Yeah.
So then that means right now by default they probably don't have a nuke right now, is what you're saying.
No, but they do have a lot of uranium that they're enriching, so they could potentially.
But I thought we destroyed their enrichment facilities.
All of them?
That's what I was told. Donald Trump said they were completely and utterly destroyed. When they reported that maybe they weren't, they were just buried, not destroyed, he said, no, their intel is wrong. They've completely obliterated.
I mean, he could just be saying that because he says stuff.
So
if I was taking him at his word, then yeah, we kind of don't need to be there.
Well, and do you really? Yeah, that's me neither. But isn't that a problem? When you're going into a war with the president, you don't know if you trust what he says. Don't you think that's a problem for the people that are negotiating? You say, you don't trust their negotiations. Why would they trust his? He's bombed them twice during negotiations.
I can not trust what he says, but still trust what he's going to do.
Okay. Your argument is trust Trump.
Yes.
Even though he's said opposite things multiple times, we've won the war on March 3rd. Did we win the war? Is it you concede that it's still going on? We didn't win, right?
So far, yes.
And when he said and right now, have you seen that 10-point plan?
I saw like 4 or 5 of them, and
it's ridiculous, right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's obviously not a framework for an actual deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't think everybody knows this? You think Iran really thinks that Trump's going to take that deal?
No.
So we're going to continue fighting, and there's going to be nothing. I mean, I don't even know why we're talking about it. It's already over. I can't even keep up. It's already over because Israel bombed Lebanon, and now, so we're at the point where we don't even control it. Israel has just as much control of whether we fight or not. That's how much this has gotten away from us. So it's hard. Again, it's hard for me to say we should be in this war when we're beholden to Israel's attacking other people. So the straits closed. Like, it's literally my evidence is that everything is the position we're in right now. Is everything that we're trying to do is now worse. We've accomplished nothing. So what are we even fighting for? It's not, I don't even know, like, should we even do regime change there? Has that worked out well for us when we do regime change?
In certain places it has.
How's it gone in the Middle East?
Well, isn't Saudi Arabia doing pretty good right now?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. If you ask Jamal Khashoggi, probably not, but they're doing monetarily, they're doing well, sure, for themselves, but dictators often do when they join the world, right? I think they're also doing they're known for doing some atrocities to their own people. MBS isn't exactly a saint, but because he'll deal with us, we let them get away with it. And honestly, I think that Iran is obviously a threat. They chant death to America, no doubt about it. I think we've given a reason to, and I think for the most part, them fighting us, that's not their end goal. I know they love to tell us in America that that's their end goal. It's not. They just want to keep their country. And they mostly just want to keep their people in check and keep their power. They would prefer not to fight with us. They would prefer not to have these sanctions. But at this point, we're funding them. We've had to reduce sanctions on them. I didn't even think about that. Not only are we in a place where they are charging $2 million a ship or some $200 million a ship to go through with a more hardliner. It's just they've literally gained ground against us, and it's almost embarrassing from our perspective at this point. So maybe at this point, maybe I agree with you that we should keep fighting because of how embarrassing it is, and we would lose a lot of power on the world stage, but not that we should have in the first place.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we can't stop now.
I mean, yeah, if you want some area of agreement, I don't know how we get out of this, to be completely honest. I wish there was a reset button and we would have never done it in the first place, which is kind of my argument. But we're in deep. We're stuck in there. And again, I see it going deeper, but I think what you want and you're arguing for is what's going to happen, just because it's one of those things where you start spiraling, you make that decision, you make one bad decision, you make the next bad decision, and you keep turning left and left and left, and all of a sudden, all you know how to do is turn left. And you've already dug yourself you look up, you can't climb out anymore, you can only dig deeper. And we might have to dig our way out through it now. But again, that's probably why we shouldn't have done it in the first place.
And I'm definitely not suggesting anyone being nuked.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyone
obviously. Yeah, I think we can both agree on that when we have to talk about nukes, we're talking hypotheticals, and we would prefer they never be used.
Yes.
But yeah, I just think on some level there's no way. I think there's a way we could have done this, but it would have taken more than a year. That's why I specifically wanted it in 2026. Again, does something need to happen with Iran in the long term? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Should we? I don't think this was the way to do it, even in 2 years. I think it's going to be long and complex. And honestly, again, man, Donald Trump in 2016 was spitting. He said again with the war, but he also said, why are we going to war and getting stuck trying to help people when we don't even understand them? And we don't understand them. We don't understand the people. That's why when we think they're going to rise up, it's either Bibi lying to us or we're wrong. One of the two, but we've got our own intelligence. Why are we wrong every time? Because we just don't get it. They have a completely different mentality that we can't comprehend. And when you're doing it for religious zealot reasons, they're never going to back down. And Trump, I'll admit, being the bully, the big bad guy, and puffing his chest and being tough works a lot with democratic countries who can't just do whatever the hell they want to. The problem is The Ayatollah can do whatever the hell he wants. So he wants to say, man, you want to bomb half my people? I don't give a fuck. Then all of a sudden, those bombs that we have are a lot less of a threat. And I just,
Well, would that be the reason to take him out though too?
Well, then it's the next guy. You got to do it. You got to make sure that's why you got to have the plan. You got to know who's coming up next. You got to have the people in place, ready to go, ready to take the streets the moment it happens. And the way you do that is with the way we cut, with all the stuff that we cut. We set ourselves up for failure. We had to actually establish a plan, ground roots. I mean, even going back to this Revolutionary War, you had Hamilton handling all the spies' letters and stuff. Like, you need stuff like that to do a revolution. It can't just be everybody go out to the street one day. It doesn't work that way. It sounds great, but you got to have a plan for who's going to go in there, who's going to take over. And we're sitting here saying that we destroyed their government. They're passing laws to implement a toll. I don't know many destroyed governments that are passing laws. So it's just, honestly, it just seems like we just killed a bunch of the boomers, and all the Gen Xers took over who hate America more.
So just kind of like based off what CrossCurrent is saying, Darth, I didn't hear if you mentioned this earlier, so just for clarification, is a regime change required here for like the goal of what's like for fighting Iran? Like basically what you both could go over here is like, what would a successful outcome of fighting Iran actually look like? Because it kind of looks like that's what's being said here. CrossCurrent is saying, based off history and what the situation is, there isn't really a successful outcome here. But it seems like, Darth, you're saying there's a planned goal in mind. So if we could maybe, what is that?
So like restructuring their government to be not full-on democracy, but more like a republic where the people at least can do something as far as voting and changing their laws and whatnot. Because like with the hijab stuff, a majority of them don't want that, but yet they'll get killed if they don't have one. So restructuring their government, which is complicated, I think would be part of the regime change and hopefully have a better outcome.
Yeah, I think that doing a regime change would be a better. Well, again, it depends on what regime replaces them, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to me, if they were gonna be successful, like we said, there was people in the government that were more USA friendly. But as Donald Trump said, all the people we liked, we killed because we were bombing everybody. So that's what I mean when I say we have no plan. You gotta have, if there's somebody there, you gotta have someone to fill the regime, or the meanest, nastiest, most religious diehard takes over, or the next in line, the successor, the son.
But as the public, we wouldn't be privy to that plan if there was said plan in place.
I know you can't do it from the air. Well, I know, and I also know Donald Trump was asked, "Who are we that we've been asked?" And they said, "Well, we killed all the people we liked." We know who those options we have. I mean, you can't just pick a random person off the street and have them lead a country, right? You're going to have some people, because it's going to be hard. So they got to be not only qualified, they also have to have the support of a lot of people. And there's only a short list of who could possibly do this, right? So we have one of whom was the Shah's son. Would have been a great option, but we didn't do anything with it. We didn't help him. We didn't build a groundswell of support. We didn't do propaganda to make him be mad at the Ayatollah and support him more, and then go in there and say, "Hey guys, go to the streets," and we're right outside waiting for. We were still moving ships when we told them to go to the streets. If we had just ships there and say, "Hey, now you touch them, we got helicopters loitering over you. Let's go now. Try and shoot them down now." then there's probably ways that could have been successful that I wouldn't have liked, to be completely honest. I think a success would be, in the long run, getting it to a democracy, like you said. I just don't know how we do that from the air. And I don't think, and I've never seen, there's very few examples. I mean, even Saudi Arabia, that's not a democracy. It's an example that turned out well, but it's not a democracy. It is better than Iran. But look at Afghanistan. That's the most recent example. They're right back to wearing those hijabs. So on some level, if you're going to do this, it's going to be, again, it's always been the best way to do it. We just always pick the problem is with the local insurgent groups. The problem always is the people who win are typically, they get to the top for a reason. They win the war for a reason, right? Typically your warriors are not necessarily your best statesmen. They want to fight. And so I just, again, if there's a way to win it, it's not with direct conflict, not exclusively, not without an intricate plan of what to do. I mean, you guys, if you look at anything the CIA's done, look at some of these documentaries, it is crazy what they've pulled off. But every single one of those pieces had to come together to turn some of these countries. And we didn't put any of the work. We wanted the result with doing minimal work. It's, we and then we asked the group to come in and they were like, nah, I'm good. And so I just don't see what, if we were going to do it and we had to do it, you'd have to sell me a much better plan and probably someone else doing it, because I don't think having two sides that can't back down and admit it or take accountability is a good thing.
Yeah, I would agree with that for the most part.
Okay, so for both of you here, if the United States removed Iran's current leadership, what evidence suggests like the replacement government would be more or less stable or more or less hostile? Because it seems like you're both agreeing the regime change has to be a part of this goal. It seems like you guys are both agreeing here. So
I don't know. Well, to be clear, I think that should be the end goal. I don't think it has to be a goal with this war right now.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying. You're saying it.
Yeah,
you're
but
saying
in
it should be an end goal.
In the end grand scheme of things, yes, we want to get rid of the Ayatollah.
Right. So what evidence would suggest that the replacement government would be either more or less stable or more or less hostile?
Well, I think inherently it would be less stable, right? Or more hostile, one of the two, more authoritarian. Just
at least initially, yeah.
Yeah. Just because, I mean, you would have to admit that the United States was more fragile after we broke off from England, at least in the beginning, and then we built up and became strong. But even in that initial figuring out period, there's people that are going to make plays. There's the other factions that are mad they don't have power anymore. It's always going to be those first 5 to 10 years is going to be rough, no matter what. But I don't think we have, or there's going to be somebody who's more authoritarian or just authoritarian taking over that's able to hold that power, right? Because if they cede power, inherently it's a weaker government. But I don't think we have any evidence that we're going to get. I mean, if we killed this Khomeini, I don't know that we have any other evidence that we're not just going to get another Khomeini or the next in line. I'm not the most, I mean, I don't really know Iranian politics very well, to be completely honest with you. But I just don't see, I don't see how we're going to bomb them into being better people.
So if both of you agree that a power transition would likely make the situation more hostile in that short term, why would that still justify or not justify fighting Iran in 2026?
Because something's got to be done. We're in too far now.
Well, I'd say, well, here's the thing. in order to do this, we're making a major escalation. We're putting boots on the ground. It's the only way to affect it. So you really got to ask yourself, is it worth it to us? It's not all about them. It's not what should happen in Iran. It's what should the U.S. do. The U.S. always should. Again, America first is not it's not what I didn't come up with that. That's for sure. So I don't think this is America first at this point. If they don't have that nuclear threat, if our intelligence assessment's correct and what they're telling us is true, then I don't see any reason why we should be in there at all. If we're going to do the regime change, what we're going to have, it's still not worth it. And the reason why you would go in during that regime change, that would be more justified to me. If the people had risen up and we did that, we're taking advantage of the vacuum of power. We're saying, instead of letting the next warlord or the next sycophantic Muslim terrorist take over, we're going to come in there. We're going to keep the peace. We're going to help you guys do a little election. That's when I could see it being justified going in there. But outside of that, there's very little that without, again, making people wear hijabs is not going to make me think we should go invade a country.
No, I was just using that as an example.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, to be honest, women's rights, I'm all for women's rights. I'm not going to start a war that could break out to a world war over uncovering their face.
So I would likely assume that if we are doing boots on the ground, that is the plan. Let's have a little election and provide safety for the people who should have a voice, if they want one.
And
seems like a lot want to.
And should we be spending $1 trillion on that instead of on our own people?
It's all kind of fake money at this point, isn't it?
Well, if you want to act like that, the Democrats about to go wild next election. You guys are like, yeah, no, the debt's fake. If the Republicans say the debt's fake, oh man, the deficit's over. It's done. The U.S.
That's just being funny, sorry.
I know. I know. Trust me. So was I. But I'm not kidding. They would spend the holy fuck out of everything if you let them. But yeah, no, on some level, is it worth it? And I'm going to say, no, this isn't worth $1 trillion war. It's not worth the 13 lives. I'm American. On some level, one American life is worth a lot more than one Iranian life to me. I don't want anyone to die, but if it comes down to it, I'm a patriot through and through. Despite what you guys on the right might think about us, we don't hate America. No.
You do?
What's that?
You don't sound like you do.
No. Yeah, you'll never. It'd be hard. You'd be hard pressed. Because like I said, I do think that America does have a place spreading liberal democracy in the world. I do. That's one of the few things with neocons I agree with. That's how I know how to argue against them as well. However, I just don't think this was. We got to pick our time and place. We got to be smart about this. War is not something to play with. It can escalate quickly and really hard to stop. Again, being born and raised Catholic, I'm over here shouting out the Pope left and right because he's. I mean, just morally where we're at right now. Look where it's got our country. We're praying. Our Secretary of War, which used to be Defense, our Secretary of War, who changed it because he was not going to start a war, and then started a war, is praying for the death and destruction of people. To me, we're losing our moral high ground at this point, and we're bombing kids' schools. I know it was an accident. Own up to it. At this point, we're almost ceding the moral high ground to Iran, and for that reason alone, we shouldn't have gone into fought Iran just so the world doesn't look at us and go, "Huh, those guys kind of look the same."
Fuck, I just had a point. I lost it.
Oh, that happens.
Okay. Yep, it's gone into the ether. Yeah, I was really thrown off by the 2026 part. I totally didn't see that one coming.
Yeah. No, it would have been a much harder debate for me if it was ever, because obviously there's a reason to fight. I don't think we were there yet, and I think we had an opportunity. Honestly, I just think we had an opportunity to get out of it without the fight. And I think the ceasefire or pretend ceasefire, it was you either got to admit it was a complete capitulation to back down by Trump, and he just said it was an agreement, or you would have to say that we shouldn't have been in this war because we accepted the one that they offered to us 40 days ago. So I think that piece, that in itself kind of helped me prove my point, honestly. And last night I was kind of hoping for it when we were like, how long is it going to last? I'm like, please end before my debate tomorrow, because it's going to prove my whole point. So, but yeah, so I mean, I think there was ways to do it. And if you want me to say now, as of April 8th, we're probably going to have to fight. Yeah, we're probably going to have to fight, but we shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Yeah, I was looking at it more from, well, we're doing it. Let's do the thing.
Yeah, you got caught up by the prompt. We've all had that happen to us before. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes intentionally easy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And you know, it's again, I get it. It's a live debate, and the focus is on you instead of an open panel. It's a lot different.
Yeah.
I understand it. So don't feel anyway about it. Nobody's gonna take a look at you different for it. We've all been there, trust me. All right. So that right there is going to wrap up the open hour of back and forth. Okay, so this is we're going to get into the the 5-minute closing statements. Okay, so real quick, chat. All right, we still have the Q&A coming up after the closing statements, okay? The Q&A is up in there, but not only do I not see many questions, I don't see many super chat questions either. So reminder for you all right, if you have a question for either of the debaters, make sure you drop them in right now, okay? And the super chats, PayPals, they will get, and Cash Apps, they will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, not all free chat questions will make it through. So if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, in case somebody comes in and starts bombing them in, make sure you send it in through one of those priority options. With that said, let's move into the closing statements. Again, each debater gets 5 minutes to make their final case. We're going to start with CrossCurrent, and that will give Darth the final word. So CrossCurrent, whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, I think one of the big things we have to do here is, if we're going to be fighting, we have to know what the victory is, right? Let's define what victory would be here, because we've had 40 days of war and the Trump administration still hasn't defined it. Is the goal to stop the nuclear program? Because apparently they're still, or might be, enriching uranium, and part of the deal is they're going to be continuing to do so. The framework on the table calls for their right to enrich it to what they want. When Tulsi Gabbard had already admitted that they were not, or testified, I don't know if it's admitted, but testified that they weren't, the strait was open, now it's closed. Where they're just literally hurting us, exerting their force over us while we exert their force over them. And it's not helping anybody. Was it good to topple the Iranian government? They're in the same position they are now. They're claiming victory over us. Obviously, they're going to do that. But the fact that they can even do so within reason is weakening America. We can't claim that we've won. So how if you can't claim that you won, how can you ask if the price was really worth it when you didn't get anything out of it? 13 Americans, thousands of Iranians killed, and millions of people. We created millions of refugees, immigrants, because of this war. We spent $35 billion, and they want $1.5 trillion. And the proposed offset is, again, investments in American families. 10,000 American jobs have been estimated to be lost every month due to this. And one thing that makes this unforgivable is we did have the same ceasefire deal 40 days ago before we killed a single person, before a single American died. So I don't know how you can tell me that right now we should be fighting them if we're taking ceasefires that we could have taken 40 days ago without fighting. And with that, I see my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Darth. Darth, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, just go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. I actually like your question of what defines victory. And I would think restructuring their government and having that area be more stable would be a victory in my eyes. How we do that, that's a whole nother story. Other than that, that's basically the end of my points. So I cede my time.
Okay. All right. Nice, short, and sweet. Thank you both for those closing statements. All right. Great work from both debaters tonight. Listen, everyone, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. We run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural debates, social, philosophy, internet beefs, trending topics, video games, literally anything there's a conversation worth clashing over. We bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Okay, the links are in the description. Show them support for stepping into the arena, sharpening their arguments tonight. All right. So before I start the Q&A, like the official Q&A from the chat, I like to ask a question or two for each debater based on either things I heard or I think deserved another pass or something that should have been clarified maybe. And then after that, those questions are answered, we'll get into the official 30-minute Q&A. So I'll start with the pro-war side with Darth. So if besides, because you said that the regime change would be a part of the victory, right? So what does the successful outcome look like, let's say 10 to 15 years from now?
Hopefully more stable and not supporting all these terrorist organizations, giving their people rights. I think all of that falls into the restructuring their government, which I would say would be hopefully a victory. But that would take a while to know, for sure.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say for that, CrossCurrent?
Yeah, I would just say that in the long run, my goal for my idea of success for Iran is all the way. You could just Google Iran 1960s and look at some pictures from there. That would be the long-term goal. But I would argue we got there in the first place by diplomacy and being friends and showing them that the way we do shit's better than the way they do shit, and their people wanted to do it too. We just can't let dictators take over in the first place.
Okay. All right. And for my second question for you, Darth, so if let's say the United States didn't act now, and say it didn't even act during the Trump administration, if the United States does not act now and didn't do this, what specific risk do you believe would become significantly worse within the United States in the next 5 to 10 years?
The uranium enrichment, because was that part of the ceasefire deal? They wanted to be able to go over past 80%.
They want it unfettered. They can do whatever they want now.
Yeah, and then with the
Which
trade
is-
deals being unsanctioned too, they can just be shipping it in. Yeah, all that would be bad.
Okay, so you're saying like the main specific risk is that they'd probably develop nukes in this time.
Yeah.
Okay. And CrossCurrent, did you have anything you wanted to say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that it could be that you also got there's other factors you got to take in, because nuclear material is not just for nukes, right? Like if you want a nuclear power plant, you need uranium for that too. And they could, I mean, I don't know how everyone here feels about it, but nuclear power plants are efficient and can be really useful, especially for poor countries. So,
fun fact: Canada, Ontario is the most nuclear powered place in the world.
yeah, I know Michigan gets power
Ontario
from
alone.
you.
Yeah,
I live in Michigan. We get power from you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, trust me, my bills went up when the tariffs went up. Anyway, yes, but no, but because it's so effective and cheap, like if you want to bring them into the first world, getting them nuclear power is a major step. Bringing them into the modern age is always a good thing to, and then we West, it's propaganda, and again, the West is better than Islamic regimes. So if you give them the opportunity to see how good it could be, they're also more likely to fight with you. So you have to balance that. Well, we kind of want them to have nuclear power so they have power and they can go grow and expand and go to school and do things that lead them to the ideas of the West. But you also don't want them to get that nuclear grade. That's why it's always going to have to be some kind of deal where we're inspecting it and watching it like we had.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't that be easier too if they had like a more structured government similar to our own?
Yeah. Well, no, yes, the government's always been it's always going to be a thorn in our side, and it's never been perfect. I don't think there's a perfect solution here. At least there hasn't been. I guess theoretically we could get to one, but I don't think anybody's been presented with a perfect solution, and at least in my lifetime.
All right. So then we'll go to my questions for you, CrossCurrent. So for my first one is because how you mentioned earlier, I think that was a historical point you brought up, that regime changes in the Middle East have historically failed. So does that mean, do you think that means like military action should never be used in cases like this, or just specifically in Iran?
No, I mean, so you're talking about for a regime change purpose?
Yeah.
I mean, because obviously I think that there's purpose. We talked about it earlier, purposes for the military. I think there's I guess I could be convinced, but you would be hard pressed to convince me. I would have to see an actual plan with it and how it's going to work and have it explained to me, just because I've seen it happen so poorly so many times. Remember, this is what we were going to do in Vietnam. How'd that work out? I mean, it just doesn't. It doesn't work, because the reason why
it'd have to be an underground six plan, you know?
Kind of. I mean, like, well,
you ever see the movie Underground Six? Yeah. That's what they do, right? It's a whole
in all seriousness, I think America's been one of the most successful countries in the history of this planet. And how did we come? We said it was a grassroots uprising, and did we get a little help from France? Yeah. Did Spain start fighting England on the other side? Did England and France use us as insurgents in their own country while they attacked England? Yeah, because they were smarter than we are today, apparently. That's the plan. That's the kind of shit you have to do if you want it to work. You got to put in the time and effort. And so it's not that. And then again, I said, if there's a point where it should already be stable-ish by the time we're getting to the ground, that I would say that the insurgent group or the revolutionaries, if we want to put a positive spin on it, once they have somewhat control, then we can come in and kind of be a security force and help keep them, teach them what to do, maybe give them some drones to watch over things. I would be okay with that, but I don't think we should be leading the charge on a revolution.
Okay. And did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Darth?
If we didn't lead them into a revolution, would they ever have one?
Do they deserve? But you can't force people to. Maybe not. But if they're not going to have one on their own, then why are they going to fight with you? Or as soon as you leave, we're going to see what happened in Afghanistan and a whole country fall in 10 days after we spent 20 years taking care of them.
All right. And then my next question for you, CrossCurrent, is so like if the United States chooses, say they even choose now, or they just chose not to fight Iran, what do you, like? You said something about it earlier, but what would be like a specific strategy you could think of that the U.S. should pursue to address the concerns about the nuclear development?
Now,
And actually the regional instability, as you guys mentioned.
No, sure. I have the same idea that the American government has now and the same idea that Obama had then. If you look at the 15-point peace plan that Trump proposed and then proposed, it's basically like the JCPOA, except for also you won't have like one or two certain kinds of missiles. And the odd thing is the dates that the negotiation ends, they didn't extend them. They're the same days as Obama's plan. They basically offered him Obama's plan with like one or two other things and a little bit harsher penalties if they break their sanctions. So they were literally just trying to get what we got out of 4 years ago and say, "Oh, look, we won, and now we're actually got a worse deal." So it's been a mess that we could have just avoided all of this starting in going back to 2018. He probably could have just acted tough and gotten the extra sanctions and the couple extra missiles not made then added onto the Obama deal instead of blowing it all up and then trying to get basically the same deal 6 years later. So I would say the same deal that they're proposing now and that we had is the best way to do it currently.
Okay. And Darth, did you have anything you wanted to say to that?
No.
All right. So we'll get into the official Q&A. Reminder, chat, we're going to go through super chats here first, but I don't see too many. So if you want to get your questions in on the Q&A, let me look. There wasn't many on the Q&A earlier. Oh, we got a lot more now. Okay, that's better. So get your questions in there, chat. Get your questions in there, and we'll start the timer up now. Let's see. First one that comes in, $5 from Jack of Blades, says, here to support Darth, but shout out to both debaters for the Swords of Reason debut. Looking forward to more from both of you. Let's fucking go. Cheers, easy, and chat. Thank you, Jack of Blades. Appreciate that. Jeremy comes in with $5. Jeremy has been very vocal about this all night. CrossCurrent, please appease my OCD and fix the crooked blinds.
They're actually broken, and that's why I won't do that. I got dogs, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Fair enough. Yep, dogs will do that.
Hey, that's the most damage they've caused, though, so I'm not too mad about it.
That's good, then. That's good. My dog likes to go to the bottom of the curtains and try to wrap herself in them, not realizing she's so fucking big, she's gonna end up pulling the whole thing down.
And usually on verbal combat, you've got, we're cut off a little bit, so I don't think that shows. So if they watch verbal combat, I think they miss it.
Yeah, because it's in the little circles. Yeah.
I also moved my camera a little bit. I was moving stuff around. So
okay, nice. We got $5 from Trailer Thrash Music. It says, "Let's go, Darth." Thank you, Trailer Thrash. I appreciate that big time. $2 coming in from Sempiternal Chaos, just showing some love. I appreciate that, Sempiternal. Shantae for $5 says, "Sir, Why would you put your picture frame so off center like that?
It's not off center. It just looks that way because of the angle. If you look at it straight on, it's actually right between the two. And it's actually a picture of my mother and my first dog, who have both passed away. So that's not going anywhere.
Oh, I get it. Because of the angle we're looking at, it looks like the other side's smaller.
You can't see it, but if you turn this way, it's actually even.
It's even. Fair enough. See, that's just your eyes, Shantae.
Optical illusion. There'll be when I put another one there, it'll probably when I put one on this wall.
Yeah. It'll look more. You'll be able to tell better. Yeah.
I'm gonna do I don't know if you know, there's a famous picture of JFK smoking.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get a black and white one of that and put that right there.
Nice.
I think.
I like it.
My wife wants a Quentin Tarantino room, but
okay. Yeah, I'm actually there's a few different photos. My wife had got me one already, a Scarface one. There's a few different cool photos I want to put in behind me of kind of like things I like, and then my logo as well. And I want to take away the green screen background.
Yeah. I wanted the green screen background, but I gotta upgrade my computer before I do that. So
see, the green screen's nice sometimes, but like there's some times where I'm like, because like if you pay close enough attention, you can still tell, right? You know what I mean? And it throws the like RAM off too a little bit. So if I can, because I always have these like moving ass backgrounds, like the lights flickering over here, the lights over on the other side. There's a little bit of rain in the window. It's So it's using a bunch of fucking RAM at the same time.
But plus, nothing beats like a nice home set that looks like this is where you chill, hang out.
Right.
But also, it feels like this is where you would hang out even if you weren't on camera.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I like. Shantae for $5 says, "Sir, you're an animal. Put some effort into those blinds."
Again, it's the animals, but it's cool.
Yeah, they were upset about the blinds for sure.
I see that.
Leo Bobea comes in for $2. Says, "You did fine, Darth. It's harder than people think." Yes,
just for them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we gonna get a fixed blind? Oh, there we go. Let's go. Now you guys got a straightened blinds. How you like that? How you like that? That's what's up.
Not next time. I'm gonna move it up just to mess with them too, though.
Yeah. But yes, Leo Bobea is correct. It is harder than people think. It's different than going on a panel because people try to compare the two, and it's different because like on the panel, the focus doesn't have to be all on you, right? There's a bunch of people there.
Mm-hmm.
Where on a debate where it's 1v1, the focus is on you too. That's it, right?
Well, yeah, and usually you have like avarice there who will jump on if you give them a second. So
100%.
Or Trench to be fair too.
Trench, yep. If you have them both on, double whammy. Shantae came in and said $2 excuses.
I'm good at those. I'm real good at those.
He did it for you, though. He did it for you.
Hey, I'm going to run the washroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. This next question actually is for CrossCurrent, so perfect timing. This comes in from Johnny McVito. It says, Cross, is our presence emboldening Israel to make maneuvers without our input? And then I'll ask Darth's question after.
Is our presence emboldening Israel? Of course. Absolutely. Of course. Are you kidding? Yes. I'm sorry. It just, I think the perfect example of that today is of this breaking of the ceasefire. It was pretty clear. You Speakeasy read him last night on the 10-point plan, and part of it was no more attacks in Lebanon. It was clear as day, and we supposedly accepted that as a framework. And then we even said, what's Israel going to do? I said this last night. They're going to bomb them. Of course, they're going to bomb them because they know we're going to get their back. And when we should be looking at them saying, they should be opposite. We should be saying that, hey, if you bomb them and you mess up our ceasefire, we're going to tell them we didn't do it and you're on your own. And we're going to go negotiate them without you. Because then we know Israel's not going to actually bomb them if they believed we would do that.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think he's still in the washroom. Well, there he is. Perfect timing, Darth. So the next part of this question is for you. Darth, without our presence, is the next step for Iran to attempt to eradicate Israel and cause the next world war?
I mean, it would be pretty likely, I would say.
All right.
I mean, hasn't that been their established goal for like a long ass time?
Did you want to answer something? You can, Cross, if you want to.
Oh, I don't know that. I mean, I don't know if that's their next step. I feel like, first of all, it's hard for them. They're pretty close. So setting off a nuke in Israel isn't exactly like the most feasible option in the world. And then I know they don't like Israel. We don't like China. We don't like Russia. That doesn't mean you're going to go and, necessarily attack them, or that it's going to be to eradicate them. You're not going to eradicate all of Israel in one blow. You're going to get a ton of pushback if you do that. Your nukes are coming for you. The U.S. nukes are coming for you. You have to know that. So I don't know that they would go try to necessarily eradicate Israel. Honestly, I think if you're looking for a less radical, I think the perspective, I think they're less radical towards Israel than they were 20, 30 years ago. Not that they're fans of them or they wouldn't fight them, but I think it's more bluster to keep their people in line and say, hey, we're the good guys at this point than it actually is a wanting to effectuate the eradication of Israel. Or if it has been, they're terribly ineffective at it. When's the last time they've personally attacked Israel? I know they funded some proxies, but I don't think anyone thinks Israel's expanding its territory right now. So I don't think Iran's going to suddenly eradicate it just because it has a nuke, especially when Israel unofficially, has a nuke, but they haven't.
Well, I still think they would attempt it, though. I just don't think they would be successful.
I mean, maybe. And I just don't, I guess I took that, the way that was worded, where like they're going to try and nuke them the next day or within the next month, or try and nuke them off the planet. And it's like, I don't think that's maybe I read it more dooming than it was meant to be, but I just don't think it's going to be the end of Israel if they get the nuke per se, if they got a nuke. It could end up that way, but I don't think that's necessary.
All right. And then another one comes in from Johnny McVito. Says, Darth, what would be the best way to expedite a victory for the U.S., and how devastating would a retreat be?
I think a retreat would be devastating, not to us, though. The U.S. is safe from them unless they have, an intercontinental nuke. There's a lot of water. The best way to expedite victory, I would think, expedite a new government for them. That's really the only solution I see.
If you want to answer something during these CrossCurrent, you can.
Oh, I was going to say I think he just kind of said that they aren't really a threat. If we can retreat and they're not really an imminent threat, then why were they such an imminent threat that we were fighting them in the first place? And I can answer that question unless you want to read it.
Oh yeah, the next question that's for you there, Cross. Is America suffering power fatigue, and what could Iran do to make us say enough?
By power fatigue, I assume you mean we're getting sick of being the world power, essentially. And if that's the case, yes, I think it's awful that it's happening. It's one of those Spider-Man great power. With great power comes great responsibility. After World War II, we accepted the role. We were in the best position to do it. We took a lot of fucking advantage of it. And right now, there's a reason why everyone wants to come here. There's a reason why they chant death to America, because we are the world power we are the ideal of the West. And part of how we got there is exporting that liberal democracy and is appropriately executing our power. We used to do it with a lot more soft power and a lot less hard power, but of the last few years, a couple of years, obviously we've been, well, actually, let me take that back. Over the last 20 years, we've been using a lot more power. Over the last couple of years, we've been exerting it on a whim, without explaining it to the American people. And I think that's actually hurting America in the long run, because people don't want to get involved. And there's going to be a time when we need to get involved, and we've messed around too much and no one cares anymore. And that's the time. That's how Hitler gets all the way to Spain and France before we decide to jump in, because no one wants to go to war again after the last World War.
All right.
And what could they do to make us say enough? Honestly, I think they're there. I think that's what happened. Trump basically said enough. I'll take your 10-point peace plan.
Okay. Next one comes in from Johnny McVito once again. It says, Cross, what do you think would happen if we pulled out of Iran and Ukraine?
If we pull out of Iran, I think they would talk a lot of shit. They probably would still try and keep some kind of toll system in the Strait of Hormuz, because they've shown they can now, and the big bad bullies of the world, the United States, didn't stop them. So I don't see why they would cede control of that for nothing. Out of Ukraine, that would just be capitulation to. If it's just the U.S., I think that hurts them a lot. If all of NATO goes with us, then it's capitulation to Russia. I don't think either are. I don't think we should pull out of Ukraine. I think we need to find a way to get out of Iran. I mean, I don't think we should stop supporting Ukraine, but I also don't think we should go into. We shouldn't be fighting for Ukraine either, I guess.
Okay. And then this next part here for you, Darth. Can you justify our positioning outside the U.S.? Both is, and then there's one for both. Is it better to be proactive or reactive in a war setting?
As far as justification for our positioning outside of the U.S., I mean, we were doing it with our ally. So, I mean, there is that. I mean, whether we agree with Israel or not, they are our ally.
All right.
As far as the both question, I think both proactive and reactive depends on the situation. In this case, seems like, well, it's almost reactive, but could be seen as proactive. We're preventing something.
All right. And did you want to answer that last part there, Cross?
I don't know exactly what he means by justify our positioning outside the U.S. You mean any military intervention at all?
No, the last part there was for both of you. Is it better to be proactive or reactive?
I got you. I see you. Both is. I don't think that it's necessarily better, and there's probably a Art of War quote that's going to make me look like an idiot here. But I don't think it's necessarily better to be proactive or reactive. There's going to be. It's always it's always an action reaction. You're always reacting to the last thing they did. So if you're saying proactively striking people, it depends. If there's no way out, then of course it's better to be proactive. But it's better to be reactive if you have giving yourself time to react is going to give you a way out of it. At least from my perspective, because I'm trying to avoid war in most cases. If you're trying to win the war, you got to know it's better to know yourself and your enemy to know whether you should be proactive or reactive. if I would, like, for example, I think both of these people, both in both situations, if I was going against Trump or Iran, I would be very reactive, because they want something to happen. They want to exert their power, and I'd let them do it or let them try and do it and just sit there, just what Iran's do. I would do what Iran's doing, is sit there, let him talk and talk and talk and make promises till there's a promise he makes that he can't keep. And then just sit there and do what they're doing and just retaliate and be reactive. But I do think it's situational, and I don't think you can say broadly without knowing the situation in a war, much of anything.
All right. We got a $5 Cash App from D's that says, get some blinds at Walmart.
Bro, this is an apartment. I don't pay for it. I'm not paying for a blind. I'm glad I gave y'all some entertainment, though. Shit.
Right? King Blackout is the next one that says, Cross, what's wrong with your blinds?
What's again, dogs. German Shepherd and a Shih Tzu. Here.
Oh, comes the dog. Hey, there.
It's literally his fault.
Makes sense.
He's looking for food.
I used to have a Shih Tzu when I was younger. It looked almost just like that. His name was Elmo.
Yeah, he's Opie after
Opie?
After not Game of Thrones, Sons of Anarchy. His first brother was my wife's roommate when I met her had a pit bull named Jack, so she went with that.
Okay.
And I've got my big German Shepherd who's probably sleeping in the room with my wife right now. So
okay.
I'm not calling her over, but
yeah. She might fuck up the blinds again, all right?
Yeah. No, there's a tree right outside that window, and there's a squirrel that used to live in it, and there was mayhem. Absolute mayhem.
Pandemonium.
I put the couch there to try and keep her from getting up there, thinking she just jumped on the couch, and then the Shih Tzu got up there too, and it was
overtime.
Gave up.
Next one is also from King. Says, Cross, can you close them crooked closet doors?
No, they don't.
Now they're just looking at everything they can find.
Will. Have you considered doing the green screen thing?
That's why I said I want a green screen, because I know this room is so dumb the way it's set up. There's a door in the middle of this room, this side. There's this big window here. The closet's here. This wall I'm looking at is the only wall that's not anything on it, but the door opens onto it. So like I don't have a full wall in this room anywhere. Yeah. And the windows and the closets are dead center of the wall. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, they didn't think about that clearly.
It was made in like this. My dad actually my dad's best friend was stayed in these apartments when he was in college, so they've been around a while.
Okay. We got another a $20 Cash App from D's that says, and for the grift, salute to Speak, Alicia, and Chat. Salute to you. Thank you very much, D's. I appreciate that big time. Next one comes in from I Am the Original Vintage. Says, while there is still a long road to go, do you not think toppling Iran and securing the country holding one of the biggest oil reserves and cutting it off supply from the U.S. rivals is a good idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's worded weird at the end. About cutting it off from U.S. rivals.
I assume they.
I see. Okay, I see how it reads now.
I think he's basically asking, like, do you think it's a good idea that we're cutting off oil from people who rival U.S.?
I think there would be a lot of implications.
But are we cutting it off from people who rival us? We're letting them sell their oil right now. Russia and Iran get to sell their oil. They're the only ones. They're the only ones we're fighting with. So no, it's not a good idea to cut everybody else off and only let our enemies have access to the. And they made deals with China, and I think Pakistan made a deal with But now they have to make a deal with Iran. No, that's terrible for us. Now all our friends have to go make a deal with Iran to get their oil. That seems like a terrible idea to me. As far as if you want talking, if you're talking about actually toppling and securing the country,
I think that's what he meant.
we would have to do that. But again, I don't think 2026 was the year to do it. I don't think it would be. Again, it's not a bad idea in the long run. I think it's a good idea in the long run. But I think we shouldn't take an economic hit without being planned for it, and we should have had, or we should have refilled. There's a lot of things we should have done before we did. I could go on all day, but there's a lot of things we should have done before we did this instead of willy-nilly bombing them in the middle of negotiations, even if it was just string them along for another 6 months and prepare for it.
Okay. All right. We got some super chats came in. Prince of Dogs with a $2 and another $2. Salute to you, Dogs. I appreciate that big time. Shantae coming in with $2 says, "Sir, you got to fix your shirt."
Next time I come on this channel, I'm gonna fuck with y'all so hard.
Well, she thinks a hot dog is a sandwich, so her opinion is already.
Yeah, have the camera all lopsided.
Yeah,
I'm just. And thank you for that, Shantae. Prince of Dogs coming in said, "Get that super chat goal." Shout out to you. Thank you very much, Dogs. He's gonna have everyone in the chat losing their minds now. Next one that comes in is also from I Am the Original Vintage, and it says, "To both, on a scale of 1 to 10, how was your average heart rate during the debate? In all seriousness, well done to both on your swords of reason."
Well, mine's been over 100 since last night, basically.
Mine's probably a 7. I typically talk fast. I'm sure it was a little faster than typical. Swords are. I have the advantage of every time I go on to verbal combat, it ends up being a 1 versus 5. So I'm used to getting just shot at from like 5 different angles and having taken a lot of different arguments and think pretty quickly. So that actually has helped me a lot coming into this. That and having, I've got a lot of friends who would agree with a lot of you guys, obviously, and I've got those arguments and we have our chats, and so it's me versus 5 or 6 of them in those chats too. So I know some of the arguments. I've thought through it. I just obviously first time being in an actual debate, probably a 7, 7.5. Split the difference between a 5 and a 10. But appreciate it.
Oh yeah, as far as the number 10, yeah. I felt the color fall out of my face.
Yeah, it was no, I think you both did really good. It was really good. And yeah, that's actually how I knew I liked debating, is because I used to just sit around with the boys and chop it up, and we debate about all types of shit. Boys always used to be like, "You should be a lawyer, man. You can convince me of anything."
We have a group chat and then a debate chat because we say stuff that we needed to find later, and then we'd start debating about some random shit. Then maybe this is going back to like high school about sport, like football quarterbacks and shit, and who should you draft first in fantasy. And we'd be like, "Yo, what time we were supposed to meet?" And we can't find it, so we started a whole new group chat just for arguments.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 $2 super chats coming in from Prince of Dogs. Nice. I appreciate that big time. Thank you, Dogs. Then we got Shantae with another $2 super chat that says, "I bet that light up there is crooked too." Thank you very much, Shantae. We got $2 coming in from Joseph, just showing some support. Thank you very much, Joseph. I appreciate that big time. Next question we got in the Q&A. Oh, wait a minute. $10 super chat comes in from Trailer Thrash Music, says, "Solid debate tonight." Facts. Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. And thank you for that, Trailer. I appreciate that big time. So next question in the Q&A is from Leia Bobea. And it says, so Cross is fine with violence, but only so long as it fits his preference. Typical liberal. And you can't really make an argument that we're less valid because we only need to use preference as well.
I would appeal to basically it's not really my preference per se. So there, I think this we have to draw a limit of when violence is okay at some point. I'm saying that once it's reaching atrocities, we can do war. Violence is a different story. Violence, there's plenty of reasons to do violence in a lot less serious situations that I wouldn't go to war for. For example, if someone's attacking you or your loved one, obviously you have the right to do violence back. It's less about my preference and more about whether it can be avoided.
All right. And then we got Johnny McVito coming in again. Says, faux wood blinds Cross hold up well, and they always have extra slats if they get messed. Thank you for the blinds fix.
Show me some love. At least after you fucked with me, showed me some love. I appreciate you, man.
That's what's up. And then we have, what just happened there? What did I just do? Then we have another one coming in from Wicked Wally. And it says, I just hit the timer instead of highlighting it. 1 sec. I don't want a timer. Iran also considers every surrounding Muslim government heretical to their theocracy, which further complicates matters. With that being said, what is the fucking deal with those damn blinds, my dude?
You know, I didn't get on my first verbal combat. They warned me, "Oh, you're gonna get muted. You're gonna get muted. You're gonna get muted. Don't worry about it." I didn't. I think this is my payback.
You shouldn't have said nothing.
Oh, it's cool.
Just hope King didn't hear you.
Let him. Hey, you know it's all love. You're making money off me shutting up, so whatever.
Yeah, it's always a fun time on verbal combat. Yeah. All right, everyone. Oh, look at this, King. Oh, he heard you. King Blackout comes in with $2. Says, "Can either of you sit still? Y'all need a chair."
ADD as hell.
Same. Guilty as charged.
Shit. Thank you for that, King. Let me see. I think that is actually, we got through all the questions and the super chats with, let me see how much time we have there. Like 20 seconds. That's 15 seconds. Yeah. So that was actually perfect. Fucking perfect Q&A there. We might as well just wrap it up right there. All right, so everyone, that is going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight. Thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, all the support. Again, I can't express how your support is what allows or how much your support is what allows me to keep bringing you these debates, the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you more than I can put into words. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Again, big, huge reason we're able to do what we do over here. So thank you guys for coming. And you both did great for your debut. So you guys should be proud of that. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Either of you planning to stay for the open panel tonight?
I'll hang out for a little bit.
I'm going to have to leave and come back, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's no problem. So what we're going to do next here is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to go hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'm going to drop a link in chat for anyone who wants to come join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready, think, question, debate. And if you're coming up to try and spurg over everyone, troll, bring your personal dramas, you're just going to get muted and then most likely booted real quick. So, while you're ahead with this idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you both go, or make sure you subscribe to both. Sorry, debaters. If they've come out here, put out some entertainment for you guys, so they deserve your support. Go make sure you give them some love, and make sure they keep coming and giving us more content. Okay, and also, if you are enjoying these debates that happen here, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongues, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find our beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome in, everybody.
What's going on?
Happy birthday to brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whose birthday? Is it
It's
your birthday?
my birthday tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, just so everyone in the chat knows, it's going to be a shorter after panel tonight than normal because I got a lot of stuff to do. And then at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, I'm going to be giving you guys a stream from 5 to 8. And then I'm going to be off for an hour, and I'm going to be giving you guys another stream at 10 for a birthday celebration stream. So we got lots to do tomorrow. So we're going to be going. It's 11:30 now. We're going to go till 12:30. But listen up. If you guys fill this dono bar in the hour, we will end on a hot seat, okay? I'm going to stick to the deal we have. All right. So if you fill this dono bar by 12:30 a.m., we will end on a hot seat. Okay. So it's totally up to you guys. If not, we got to wrap it up at 12:30.
Thank you.
So what's everyone think? How did you guys like the debate? Did anyone have a question maybe for one of the sides?
I'll let other people go do as my avatar says. I am eating pizza, so I'm here. I'm listening. I'll interchange every once in a while, but somebody else goes so I can eat some more pizza.
Eat your pizza. I'm only going to be here for a couple minutes because it's late for me. You guys did a great job on that debate.
Thank you.
I agreed with both of you, and I really liked that you both agreed with each other because you're both. I mean, that's kind of how it went.
Well, I don't think anyone's being honest if you can't agree. The other person has some good points.
Well, no, I mean it's a ghastly situation, and I'm not going to go all through it again. But you both did really well. So keep them coming. Keep those debates coming. Actually, it was one of the more enjoyable debates I've seen from you speak. It was just easy to listen to without it was just a nice debate. So
yeah, and usually I don't obviously you guys know my moderating style. I try my best not to guide it anywhere or let them handle it themselves. But I know it's also both their debut here tonight, and I knew there was some I understood what happened to Darth. It's happened to me where I have something in my head ready, and then I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah, it's happened to me on Verbal Combat. So I'm like, I'm just like, oh fuck, you got me. And I had a whole week, and I specifically wanted that in 2026 for that reason.
Yeah,
and that's why I said I think it would be fun to debate Connor on that because he would have to give me a lot more of my points, and I'd go in on a couple things that me and him agree on that nobody else here is going to agree with me that I didn't even bother bringing up.
Well, it was well done.
Appreciate it.
Speak. I want to. I also want to do this. My love to your family and your beautiful wife. Hugs to everybody.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, because I'm not going to be here long.
To you.
I've spent the whole week in bed.
Not feeling well.
Nah, but that's why I always have to take my medicine at the same time every night.
And there is little bug going around. It's the weather changing, right? So it's gonna get some people. I had it the other night where I thought, oh no, please tell me I'm not about to be sick all week.
Yeah,
that's how I felt. It just hit me out of nowhere. Everything. I was like, no, this feels like a flu.
And
then I was good. So
you're in the Ontario area, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so we got this. I mean, I'm on the east or the west side of Michigan, but
Yeah,
we
you got the same weather,
weather.
basically. Yeah.
Literally, I can drive straight. Everyone's always like, oh, Canada's so far north. I'm like, I can drive. A lot of people in the United States think everywhere in Canada is north of the United States. I'm like, I can drive straight east and get to Canada in 4 hours, and I can drive straight north, and I haven't hit the Upper Peninsula. So how does that square that circle for me? And we're getting that.
Yeah, for like people don't realize I'm in Ontario and I have like 3 different directions I can go to a border to get into America, right?
We lived in upstate New York for 2 years, and we used to drive through Canada. This was before you needed passports, through Canada to get to Michigan for like holidays, because it was actually easier from upstate New York just to cross over Niagara.
People don't realize this. So like, because of the relationship between Canada and America, if you guys have your ID, you can go through Canada.
Not anymore.
You can visit Canada. You don't need a passport.
I don't
just
think
need
so
your
anymore.
ID, bro.
I don't think so. Not
If
anymore.
you're not flying, you do not need your passport. I promise you.
Yeah,
Canada and America has had the greatest. That's why so many countries envy this relationship that these two countries have.
Yeah, and we're so. I mean, here I try and tell my friends in Florida, because I grew up more in Florida. I try and explain to them, like, when you go starting trade wars with Canada, like, that hurts us hard. You know how much I'm in Kalamazoo.
Yeah, none of us actually want that.
Yeah, but when we're coming from, you know how many people I see from Ontario because they drive to Chicago, and we're halfway between Detroit. So if they come to the United States, they'll go to Detroit, Chicago. We're halfway between Detroit and Chicago. So
yeah, you're always driving through Michigan. Yeah, if you're gonna drive to the States, that's one of the ways I've always taken in all the places I go.
So if
I
you
always
just take
go through Michigan.
So if you take 94 straight west, you pass to Chicago. You drive. My town's the main town between Detroit and Chicago.
Yeah,
so they always stop in, and I've worked in restaurants, and I see so many people from Ontario talking about, oh, we're going to Chicago for the weekend. So I mean, we're so integrated, and when a lot of Canadians stop coming, restaurants. I'm leaving restaurants because I can make more money in other industries because of the hits we've been taking.
Yeah, we share a lot. People don't realize how much we share, how much like we have each other's back, and like, yeah, a lot of people don't know that. But like, as an American, as long as you don't have like some crazy criminal record, you just show up with your ID, and they're like, oh, okay, go ahead. You just tell them what you're doing.
Yeah, I need to come over to Ontario then before I might move more out west eventually, but I want to get up to Canada.
Yeah, you can definitely visit without your passport, as long as you're not flying, right? Because flying, they're not gonna let you on a plane without a passport.
I'm not paying to fly when I can drive 2.5 hours.
It's literally right there.
Sense.
Yeah, exactly.
And Premonition, where are you at?
I was going to say, are you talking about move?
Yeah, there's a possibility I'm going out to Arizona area.
Okay, I'm up above Arizona. I'm just below Lake Tahoe.
Okay.
The mountains I'm looking at are what is holding the water back.
Yeah.
So straight up and over, and it's not. I mean, literally, if a big quake, Lake Tahoe would come barreling out of there. It's a really nice place, like Gardnerville and Carson City, Tahoe.
Yeah, well, that's one of my bucket list fishing lakes right there. So. Yeah, no,
Mm-hmm. So you've been here?
I have not, but I want to go there. I want to go. There's obviously Lake Tahoe is like world class fishing, and there's actually a bass fishing tournament that's out there that I think I can get on someone else's boat and be a co-angler for like $150. So I want to do. That's like on a bucket list for me to go do.
Oh, go do it. But Lake Tahoe's crazy crowded now. I don't even go up there anymore. But did you know that? Like a million years ago, or in the 70s-ish, probably 60s, people started letting their goldfish go in Lake Tahoe.
I've heard that. So there's like a bunch of goldfish in there, right?
They're big. They're like 2 feet, 3 feet. They're big, fat goldfish. So that's okay. They don't hurt anything. They're good. We love the goldfish. I have one question before I go. Do you guys all believe that we went to the moon when I was a kid, or are you guys non-believers?
Oh,
I have a point to make. Just say yes or no. Yes, I believe. No, I don't.
I believe.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
me.
Okay. You want to know
man.
what? All right. Guess what happened? Because Elon Musk just sent those guys around the moon.
Well,
And
NASA-
my son and I, who's your kids' age, have been battling it because I watched it live. You know, now you're watching AI. They didn't have AI back then. They didn't have computers back then. These guys were doing math on paper, you know, and nobody believes it now that we went there like 15 times, okay, or 14 or 12 or however many times we went there. I watched them. Anyway, when they went around the moon, they started sending back these pictures. And the old picture that's famous from the back of the moon, and then you see the Earth rise, okay? And people are saying, oh, that's a fake picture. Those guys, when they flew around the moon 2 days ago, took an identical photo. And it wasn't the same photo. It's an identical photo. You know what I mean? It's the same angle, same thing, same Earth. And back then, they didn't know what Earth looked like from space. They didn't know the weather patterns were all twisted around the way they are. You know, they didn't know that until they got a photo of it. And when I was going through the photos from this flyby, I called up my son and I said, Jason, I finally have proof that they went. I have proof. And I made him get on the computer and I said, that photo is the proof. Because it's the same. It's the same photo. They were there. You see what I'm saying? Do you guys see what I'm saying?
I see.
Yeah, I do. I do
we
have
hear
a
you.
question.
We hear you there.
Yeah.
Did the
we were there.
photo show the Earth as round or flat?
No. Yeah, right.
No, my big thing with that was my biggest thing has always been with that is I'm not going to sit here and pretend I've looked real deep into it. My biggest thing has always been we were at the time it was like a really big space race. Like it wasn't just like we were going there willy nilly. We were in a Cold War with Russia.
Yuri Gagarin.
If we didn't go there, why wouldn't they call us out and be like, they're lying, and they never once did, and that's why I think that like why wouldn't all these other world powers that were racing us up there be like, they're bullshitting. We're the first ones there. Why did they all just submit to us? That's always been the biggest argument to me why I've really never looked into it. And again, to be completely honest, I don't think it makes a difference in my life one way or the other.
In my life, it does because people, I watched it live, and when it is so offensive. It's like when you see something and people tell you, you're lying. It's like, don't tell me I'm lying when I watched it with but I do want to say, I know that they had a set. I do believe that. And you want to know why? Because those guys went and looked at stuff that we weren't supposed to know what they were looking at.
Well, I think the biggest problem is our government showed us we can't trust them. So at the end of the day, someone's always going to not trust you anyway. And they've given us reasons. And maybe like I wouldn't put it past them to actually have gone to the moon, but then also had a set to make other things to help it push to help it.
I think that they did too. I actually think they did.
I don't know. I'm just saying I wouldn't put it past them. But then if they're doing that, then you're gonna play into you never went there. Like you're helping the conspiracy theory.
Right.
Again, I just never thought it changed my life one way or the other.
Wow.
But for you, I understand that's an iconic moment for you growing up. I'm just not gonna sit here and pretend like I could argue it for an hour.
And I watched every space launch, all of them. The whole planet did. Everybody, the whole world. That's a time when the whole world was gathered around one thing, was the space. Those guys going to space. The whole planet was watching, and everybody was rooting for them. It didn't matter what country you were in. Everybody was rooting for those guys. And Yuri Gagarin, and this is a funny little story before I go. Yuri Gagarin actually, when the Russians were in their little space station and we had our little space station, the Russians had alcohol in there. They had vodka. And our guys are all really, really strict. And I know, everything's by the book. And the Russians were up there drinking. That's the truth. But when Yuri Gagarin went up there, one of the things that they didn't realize would happen, he did the first spacewalk. Okay, cool, kind of spacewalk. He did a space bubble blow up, almost die walk. So they shot him up, and he's going around Earth, and they told him to leave his capsule. What in the world? My phone is talking to me. Okay.
You said the magic word.
I said something. That's really strange. Anyway, so Yuri Gagarin, they tell him to go outside of the capsule. It was planned, but they didn't know. Okay, so he goes outside, and his silver suit starts blowing up like a balloon. And he's got a camera, there's a camera outside of the ship, and you can tell when you're looking at the picture that he looks like the
Michelin Man.
The Michelin Man. He looks like the Michelin
boy
Man.
that eats the bubble gum.
He can't bend his arms. He can't bend his legs, and his suit has expanded. And they were not expecting that. And he had to, and he did. He had to get himself back in there through the door. But it almost damn near killed him because he had to squish himself back in there, and then it unflated once he got in and got the door closed back up again. he almost died out there, it being blown up. And when our guys initially landed on the moon, they had to fly an extra couple hundred yards, and they were almost out of fuel. Because Neil Armstrong didn't like how the ground looked, and so they kept on going across the surface until they found a spot. And I think they had like 2 seconds of fuel left. And before they took off, when they took off to go back up to the little ship flying around with the guy, they had broken off one of their toggles. Okay, that kept them from lighting the engine off. And see, none of you guys probably know any of this. So here you got Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin in the LEM, and they can't because they broke off the thing. Well, the types of pens, we all have these kinds of pens now. They had the old-fashioned kind, but the ones that are still around. But they took the thing. They took the thing that holds it in your shirt. They had a pen, and so it was brilliant. They snapped it off the thing, and they stuffed it in there and used that as a toggle because they busted it. So they stuck that in there, and thank God they had a pen and not just pencils. And they were able to flip the switch and light her off and go up. So there's stories that people don't even know about all those moon landings. Like all those guys fell into depression when they got home because they went to the moon. Now what? What's bigger than that? And then there's fun parts where they thought they were running down to they were running down to a boulder. The NASA guys in the main room, all with their suits and ties, told them, go down and look at that boulder down there. And so these guys are running along. This was not in the first one. This was like in the 11th one or the 10th one. They're pretty good up there now. And they're running down to the boulder, and it's like they're not getting to it. It was much larger than they thought and much farther away. And the guys in the NASA thing are yelling like football players. They're going, go, keep going. And by the time they got to it, they were about this big next to this, so see, they didn't know what they were doing. They were running around out there, and none of you guys have seen any of that. And then everybody says we didn't even go. And it's like, no, I watched spontaneous activities that people don't know about. You know what I mean? like they're running to this boulder that's much further away than they thought, and the falling down and the tripping, that was all real stuff that happened. So now I'm glad we're going back, and thank you, Musk. Thank you, Elon, who I love, I adore. Anyway, I'll shut up. I'm gonna go.
All righty.
Are you laughing at me?
Well,
You're good,
I'm
man.
just.
Love ya.
I don't even know how we got to the moon, so I'm just laughing about the whole topic.
And not literally. We mean like how we got from should we be in Iran to okay, now we're talking about the moon. But
yeah.
It's
not how we got to
group. It's a little group that I can just talk to tonight, and I like all you guys, and thank you for letting me say that. But
No problem.
absolutely. We enjoy your knowledge.
Wheelhouse. Science is my wheelhouse,
well.
and so I'm out of place in a lot of the stuff you guys talk about.
Uh-oh,
Anyway,
not a
I
woman
love
in
you all
STEM.
dearly. You two be really proud of yourselves. You did a great job, Dog. I love your artwork. Good night, you two.
Have a good
Down
one.
Good
there.
night.
Yeah, good night.
See you
Thank you.
guys.
Night, Graham.
See you later.
All right, I got one question for Dogs. He said he was eating pizza earlier. Are you on a secret mission from like the CIA right now, or what's going on?
Wait, I had another picture
John
of
Wick.
him when Dogs was eating picture. Oh
Wait, John
hold on.
Wick now.
Oh, yeah.
Reminder for you guys in chat there. Just a quick reminder: if we don't fill the dono bar in the next 40 minutes, we're gonna be wrapping up. If we fill it, we'll end on a hot seat. But if not, we're gonna be wrapping up. Like I said, I got a lot to do tomorrow for my birthday. Then at 5, I'm doing a stream for you guys. I'm joining a debate panel 5 to 8. So I'm going to be debating, giving you guys some content tomorrow as well. And then later in the night at 8, we'll shut down around 8. And then around 10, we'll fire back up to do a birthday celebration. So that's why we got to shorten it a bit tonight. But if you guys want a hot seat and make us go longer, you have that option, okay? Oh, wait. What's
But
going on?
Oh, what's that for?
Oh, there we
You
go.
know,
Fair point. Fair point.
oh wait, hold on here. Let me get this right. Even a spy dog occasionally
Spy dog.
has to have his pizza. I mean, come on. Even the spy dogs eat. All right.
Heck yeah.
Just
But
saying.
I did want to piggyback off of something Prim said, though. It actually was a, I know for being some first showers and stuff, it was actually a really, really good debate. It was nice to see, a bit more of the swords of reason portion of it versus the kind of, the verbal combat craziness we're kind of all accustomed to. And no, I think that's just another testament to your skill there, Speak, is as you were moderating, not only were you kind of keeping things contained, keeping the ball moving, but also building bridges. So, and I think that's where, like you were saying, it's kind of hard when someone makes up or makes a really good point to something you hadn't thought about, and it's like, dang, it kind of stalls you, and then try to help each other, bridge the gap. It's like you guys were making a lot of the same points and agreeing, and then just kind of like, okay, well, let's bridge, let's build this bridge. And it was nice to see you guys walk across that together, and then just lots of valid points. A great showing for you.
Well,
a great show for you, Darth and Cross. Yeah, man, that's just another, I knew you had some good skills, and you answered some questions tonight really well, and I thought you did both of you did a fantastic job. So
appreciate it. I think having that whole extra week, because I was ready to go for this last Wednesday, I think that gave me a huge advantage, because then all week I was just in my head like, what about this? And I was obviously paying attention to it, but even more so already planning it. And I know he was still looking for someone to debate a couple days ago. So I'm sure my preparation time gave me a pretty good advantage in thinking about it and I have a whole sheet of what I thought your arguments might be. So I don't think you had time to put that together, to be honest.
hey, if it works for Batman,
Yeah.
works for you, right?
No, yeah. I do real quick, is a little off topic, but from the hot seat last night, I was right. Bass guitar secretly is I hope he's still listening. He's probably in bed now, but he is, because he messaged me this morning asking me about heaven maxing. and he said he had already kind of thought about that argument that if you don't why wouldn't you want the baby to go to heaven for the abortion? I'm like, oh, he does secretly like to be controversial because he thought about it, but he never made the argument. But yeah, so
that was wild.
Waking up to that message was, can you explain the heaven maxing thing to me? I'm like, oh, this is how my day's gonna go.
It still cracks me up of that point last night too, where I said it was bass guitar, and he goes, "Oh, that wasn't very nice," or something. I was like,
"You said that's fucked up."
Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah,
I think he walked away and just came back, so he had no idea what was going on because it was pretty funny though. But actually, to shout out to bass guitar, is he was the one that told me to come on the after panel when he was on the first time I came on and told me just to jump on verbal combat, don't stress it at all. And he was basically like, everyone on there is just as dumb as you, don't worry. And I was like, all right, cool.
True.
Yeah, true. And he goes, and watching him say, I don't know what it's like to be a man, I only know what it's like to be me. When he froze there and did that, I was like, okay, so you can fuck up, everyone's gonna laugh, and it means absolutely nothing. So I think that's just something that I've kept with me in this very early career that I've had online debating, is those two things are, it's not a big deal when you screw up every now and then. It's gonna happen, especially probably more when you're new. You're gonna say something where everyone's gonna go, clip that.
Yep.
If you're like me and you're lucky when I say America's based and they're like, clip it because they think I'm a lefty and hate America. And I'm like, no, clip that shit for sure. But honestly, I think it's also a testament to you, how open you are and the fact that you give people a chance. So I appreciate it. And I've said it before. I like Wick a lot, but I think you're the best moderator I've seen on the internet, especially because I was trying to figure out something for us to kind of go back and forth on in some of those pauses, and you're probably the best I've seen at keeping the conversation going when it needs to. So I was like, come on, Speakeasy, help me out here. I don't know where to go anymore.
Yeah, no,
I'm glad this was on your channel when there's going to be pauses like that. So I appreciate that. It made it go better too.
Well, and you didn't make me feel stupid.
I'm glad I helped you guys have a good.
Well, yeah. I mean, also, I probably could have really jumped on you, but I don't think that makes for a good show. I'm not here just to dunk on people. I don't want, I could have got some clips, but no one's going to see my fucking clips. I got 15 subscribers, so who cares? No, but no, honestly, I'd rather have a good debate and contribute to the channel than just get some fucking clips and look like an asshole, even if I think I look good in it.
Well,
I don't think.
I always say too, easy dunks suck. You know what I mean? They don't.
Unless they walk into it. If they walk into it themselves, and it's the best.
Well,
thing in the world.
but usually that doesn't come easy. You kind of have to make them walk into it. You know what I mean? But the ones that it's just an easy. You forgot you got nothing. Fuck it, I win. That would have been just so easy.
Yeah. Or you wanted to say, you wanted to say something like what you're saying. When me and Bass were arguing that night, we were trying to say all debt isn't bad, and then he's like, debt's bad, and we're like, why don't you ban all debt? And then he said, because all debt isn't bad, and we're like, right. It's fun to make them say exactly what you said back to you, but it's not fun to just be like, you froze, you suck. It's like we've all been there, and it doesn't mean you suck. It means you blanked out or you ran into an argument you didn't think of, and you're trying every way to get out of it, and you're just going to obviously dig yourself a deeper hole, because then I knew I was in a position that I could just roll with it, and he's not to the 2 or 3 levels down yet because you just thought about that argument. So I've already thought levels down from it. So it just wouldn't have been, like you said, it wouldn't have even been fun. I don't need to be a dick for no reason. I'll be a dick, just not for no reason.
Same.
I feel you.
Yeah.
Plus,
So did
way worse than me too.
Johnny, Jack, or Dogs have a question? Oh, and we got Teriak up here now. Did any of you have a question for any of the debaters, or what?
Oh, that's a big
I just I know on the prompt we did kind of specify, why we shouldn't be there, should the whatever U.S. be involved with Iran in 2026. But if you do look, I know, and you already said it, Speak, when you're talking about, forecasting this 5, 10, even 15 years, like what's the long-term goal here? And I mean, ultimately, I feel like, wouldn't we want to try to get Iran at a state to where we could actually make them an ally, even if we get them, to some level of independence, if you will? Then it's like, okay, they're over there, they're playing nice, and now it's like, hey, you guys need something, pick up the phone, give us a shout. But as of right now, I mean, obviously, like, oh, death to Americans. Well, it's like, talk shit, bitches get hit.
No new wars. No new wars.
That's what I heard.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Hey, what would classify it as a war?
Look, I don't care. Listen, I don't care. We can bomb them as long as it's not a war.
Let's wait 10, 15 years later.
No boots on the ground.
How much longer?
Okay, so as long as we don't have boots on the ground, we can fuck them up as bad as we want.
Yeah, I can fire
10,
ICBMs, missiles. I can fire whatever I want at them as long as there's no
quick,
American boots on the ground.
Real quick, let's just whoever's got a question, let's let them go first, real quick, just because we only got 30 minutes. We're wrapping up short tonight.
Well, I got less than that too. So get the donos in. I'll get out of here. But I love you guys. But this was a great show tonight. Get the donos in. Another Spurgus, come on. And I can Spurg way better than man.
So CrossCurrent, quick question. Why do you want to negotiate with terrorists? Like, why are you so keen to appease the terrorists?
Hold on a second. Happy birthday, Speak. I came up here to say happy birthday. I'm at work and shit, but yeah, y'all take care. Happy birthday, you guys. You guys suck. Fuck you. Except for me, I'm Brock. You guys take it easy. See you next time.
Night, brother.
See you, mangoes.
You can call them terrorists. They're also, unfortunately, the government of Iran, and they have been for 47 years. So it's a different situation when you're dealing with rogue terrorists and terrorist organizations versus a government also has the control of government. It would be much harder for, say, a random terrorist group in Iran to shut down the Strait of Hormuz without the government of Iran and all of its military capabilities. So
yeah, so executing 45,000 of its own people. Why do you want to negotiate with people who will execute 45,000 of their own people? Why do you want to
we negotiate with China. They
but that's
murder
the big
thousands
three.
of people. They're what?
The big three.
Answer
That's what I was saying that in the chat. Big three are off the table.
What are you talking about? So why are you
so eager to appease terrorists like this regime that will wipe out its own people?
Because it obviously escalation isn't going to work because they're willing to wipe out their own people. You realize the difference
so you kill them.
Asymmetric warfare.
Yes,
no,
so you wipe out, you bomb them. Yeah, correct.
Because those same people that live there, I don't want them to die. I don't want to bomb all their infrastructure and kill their bridges.
Those people
there's a lot of Christians in there.
Them.
There's a lot of Christians there. I was born and raised Christian. I put a value on human life.
Yeah.
And bombing people just to bomb people that doesn't accomplish
bomb
anything.
The regime.
Makes no. Yeah. Bomb the regime. We did that. Now they're all hiding underground. What happened?
Yeah,
it's the same fucking regime.
And then as soon as they come back out again, you bomb them again.
And we have bombs.
And they're gonna have plans for it. They're not. This isn't. Everyone wants to act like they're fucking dumb, bro. They're gonna keep doing the same shit over and over. The reason why negotiations are taking longer is because he's not coming out of his fucking hole. It's not gonna be for a long fucking time that this guy comes out of his hole because we bombed him during the last negotiations. Everything we've done has led up to us not being able to do shit. It's undermined ourselves at every fucking spot.
What do you mean do shit?
What do you mean we didn't do shit? We killed his dad. We killed an 87-year-old with cancer.
I'm pretty sure what you're basically saying is that you're more than happy to appease a government that will literally genocide its own people. You're saying that's a better solution.
No, obviously
that's a better solution than wiping out the regime.
Yes, negotiating for them to not wipe out their own people. And for them having inspectors in there to see things when shit like this happens, to me, makes a lot more sense than not being in there at all and them fucking doing it. And they still do it. They did it anyway. What do you like? They'll do it tomorrow. So what's
You're
changed?
Saying genocide.
Literally nothing.
Yes, so we killed them. We wiped them out. We do not negotiate with terrorists.
You killed them. Okay, now you're negotiating. Who's negotiating? I didn't fucking take their peace bill. Trump did. So he's submitting to terrorists. Who the fuck are you talking to me for about
how is he
negotiating
submitting
with
to terrorists?
Trump's the one negotiating with terrorists.
So you believe he took that 10 point?
I think
10-point plan.
I
that
agree
10
with
point.
I agree.
Listen.
In this case,
so you
I trust
believe?
Trump. You want
so
me to
you
trust
believe?
Trump? I trust Trump that we should be
So
negotiating.
you
with them.
believe?
That's about it.
But
I trust that we should be negotiating.
You believe that Trump accepted a deal? See the way you're just going on. You're getting emotional.
No, my turn to ask you a question.
Listen.
Go ahead.
You believe that Trump accepted a 10-point plan from Iran that says that like there's no limitation to the enrichment of uranium?
No, of course not.
You believe that?
No, of course
not.
not.
So then why are you trying to claim that Trump accepted?
Why
their
are we
deal?
negotiating with them at all? They're terrorists.
Buy time.
I think we're.
We're
trying to minimize civilian casualty
because Pakistan has nukes, and we need to make sure that this revolution happens before Pakistan has a chance to react.
Pakistan's already made a deal with them like 4 days ago for their oil. You're like 7 days late on them making deals with Pakistan and reacting.
I'm sorry, real quick. Rage, come on, damn. 47. Come on, I thought I looked younger than 34. You call me 47. Damn. King sends in a big 20. He says, "Happy birthday, boss man." Thank you, King. Shout out to you, legend. Thank you for everything you do. Big 50 coming in from Jacka Blades. Happy birthday, Speakeasy. Thanks for everything you've done for all of us. Much love. Can I get the Bears drop kicking each other? Let's go.
I fuck up the mood. They feel it, I kill it. I'm really just spilling the juice out of my shoe. But fuck with the fam, the gunning is something I do. I don't need a crew. It's all on my own and I got something to prove. I'm on the loose. The pity get gritty. I light up the city like Zeus. Fuck up the mood. Now fucking these bitches is really just something to do. Loving these bitches is nothing I do. Chasing that money need something to move. I fuck up the mood. I ran out of place, so now I'm just munching your food. Haters said they want me dead, now I see them red.
I love that one too. It's so good.
It's
yeah. Appreciate you, Jack.
And shout out to you, Jack of Blades. I appreciate you big time.
Appreciate
Shantae coming in with a big 5 says, "Happy born day." Thank you very much, Shantae. I don't know. I don't know how many other like cultures would use this terminology. A Jamaican terminology, we say "Happy Earth Strong." It's I don't know how many other people use this. I think it might be like a Caribbean island thing. It might not only be Jamaica, but yeah, "Happy Earth Strong" is the way they say it. And in Jamaica too, it's very different. Like funerals in Jamaica is like a birthday party.
Yeah.
So like they don't do like everyone's mourning over they bring usually to the streets and set up big speakers. Everyone's partying and they're like celebrating the life of the person. It's very different. $20 comes in from Abby. Says, "Happy birthday, Speak." I appreciate you, Abby. Thank you very much. Prince of Dogs comes in with a big 20. Says, "Happy birthday, brother. God bless. God bless to you as well, Prince of Dogs. Thank you very much."
And I have to say, you're great, man. And look at the new character.
Oh shit, he's got him out.
Gonna have to add that to the forte.
That's the Dogs VK character.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, Dogs. That's your face on there.
Yeah, I noticed.
Okay.
What you talking about, bro?
Just messing.
No, like usually.
Listen, he's not a furry. That's his actual dog legs and his actual dog tail. Okay, that's real.
Hell yeah.
Right. Y'all
dog
don't know it.
courier.
I got swag behind me. All right.
And then
dog
Daniel
courier.
sent in 5 to say happy birthday. Thank you all. I appreciate the happy birthday wishes. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
I got a question
very
for Terry.
much.
When we get back to it,
Yeah, go ahead. Go right back into it. Go
So
ahead.
you're asking me why you want to always say trust Trump, trust Trump, trust Trump. Donald Trump, I'm going to quote Donald Trump here. Remember that I predicted a long time ago that President Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly. He's not skilled. That sounds like he wanted us to negotiate with terrorists all the way back in 2013.
Sounds like
so he's been pretty consistent about negotiating with Iran for the last 25 years
can't
now.
make that claim, bro.
No new wars.
Can't make that claim. Just because he critiques that Obama can't negotiate doesn't mean that he wants to negotiate.
He said he will have to attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate. So that means he should be negotiating, not attacking them.
No, he's saying that there's an inability to negotiate because these people are terrorists.
No, he said. Well, he's saying Obama can't get it done. There's tweet after tweet of him talking about how Obama.
Does he say I will negotiate with him?
He says I can get it done, but Obama can't.
Yeah, I believe Trump can get it done. But
That's what he said. He said Obama can't get it done. He's not a skilled negotiator. I can. I'm a negotiator. That's why Obama had to attack Iran, because he wasn't skilled enough as a negotiator. So he thought,
and it's the same. Yeah, and it's the
so
same
he's
as
got
that
to attack
when I
Iran
say
because he's not
if I
skilled
campaign,
enough of a negotiator. After
if I campaign,
negotiating with them,
if I campaign and say no new wars, and then Russia invades Alaska, which escalated into war,
that's uncontrolled. That's a completely different. That's reactionary. That's not starting a fucking war.
But it's going back to saying, well, you said no new wars, and now we're in a war with Russia. It's like, because Russia aggressed on Alaska.
Okay, all right, Terry. If Russia invaded Alaska and I said Trump's, and I tried to dumbassly say Trump said no new wars, look at him, he's in a war, that would be dumb as fuck of me, right? That would be absolutely
you're dumb as fuck right now.
Because Russia invaded.
Reading off quote.
Did Iran
said multiple times, I'd bomb the shit out.
Did Iran invade us? Where are the Iranians at our shore?
What about the quote when Trump says he'd bomb the shit out of Iran?
When? Recently? Since he failed at negotiating?
Do you want me to pull up the
No, this was years ago. He said bomb the hell of them. And then in an interview with, it wasn't Oprah, but he was talking about how he actually seized their biggest oil plant.
Yeah,
he said, you get in there and you get the hell.
Yeah, he talked about Carg Island too. So yeah, exactly. That's my point. But he never said he went with them, and he's negotiating with them now. So what are you talking about? Why would
Trump literally said, I'd bomb the shit out of them.
Well,
he also negotiated a ceasefire. Did he negotiate a ceasefire? They were out there talking about how it's a huge win. It's a big ceasefire win. His fucking press team's out there. So he negotiated with terrorists. Did he negotiate with terrorists?
He's done the exact same thing that Iran's been doing.
But he negotiated with terrorists.
No.
What? So he didn't negotiate a ceasefire?
Oh, I think that's
all that's a smoke screen.
So he accepted Iran's proposal for a ceasefire? Fine. That's even better for my argument. He's now listening to Iran's proposals instead of them listening to ours. So
do you believe that?
But
he's not bombing them.
You don't believe that.
But you want to quote about he bombed them. He's saying that
he already has bombed them. He's bombed the shit out of them.
Yeah, and he's also negotiated ceasefire and hasn't bombed them since the ceasefire.
Shit out of them.
So he's also held up to his
Israel has bombed the shit out of Lebanon.
I hate to interrupt this exciting convo, but 1 second. Vector of Intellect sends in 50, says, happy birthday, Speak. You deserve it, brother. Thanks for all the great content you've created. Thank you very much, Vector of Intellect. And I got to give you one of these.
You ripped it! You ripped the money!
We're rich. Look.
We're not rich!
We're rich.
We're broke!
We're rich.
You gotta fake it to make it! We're broke!
Oh my god.
Oh shit, way too funny.
Good shit.
Thank you, Vector.
We're broke.
Sorry, CrossCurrent, I had interrupted you there.
You're good.
And then I was actually going to check out too, guys. So no, it was a great debate tonight. And then always good seeing everybody. Happy birthday, Speak. And then go ahead, Cross Terry. Go ahead and continue the madness while I'm going. See you.
Thanks for coming, Johnny.
So you're telling me Trump either bitched out or either negotiated with the terrorists and he didn't bomb their infrastructure, or he bitched out when he said he was going to bomb all their infrastructure and didn't bomb them. It's one of the two.
Bomb all the infrastructure.
No, he didn't. He was talking about bridges and fucking
Over
water
8,000
plants. What the fuck?
over 8,000.
He said a civilization was going to be destroyed.
Over 8,000.
He didn't do it, so he bitched out or he negotiated. Did he bitch out or did he negotiate?
8,000 military targets
Did
have
he
been
bitch out
What
or did
happened
he
is
negotiate?
they
Yes, have been
bitched out,
bombed.
bro.
What? How did they
They
bitch out?
bitched out.
How did they bitch out?
They
haven't.
finally went. Oh, maybe
The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The Strait.
And he
He
went,
said.
you know what? I'll give you a few days. I'll give you a little bit
And
of
the
time.
okay, but-
Actually, come to the table and give me something.
So one sec.
Otherwise,
How
I'm
did
gonna
he
get the
accept?
rest of your
li-
shit.
Answer this, CrossCurrent. How did he accept the deal if the Strait of Hormuz is still closed?
It was open. They were open it. If they
Oh.
was, it was they no.
Oh.
You go look. Okay, can I finish before you start going duh? If you go look it up, it was in my fucking debate. If there was 2 ships that got through, then Israel bombed Lebanon. But the problem was it was going to go slower because we accepted the deal to stop bombing them, but Iran had to negotiate, had to fucking transfer each individual tanker, and they had to pay $200 million.
So we
Iran
just
fucking
more and more.
winning,
One sec.
bro.
More and more excuses for Iran. Oh, Iran was going to be honest. Iran was going to be good faith in this deal when
I'm
Iran
not
already
saying they
wiped out their
were.
own citizens.
I'm not saying they were.
Yeah, so
I'm not saying they
why?
were.
So
I'm
why
saying
are
that
you
we
saying
didn't-
there was a deal on the table? There was no deal on the table. There was no
There was a
negotiating
deal
with
on the
terrorists.
table. We had a deal. We had a fucking deal back in
No,
2018.
yous don't.
Yes, we fucking
Oh,
did.
20. Oh, okay, yeah, 2018.
And you know what we've done
Okay.
since then? You know what we've done since this war? We've
No
given them more
bullshit.
We've given them
Yeah, you're
more
holding
money.
you're holding America to an
Obama
impossible
did.
standard,
Like
and
10
you're not giving
So
Iran
yeah,
any
10
standard. You're saying
No.
Iran can break the deals, no worries. They have 60% enriched uranium. That's
They
no
were
problem.
allowed
But
to. They
America,
were allowed
they're the
to
real
have
problem.
60%. They were allowed
Yeah,
to
you're
have
unpatriotic.
60%.
They didn't break
You
the deal.
realize if
They
you
didn't
go
break the
over
deal.
6%
They never broke the
enriched
deal.
uranium, you
They had-
do more than
Iran
half.
never broke the deal.
No, they did
That's
not break the
weapons
deal.
trade.
Okay,
We
so
just-
then how did they have 60% enriched uranium?
we fucking we withdrew from the deal.
Yeah, you see the way you said we broke the deal, we done the problem. You have a problem where you just keep blaming your own country and you don't
Yeah,
hold terrorists
we broke the
to any
deal.
standard.
We said, hey, we're ripping this up. No more deal in 2018. Yes, Donald Trump did that. So
Because
what the fuck
they
do you
were
mean
already enriching uranium beyond it. They were not keeping good faith on the deal. And this is what happens when you trust
And he said,
terrorists,
"We
which
may
is what you
give you
do.
no more money."
And Teriak, how do we know that?
Because they're terrorists. They wiped out 45,000 of their own fucking people.
No. How do we know they
Yes.
have uranium enriched to 60%?
Because they've been in interviews.
how do
They
we
literally
know?
come out and said it. Yeah, well, we're just going to keep enriching uranium. And then they tried to
We
use that
hadn't-
as leverage and say, okay, we'll
had-
de-enrich uranium if you do X, Y, and Z. And it's
But
like,
we had-
what the fuck?
We knew it because we had UN inspectors in Iran. Because we had a deal. And
How does that
and then we when they, when
and
they found out it
people
was
who
too
will
high,
wipe out 45,000
they
of their
needed.
own
And that's why this
people
whole thing-
will not respect a deal.
Okay, so you just want so you're as a Christian, your thing is just wipe the whole fucking country.
I'm not
out
a
of it.
Christian, bro.
You're not a Christian.
And I never
Okay,
said
so
to
you-
wipe out the whole country. I said wipe out the regime.
How do you wipe out
wipe
the
out the
regime if they
jihadists.
go underground? How?
Reza Pahlavi.
That's not going to happen. Tell them why hasn't it happened
Okay,
yet?
why won't it happen? Why won't it happen?
Why won't it happen? Because all the fucking shit that we had there to help them when something happened, we cut. There's nothing in there to help them anymore. They're doing it with no fucking weapons.
And what are the guns that they sent them?
What about the guns that they sent them? Trump claims the Kurds stole them.
And he said we sent
And he's not giving
more
a shit
to the
about
Iranian
that.
people.
But, we're just bitching to the Kurds too, I guess.
Kurds are Iranian. You dumb motherfucker.
I know. They're supposed to be the insurgent group that we're backing. Is what they said they were going to do.
Yeah.
That's why they gave them the
So
guns.
ain't that the, and you just said that's
Yeah,
never going to
so-
happen. But the Kurds
so-
now have guns, and the
And they're
Iranian
not
people are
doing
getting
shit
given
with them, and
guns.
they're not doing shit with
Seems
them.
like they're
But they
preparing for a revolution.
Are you
They
going to
stole
run
them
into a
all.
war zone where bombs are getting dropped without any circumstance, or wait until
Well, you
the
should have
bombs
done.
aren't being dropped
Well,
anymore?
ideally, what you do
Which
is you
one
bomb.
would you
no, no.
technically
What-
do?
What I would do is I would have see what happened. What we did. See, you're right.
We're
You're
talking
actually
about
right.
the Kurds,
No.
bro.
Yeah, no. What you've
We're
got,
talking about
you
the
actually got. I know. I'm talking about the whole situation. Trust
Or
me,
the
Kurds.
people
If
themselves?
I were the Kurds,
Or
if I
are the
was,
people themselves
Like, or
going to
the
rise
people
up
themselves.
more when all these random bombs are coming from other factors that are trying to give them something?
Correct.
Or are they
You're
going to wait for their
1000%
opportunity
correct.
to do it?
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you.
they're-
But also, are they more likely to? Are they more likely to revolt and stand up and be successful after those bombs drop and after we've taken out the military and weakened the regime?
When you don't have a regime to fight against as much as you did before,
Correct.
it would better your chances. Correct.
So why did Donald Trump tell them to go out before we bombed them? With no backup.
He was telling them this is going to be your opportunity.
He said, go out. Go out today. I got your back. I got your back. Go out there. Rise up, rise up, rise up.
And you realize he
should have bombed them before he called them to the streets. He should have had backup plans in there. He should have had information. He should have had the leader in place. Whoever Terryak's talking about should have been there ready to call him to action. Why are we talking about this 40 days into the war? Now we've got a guy that can suddenly stand up and raise people, whatever.
In a country that assassinates people that have anything to do with this, that it executes their own people for standing on the street, do you think you're going to be a leader that wants to take anything before your opportunity exists?
Exactly. So why did he call? So why did
that's what I'm saying. Oh my God.
Why did Donald Trump call him to the streets before we bombed them, before we asked for help, before we had a plan? He just said, go out there and rise up and I got your back. And then 30,000 of them got killed. So how is that effective? That now makes them less likely when you tell them to go rise up the next time to go out. He hurt his own cause by telling them to go out too early without a plan.
Hey,
So if you wanted to
Jack
fight it,
of
just go
Blades.
out without a plan.
Real quick, I know why Jack of Blades. I know what he wants.
I fuck up the mood. They feel it, I kill it. I'm really just spilling the juice out of my shoe. But fuck with the fam, the gun ain't something I do. I don't need a crew. It's all on my own, and I got something to prove. I'm on the loose. The pity get gritty. I light up the city like Zeus. I fuck up the mood. Now fucking these bitches is really just something to do. Loving these bitches is nothing I do. Chasing that money, need something to move. I fuck up the mood. I ran out of place, so now I'm just munching your food. Haters said they want me dead, now I see them red.
Thank you very much, Jack. I appreciate that big time. And also, just so everyone knows, I just checked last night. Me and the wife were just looking at the studio there. I can add another emoji, so I'm gonna get a Goofy Hunter emoji in there. And it said that we needed 27 more members to get another emoji. So now we should be down to 17 more members to get another emoji. So. Yeah. And also, I've been sharing it in the chat. I know it's not something normal, but we're streaming the Rumble every day as well now, too. So if you guys, want to go follow on the Rumble, help us out over there, be much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Heck yeah. Actually, I have a couple buddies that I've talked to about the stream and what we do. And, they see little snippets of, me and whatnot. And they're like, that seems interesting, but I don't support YouTube. And I'm like, well, fair. I'm sorry, bro. Here's a couple of his things that he does. I don't support those, but Rumble, a couple of them do. So I might get a couple more bros interested. That'd be cool.
And I don't know what this whole thing is like. If Iran's terrorist, then the United States negotiates with terrorists all the time. I mean, Saudi Arabia, MBS is beheading American journalists, and we negotiate with them, no problem. I mean, they're
okay. So hold on here.
So I mean, depending on what you say, but so depending on what you call terrorism, we've negotiated with a lot of terrorists that are heads of countries in our past and currently.
Okay, so how would you think a culture would be civilized at all if you didn't negotiate with somebody?
I think we should be negotiating.
Yeah, you said that. That's where I'm saying. It's like, obviously, in the long run, when you finally get to the bottom of destroying the terrorists, the best option, do you just kill them all? Or do you say, you quit doing this shit and I never see you again? What's the better negotiation pattern in your mind view?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't know what exactly they did to us this time that we caused the war. I would have just said, hey, you guys leave us the fuck alone. We can leave you alone and fuck it, get out of there, and never started in the first place. If that was the option, I don't think that was an option.
You've realized this has been over it probably longer than you've been alive.
100%, it's been longer than I've been alive, and that's what I'm saying.
Do you know the deep details of like everything that's happened since you've been alive? No, you don't. The global politics is a lot more crazier than you'd imagine, man. And so what? And again, this goes back to my point. What I was.
But I know, Bibi Netanyahu tried to get multiple presidents to come.
Fuck up for a minute. Every time I have a sentence or two, you keep interrupting.
My bad. Go ahead.
This goes back to the point of, as one of the strongest powers in the world, well, we're going to sit here for, again, another 10, 15 years, watch these people build up, shout death to us, and allow it to happen. How does that look on us as a global power? As a
Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. But don't look down, just keep your head or you'll finish.
Let's fucking go. Shout out to you, Jack. Thank you so much for that. And look, chat, we are so close. If we are 6 minutes away, if you guys want to end on a hot seat, we got to fill it up. All right, 6 minutes away. You got this.
I want to say a smart ass comment. But do you think that that I'll be a part of this part 2 documentary now? I'm just messing.
Whenever it fucking comes out, you know.
Right?
It's been almost done for fucking 2 months, so we'll see. I've never seen a video almost done for 2 months, man.
That's a lot of editing.
No, but Doug, what were you saying? Because you had a point there.
I got interrupted. Dang it.
I know.
Sorry, I tried to let you get it out there. But
yeah. And I did it the first time. So.
It's all good. You know, super chat, especially a big 50. Yeah, I can be interrupted.
Yeah, brother.
He gives you a big.
But yeah, just to explain the initial thing that they said when Trump said that, like rise up, we have the like I have your back and all this kind of shit. What happened was Iran called in all the militias in Iraq and Lebanon, all this kind of shit, and they just start mowing down their own people. Like I could show you videos of literally like IRGC vehicles literally just running over protesters and all this kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
But when you look at the current situation, this is
everyone knew that shit was gonna happen.
Yeah, Ross, just let me unpack it, right? So in terms of what you see going on in Lebanon right now, that's why like everyone's saying like, oh, why isn't Israel in Iran, all this kind of shit? It's because you have to clear out all those motherfucking militias so you don't get a fucking a flank attack as these people are rising up.
Yeah, that's why Israel's taking more land, because they're worried about a flank attack. Right. That's why they're expanding their territory in every direction.
Yeah, because the same thing will just happen. The thing that you were complaining about happened. That will just happen again. They'll just call in the militias and then they come in.
That's the only reason they're expanding their territory in every direction, is because they don't want borders.
Are you anti-Semitic? Like, are you an anti-Zionist?
No, I'm not. Well, Zionist.
Okay, so then why isn't there? Yeah, that's the only reason why Israel's doing. What's going on here?
Clearly, Bibi Netanyahu has an expansionist agenda. Clearly, he has an expansionist agenda. And guess what, Terry? I don't know. I don't know if you know this. But if you move your border south,
one sec. What's wrong with the Greater Israel Project?
What's wrong with it? I think. Why do we have to fight over fucking lines? Why can't it just be fun? Why can't you just let the people live where they're at? Why the fuck we got to fight over land in 2026? I don't think anyone should be attacking Israel. What Hamas did to Israel, they should be retaliated against. But that doesn't mean that we go.
Yeah, so you just want Israel. You just want Israel to sit in a box and just keep waiting for the next attack to happen.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so Israel needs to do the Greater Israel Project.
No,
Alhamdulillah.
No, that's not the only way to do things, bro. Do you think there's only
Yes, it is.
Greater Israel Project or extinction? That's the only way.
Yes.
They've been around for how long?
What's the percentage of Arab Muslims in Israel?
Is Israel shrinking or growing?
Answer the question. Do you not know?
Israel, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
the country's
no, it does
growing.
matter. It does matter. It shows that Arab Muslims can live under Israeli control, but Israelis cannot live under Arab Muslim control.
What are you talking about? Christians.
So
live
this whole fear of the Greater Israel project is bullshit. Israel should take the land, and then once Iran's
Why?
free and
Why do
Western
they
friendly,
deserve the land?
they should capture everything up until Turkey.
Why do they deserve the land? See, like, no, I don't.
Oh my God! Because they're civilized.
Because they're civilized. Well, we're civilized. Why don't we get the land?
Jews can't live in Arab Muslim countries, but Arab Muslims can live in Jews countries.
Jews can't live.
They're
in Saudi
civilized.
Arabia? Jews can't live. Oh, they're civilized. So I guess Saudi Arabia could take that country then, because they're civilized. Why does it have to be Jew? Why does it have to be Israel?
Because all Israel has is that small patch of land. Like, have
Okay.
you never looked at a map?
Of course, I looked at a map. All fucking
Yeah, so they accuse Israel of being colonialists, and then it's the Arabs that are colonizing all North Africa, like even up until Spain, all this kind of shit. So why is it wrong if Israel takes land, but it's not wrong if Muslims take land?
I don't think anybody should be taking land.
Oh my God!
I do think it's wrong when Muslims take land. I think it's wrong with Israel.
I don't think anybody should be taking any land. Okay, let's just believe in that and just hopefully they won't take any more land.
No, I think you have to be force it at times. Of course. This is the world. Someone's going to try and invade you.
Yes, so this whole thing of you shouldn't be taking land. No, let them fucking take it.
So take over the world to make sure no one takes over you. Or just the people you don't like.
Are we talking about the world or are we talking about the Middle East?
You're talking about the people you don't like in the Middle East, specifically. Not the whole Middle East,
Yeah,
right?
and did I
Because
say
Saudi Arabia is
did I say
good. We're not
anything?
Jordan.
Did I say
We're
anything
not
about
Jordan.
Israel
What do
taking
you think
Saudi
about
Arabia?
Jordan? No, but
Did I
but
say
why?
anything?
So it's
Did
not
I say
Arab.
anything about
It's not
Israel
all
taking Saudi
Arabs.
Arabia?
So what is it? It's not Arabs. Why can't
Did
Saudi
I say
Arabia-
anything about Israel taking Saudi Arabia?
No.
Then why are you saying,
said-
yeah, let's
you
take
said-
over the world?
No, but my point, it's obviously the point is I got to take over.
You're being
everything
hyperbolic
or be
because you
taken-
don't have
Yes,
account for these
obviously,
questions because you're
No,
not well read on the Middle East.
I don't look. I was being hyperbolic because the premise of that is stupid as fuck. First of all, that I got to take over the land around me so the people don't invade me. Maybe back in fucking 19 or 1800s, that'd be fine. But I haven't seen fucking anybody take land from Israel in my life.
Israel's been shrinking since 1948.
If I'm not mistaken, I just want to know, maybe I could be wrong here. So when it comes to Gaza, isn't it they won't allow Jews to enter, but people from there can enter in Israel?
Yeah, they had a work game where people from Gaza can work in Israel. Yeah,
Isn't that how it goes?
Gaza is basically they describe it as a genocide. The best description I've seen, the way I've always thought about it, and it's easy to explain people, is it's almost like an open air prison. They're all in there, but they can. But Israel controls everything that goes in and out of there, and they control their movement in and out of Israel. And it's not like they're in jail cells or anything like that. And they have a government that's Hamas that's terrible, that's not helping them at all. It's not that simple that it's just an open air prison. But
what about
basically
Egypt?
an embargo on them around them.
What about the Egyptian wall? That's keeping the Gazans
Egypt
in.
doesn't want to mess with them either, and I don't think that's right from Egypt. But Egypt isn't attacking them either.
God. Egypt is Muslim. Egypt is Muslim.
Yes. So but why? So
we're all oh my God, the Israelis are genociding the poor Muslims in Gaza when it's like they have people right next door in Egypt that we never say that they're Egypt's genocide in Gaza.
So why does Israel get that
So
land? And not
Israel
Egypt?
does not control the whole fucking four corners of Gaza because there's a full side of it that Egypt controls.
Hey, keep up with your own argument. You said Israel should have that land. Why should they have it and not Egypt?
Just think about what I just said about Egypt being Muslim.
Yeah, so you said you don't have. They're civilized though, right? So it's okay that they have land, or do we got to take over Egypt too?
No, because Egypt kicked out all their Jews.
I'm talking about. You said that Israel should take over all this land, right?
Yes, the Greater Israel.
So
Project.
why? So okay, for the Greater Israel Project, call it whatever you want. It's not my point.
Yeah.
Where does it stop?
You're the one that brought up the Greater
Muslim
Israel
country?
Project in the first place.
Is it every Arab country? The whole Middle East?
The Arab is got to do with the Arabian Peninsula.
Okay, I'm saying, is it the whole Middle East?
Not the whole Middle East, no.
So why do they get the land and not the other
The
Muslim
Arabian
countries?
Peninsula is for the Arabs. Then you have the Greater Israel Project that's just above that, and then above
So
that should
Palestine's
connect
not for
into
the
Iran. And
Palestinians?
Iran should go all the way from like North India / Pakistan all the way over to Turkey.
And that should all be Jewish territory?
Achaemenid. That should all be Iranian territory.
So you want to give
we're
Iran
making
more
the Achaemenid
territory
Empire great again.
by giving it to Israel, and
No,
we're doing
Iran.
empires again. So you're giving Iran more territory in this
Yes.
situation? So you want to give Iran?
One sec.
Aren't we at war?
Like,
Aren't you arguing that we
when
should
we
be
talk about when we talk about the ancient Persian empires, do you not understand that that's what the Persia used to be?
Yes,
From
but why?
Turkey to fucking North India was all Persia,
Yes,
and up as
yes,
far as the
any-
Caucasus.
You can pick any arbitrary time in history, and it was conquered by a different empire.
Not arbitrary. This was one of the greatest empires ever seen in the planet.
Yes, but part of the Roman Empire, which was a greater empire, also expanded into the Persian Empire. The greatest part of the Persian Empire, they overlap.
Yes.
So who's this? Is it the Romans? Why isn't Italy got
Yes,
all the
you
whole
split
Roman
you
Empire?
split Turkey. You split Turkey down the middle, and then
you're
that
splitting
middle
shit
point
based
from
on
Turkey
shit
all
from
the way to
ancient
Ireland
history?
is Europe, and then
You're
all the way
splitting shit based on
west
ancient
to North
history?
India is
I in
Persia.
America. I should be in Ireland and fucking Germany. What the fuck?
I'm gonna
No,
give
it's
this
America,
another.
yeah.
I'll give you guys another 5 minutes here. Hash a little more of this out, and then we're gonna get into the hot seat. Anyone who wants to be a part of the hot seat, get up here. 5 minutes.
Israel wasn't.
If America wants to make Ireland the 51st
Look,
state,
if I
then I have
had-
no issue with that.
Of course you don't, because you wish you were American. With every fiber of your being, you wish you could be from this country. I
Because
know.
it's one of the greatest countries this
Yes,
the,
I know,
this
and it's
planet has
because
ever seen.
and part of that reason is because sometimes we don't go to war. Sometimes we used our soft power. That's why we've created what we have today. It wasn't by going in and fighting Iran over the last 50 years.
And
We fucked
sometimes
that
women
shit up.
put tampons in their pussies. Are
And
you
we
a man or are you a woman?
We damn sure didn't do it by fucking giving up by trying to sell fucking oil and some other currency other than the United States dollar. Like none of this makes sense. All this shit that we're doing is
it
like
makes
the
perfect
repeat of
sense.
all our mistakes throughout history. There's
It makes
parallels to
perfect sense.
history, and we're making those mistake after mistake. And there's people that said it made perfect sense at the time. I remember when Republicans canceled the Dixie Chicks because they were against the Iraq War, and now I can't find a goddamn Republican that's like, yeah, the Iraq War was a good idea. Maybe Terror Act because America.
Yeah, it was a dog shit idea. You should have went after Iran, but the CIA wanted to have these
because
Muslims in
Saddam Hussein
power
wanted because all those guys.
if you go through if you go into Nazi history, they were more than willing to get along with the
I'm not
Muslims
going
because
into
the
the
Muslims
schizophrenic
hated
history
Jews.
debate with you. You went through it last night. All I'm going to say is that if you went after Iran, there would still be other funders in the other country of terrorism. It's not just Iran. I mean, we can go all day, but you know,
you might have
again,
others
one of those
that
countries you said is
don't
civilized. Saudi Arabia is one of those
don't
countries
do
where a
any of
lot of the money that funds terrorism comes from. So again, you
talking
call
about
them
Qatar?
civilized.
You're talking about
No,
Qatar?
I'm talking Saudi Arabia as well.
Yeah, the money comes from Qatar, but the reason why it comes from Qatar is because Qatar
MBS
is
doesn't have his
actually
own oil
housing-
money.
Yeah,
Wait. Saudi Arabia doesn't have their own
Qatar-
oil money.
Qatar has been housing the likes of the leaders of Hamas, the leaders of Hezbollah, and all shit. That's where they always go because they know that Qatar is a quote unquote Western ally.
Yeah, but the leader of Saudi Arabia had an American journalist killed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we negotiate with him where he's got his golf tournament over here, and that's okay. Why?
Mhm. Yeah.
Why is that
Because they're
okay?
willing to do business. They're willing to do business with the West. Whereas
Oh, so
Iran,
you
the
can't
leadership
agree-
of Iran,
Oh,
the leadership
oh,
of Iran
oh,
wants to wipe Israel off the face of the map. The same with
no.
Hezbollah. The same
No,
with
but-
Hamas.
But how do
Yeah.
you know if they're willing to do business if you don't negotiate with them?
Because they build skyscrapers with the money we give them. They don't build underground tunnels and nuke or
we've been
send
sanctioned.
bombs into fucking Israel.
We've had sanctions on them over the last 47 years.
Yes. And what did Obama
So
do?
we're not giving them money.
What did
And when
Obama do? What did
he gave
Obama
them
do?
money and they started building a nuclear power plant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and what did they do with it?
Well,
They
we
built bombs.
bombed the shit out
They
of
built
it.
bombs.
They
did
haven't
not,
built a
they
nuclear.
didn't-
They do not have a nuclear bomb. No one is credibly
They
saying they have a
built
nuclear bomb.
bombs out of it.
Oh, but they also built a nuclear facility. We
Yes,
power
and
plant we bombed,
enriched
right? They were
uranium
building one.
far beyond what the civilization or was
but
it
that
civilian
did happen, right?
nuclear
So it
programs
wasn't-
require.
But it wasn't just.
What's the percentage?
it
What's the
wasn't
percentage of
just
enriched
weapons.
uranium you need for civilian nuclear
How much
power?
money? How much money Israel spend on weapons from us?
Can you answer my question?
What was the question?
What percentage of enriched uranium do you need for civilian energy?
I think it's like 52%, something like that. I'd have to
Oh
look
my
at it
God.
exactly.
No, you're so wrong. It's way minus that by like you divide that by 10.
4. I might be
Divide that by
completely
10.
wrong.
Divide that by 10%.
That's why I hesitated on that too, because I knew 60% was the threshold.
It's 5 to 6%
Yeah.
for nuclear power.
Maybe that's what I saw. 5.2% is what this one's working at. So yeah,
Yeah.
that.
52
Yeah, anywhere between
is
3 to
like-
5%.
Last call on anybody
wait,
who wants
wait.
to join the hot seat. I'm running to take a piss, and then when I get back, we're doing the hot seat. So last call. Anyone who wants to join the hot seat, get your asses up here now.
Yeah, and just real quick, CrossCurrent, to give you an analogy of what the argument you're trying to make is, we're having a conversation in a bank right now. 4 dudes come through the door with shotguns and balaclavas, and I scream, "These dudes are here to rob the bank!" And you're like, "Whoa! They're not in the vault yet. They haven't said that they're going. They haven't said they're robbing the bank."
That's a terrible analogy already because they don't have shotguns.
That's a perfect analogy.
They have ammo in their hands. They don't have shotguns.
Yes, and they're wearing balaclavas.
They have the stuff to put in the bomb.
See,
but
do
they
you
don't
see the way
have
he's
bomb.
still trying to argue now for like robbers robbing a bank?
No, I'm not arguing for robbers robbing the bank. Obviously, if they were in the bank, I assume the bank is America, right? That's where I am, the bank. There is no nuclear weapons in America. And if you think you can just
Yeah, so you're saying your argument there, your argument there, your argument there is unless Iran actually fires a nuke at America, that's the only way where it's like, okay, yeah, all out war.
No. Here's the thing: Iran can't fire a nuke in America. They're
Okay,
not
and then
capable
what
of
happens?
it.
Yeah,
Our
what
own
happens-
intelligence
yeah,
agency
one
says
sec, one sec.
they had no
What
plans
happens?
to be capable.
Yeah,
This is Trump's
yeah.
intelligence agency saying they had no plans
what-
for this.
What happens
I'm
when
trusting Trump's intelligence.
what happens
What
when
the
Britain
you
becomes
watched-
Islamified?
CNN.
That's Britain's problem, I guess. I don't really care what.
Oh, it's
country-
Britain's problem. Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
20
really-
trillion. Yeah, $20 trillion GDP goes straight into the hands
Bro, we
of
broke
Russia.
off from
This is
Britain because
unbelievable.
bro, I'm in a country where I broke
It's
off from
so
Britain
ridiculous.
because we didn't want to be a part of them, and I didn't move
you
back.
realize
to Britain.
you realize the thing
I don't owe
is,
Britain
like,
shit, to be honest.
The Chinese has already talked about giving them boosters that would get their IBCMs. And their
Yes, but here's the
ballistic
thing.
missiles that they've already launched
But look,
to able to hit London and
guys,
stuff.
here's the thing. You
all
realize
the way
that-
over here.
You realize,
And that's
guys,
now recent events. You think 15 years down the road they're not going to get that themselves even? It's
Yeah,
like
what-
this is
think
the
that-
whole thing.
They're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna probably have to. The only way out of this is negotiate. We can bomb the shit out of them again. But guess what? What happens if one day Russia just decides, hey, we're gonna give them a nuke? Fuck this. We're done with
What?
it. We're gonna get a nuke
You,
from Russia.
you know what happens if Russia does that?
What?
Like
That
everybody
would
else
be
is on their
provoking
tail.
World War III. That's
Everybody
Would it?
else is on their tail.
Would it?
Like,
Who would bomb who?
Yeah.
Who would bomb who?
What's wrong with this viewpoint?
Who would bomb who? Who would
Well,
pull
first,
the trigger?
Iran would use it in like
I don't think
everything
so.
else in investigation we use.
No, I think
They
if,
would-
if Iran
this
shot
is
that
a
off, they're
hypothetical.
done.
Hold on. This is a hypothetical.
Yeah.
You said if Russia gave Iran a nuke and enabled them to be able to use nukes, even we'll just go with that, to be able to use nukes and have a nuke.
Yeah.
Everybody else in the world's going to be like, "What the fuck?"
Correct.
And they're going to have everybody on their tail.
Well,
That's
they
why they
Iran
don't,
immediately.
dude. That's why they don't.
and
Yeah,
they would
but
get
what are they gonna
hacked.
We
do
will
about it?
initiate a direct conflict of Iran immediately if that were to happen.
We're in a direct conflict with Iran.
Yeah, and see how they.
But now they have a nuke.
Well, you're changing the goalposts of when it's necessary or when it's pliable, though. I've been listening to your argument the whole time, and here's the issue I'm having with your argument. You're making excuses for a terrorist organization to do whatever the fuck they want.
No.
But what we do when we do something about it, no, stop. Whenever we do something about it, you're saying that, well, we're killing innocent people. Okay, what's the alternative? Negotiation. And then you accuse Donald Trump to go negotiate with terrorists. So you're really putting Donald Trump and America in a position where they can't do much, even though Iran is the provocateur of the region. They fund throughout proxy. They fund a lot of money, send a lot of weapons to the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. And then you're blaming Israel for protecting itself. Like, your argument's completely fucking obnoxiously ridiculous, dude. You're allowing terrorists being like, yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead. Yeah, it's okay that they kill kids, but we can't because of crossfire.
You're completely misrepresenting my argument. The only reason why I brought up Trump was
no, I'm not. I just listen to you. You've been spurging the whole time, so don't say I've been spurging when I've been hearing you spur for the last hour and 40 minutes.
Let me respond to you then. When the only reason why I said the only reason why I said Donald Trump was negotiating with terrorists like it was a bad thing is because Teriak accused me of wanting us to negotiate with terrorists, the same people that Donald Trump.
No, your argument is to appease terrorists.
No. Negotiate. That's what I said.
No, to appease terrorists.
Shut the fuck up and let me respond to what he said.
I'm just clarifying.
Second of all, I'm not saying that they should be able to do whatever they want. If I saw that if our intelligence said that they were building a weapon or that it was imminent, then I would say maybe we should go in there. But from our intelligence that Tulsi Gabbard says, yeah, probably, depending on what situation. Obviously, there's a lot of fucking situations. This is war. I hate to break it to you, but this is my country's lives that we're risking, not yours. I want to be a little fucking careful.
Yeah, that's
with
an ad hoc.
and not just go in for any fucking reason.
That's a fallacy.
But you want to fucking jump
because
in
whether I'm Irish or American, my argument is still truthful, regardless of my nationality.
No, because you just came in and said maybe. So yeah, I'm explaining why it's maybe for me, because it's for my country and I put more weight on my countrymen's lives. So
so then you say we should, not maybe we should.
Yeah, no, maybe we should. Maybe if they have a nuclear weapon. Maybe. Still, it's maybe. There's a lot of situations, Teriak. This is fucking war. You don't fuck around with it, especially if they have a nuclear weapon. If they have a no,
or have the chance.
Hold on, let me finish.
Let me quick. Go ahead and let him finish, and I'll let you answer. Then we're gonna get to the hot seat. Go ahead.
Because in this situation, they already have the nuke. So yeah, maybe, because I have to worry about them setting off the fucking nuke. So yeah, maybe. There's a lot of fucking things going on here. It's not just, oh, they have a nuke now, let's go to war. Obviously, they have a nuke now. It changes.
A few weeks
I have to think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, so would you not act before they got the nuke?
Under our assessment, they weren't even trying to get it.
So where did they get 60% uranium from?
I'm just telling you what Tulsi Gabbard testified to under oath.
Well, CrossCurrent had brought up earlier, Teriak. I don't know if that was before you got up here, but he had brought up, like, what if they were enriching the uranium so that they could have nuclear power?
But we went over that easy. We went over that. You only need anywhere between 3 to 5%.
Maybe I stepped away when that happened. Sorry. Go ahead. You can answer that though, Teriak, and then we'll get to the hot seat.
He addressed it.
Yeah. So again, you only need 3 to 5%. They're at 60% now. So this whole thing of saying it's like, oh well, when they have the nuke, then it's a maybe. So that would imply before they actually build a nuke. Yeah. So because they have 60%. And they're about to actually make the nuke. That's when you have to act, correct?
Yes, but under our assessment before we bombed them, they were weeks or months or years away from being able to enrich it all the way up to be able to use a nuke. And then we bombed them, and we were told it was their enrichment capabilities were totally and completely destroyed. So we should be good for a few months at least.
Here, before we go into the hot seat, let me ask everyone.
Decades.
Let's ask everyone a question before we get to the hot seat that maybe I think we'll have maybe a little common ground here. Is it possible, right? I'm not asking if you believe it or any of that. I'm asking, is it possible? Because, like, you know, the big thing is all Netanyahu has been saying that they're this close every fucking 2 years for the last 30 years, right? Is it possible they have been that close every so often, and that's why it's brought up, and we keep going in and stopping that from happening? Is it possible that they've just kept trying to make nukes no matter what we do?
No,
Yes,
because several presidents said no.
No,
we're not
shut up.
doing it.
Why no?
Well, let him answer. Let him answer.
Because because BB's tried to get a bunch of presidents to go in there, and they've said no. So how could it, if they were that close and we didn't go in, they weren't that close because they never did
Because
anything.
you had bitch ass presidents for a
But
long
they could have been
I got a
that.
question
They
for
could have been
Cross.
2 years away if we're 15 years later and we didn't do anything, and they don't have it.
Well, maybe they had setbacks. Could they have had
Let
setbacks?
me ask a.
Why do we never hear
Well-
about the setbacks?
Well, we don't hear a lot of things.
No, we just hear about when
Yeah.
they're.
That's
we
true.
just
But
hear
listen,
about-
this is why right here, guys. This is why, chat, I have been doing so many different debates of this same topic, because there is a lot of meat and fucking potatoes here. There's a lot of differences of opinions. And I think it's great to have all these different discussions. Different angles are brought up every time. I think this is great. But if anyone, even anyone here on the panel wants to have that debate again, because a few of you have had it already, but if any of you want to have it again and have a different opponent, let me know, and I'll set you up with someone else. Because like I said, over these next couple of weeks, I want to get this a lot of this worked out, because in the future, what we're going to be able to see is there's going to be a lot of you that are going to be able to go back and say, see what the fuck I said was happening right here? I told you so. So, and then you have some bomb ass
I would like
content
to-
for your show.
Like last
You know
night-
what, Steve? I would actually like to take a.
When I said Israel's going to bomb them, it's going to end their ceasefire. I literally said it. And
You literally called it.
12
Yeah, you
hours
did.
later, it happened.
You did call it.
And I actually had a whole opening statement that I had to read. Well, I had it sort of kind of set up.
Set
but then
up
I was
with the
like-
ceasefire.
Yeah, I was like, oh well, let's see how this.
That's
plays
another
out.
part of it, right? There's new shit happening every day. That's what I mean. Tomorrow, everything can get glassed, and then all of a sudden, we have to debate. Was that okay?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
like I said, that week, because I followed it all week, I was like, holy shit, so much is changing. If you look, most of my stuff came after the last week because I just couldn't fit it all in there. Like, there's so, like, I could have given an hour-long opening on this just because the economic argument alone is nuts about either what's going to happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
one or the
another
other.
part that a lot of people are. I'm expecting certain people to get into eventually, because that's something I bring up a lot too.
I could just go down that.
That right there is the whole. That's the whole reason why we're doing this. It's more economics and controlling of resources, basically, because that.
Yeah,
that's
Teriak brings up this
that's an
point in his
artery.
arguments too. But like I said, there's a lot of arguments here to have. So let's
Hey, I'm
save
actually
some of
gonna head
those.
out. I gotta.
Oh, you
go.
gotta head out.
Yeah. Well, fine. It's just a hot seat. I'll hang out.
Okay.
We like to torture you. Come on, stay
Yeah,
around.
we're gonna just do a quick hot seat.
Hey,
We're only gonna poke each other and have
let me
fun.
get
you know?
let me get a quick plug then. You guys should let a liberal win verbal combat, so I can be like, hey guys, liberals win over here too, and we can get more liberals, and then you can make fun of other people.
No, we don't do tokenism here. Fuck off with that. I'm a liberal and I have to earn my way. You're gonna have to earn your way too,
I just have to let you know, CrossCurrent. A
you're
lot
gonna
of
have to
people.
earn it.
Wait a minute.
We don't do
I think a lot
DEI
of
here, motherfucker.
1 second. I think a lot of people have a misconception about that, because we have had a gay Buddhist win. So if you
I
think
think
you
I-
have to be a right Christian to win verbal combat, that is not true. Okay?
Listen, I'm playing to my different. I'm pointing out, hey, I'm different. Vote for me. All right, Speakeasy, give me a chance.
we have had we've had a woman win. We've had
No, yeah.
lefties win. All right.
Yeah, no, I don't think that at all. I just think that it's right now, particularly at this time in your channel, there seems to be a lot more right, which is fine.
It's always going to be more of that. I
Yeah.
noticed in my channel, because that's where I am, right? So that's clearly where most of my. But I have this thing where I'm very I don't shut down any worldviews at all. Like there's the only rules in my chat is that you don't talk about people's children, don't dox people. and you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? You say whatever you want. You can roast the fuck out of me. I don't give a fuck, right? So like, this is like one of my mods. One of my mods is an atheist. One of my mods is a Wiccan. Right, like I have people from all different walks of life in here. Right, that's the way I've always been with it. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, and like I said, I think well, honestly, like you and me are different sides of the aisle, whatever that means technically, whatever society side that is. But I think if you and me sat down and talked, we'd probably agree on like 90% of shit. Even the shit we disagree on, we'd probably could come to an agreement that's reasonable for both of us. And then there's gonna be some shit we don't disagree on, but it's probably not that serious of shit anyway.
Oh, I'll give you well, my experience.
And from listening to you, I agree with that assessment. To be honest. All right, so
There's
chat.
like 3 tough. Oh fuck it.
Oh, sorry, man. Go say it quick. Say it quick, and then we'll get into it. Come on,
I'm
quick.
good, man.
Okay,
I'm good.
okay.
We'll
Okay,
just
so
get
chat,
to it.
we're about to get into the hot seat. If you're not up here and you want to be, get up here real quick. And also, I do want to do something special real quick before we do for Matthew Powell over on the Twitch side. He is my only Twitch viewer, and he comes every fucking day and watches the stream. He's always engaging with the conversations. Okay, so shout out to you, Matthew. Okay, being my only viewer on Twitch, you're a legend. Okay, there is another person who pops in every now and then, but this guy's here every day. So shout out to that legend. All right, keeping my Twitch alive.
Can't delete it.
One viewer. He's doing it.
He's keeping it alive. All right, he's keeping it alive. But let's get in to the hot seat.
Step in the light. The flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. No place to hide. Truth burns bright when the worlds collide. Feel the fire, feel the beat. You're burning up in the hot seat. Truth or flame, no retreat. Step up, speed. Feel the clock's ticking, clock's dripping, lights so loud. One shot, one truth, make your words proud. Crowds leaning in, the moment sweet. Now show the world you can stand the heat. Smoke in the air. No time to cheat. 'Cause legends rise in the hot seat.
All right, everybody, welcome to the hot seat. This is the final gauntlet of the night, the segment where the pressure goes up, the answers get a little tighter, and the truth comes out whether you're ready or not. Okay, here's how it works. We've got 4 rounds, each one with its own rules, and each one hotter than the last. The first 3 will have 4 questions. The last one will have 1. All right, the round 1 is the trap card round. Sorry, these questions are designed to force you to roast each other respectfully but savagely, of course. And again, short answers, 1 to 3 sentences, no dodging, no ducking, and no monologues. Okay, we can do some crosstalk, and then when I say to move to the next person, we move on. Round 2 is deep thoughts. Okay, this is where we get a little deeper. We switch the gears. These questions go outside of the box, philosophical, creative, weird, whatever I choose to throw at you guys for tonight. All right, and again, you get a few sentences, give your answer, and the panel can bounce off each other a little, but keep it tight, and then we move to the next person. When I say to. And then round 3 is the lightning round. So this is fast, brutal, no explanations. You answer in 1 word or 1 sentence max. If you hesitate, The chat's probably going to roast you, and I probably will too. All right. And then round 4 is Save the World. This is the final round. Each one of you will get a question. It's one moment to give a message that you would deliver if the whole world stopped and listened to you. All right. It can be funny, it can be serious, inspirational, whatever you want your legacy to be. Okay. That's the structure. 4 rounds, 4 flavors of pressure. Chat, I need you to get those fire emojis ready. And panelists, go ahead and take yourselves a deep breath because we are about to get into the hot seat. And the very first question for the hot seat tonight, all right, is who on the panel needs external validation the most? And we're going to start this one off with Jack of Blades.
I'm gonna go with CrossCurrent.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let the hazing begin.
Get up.
Well, here's the fuck out of you, CrossCurrent. Get ready to be initiated.
Ariak, what do you think?
I'd have to go with CrossCurrent as well. Like liberals, that's why they virtue signal, is because they want to be accepted to the group and all this kind of shit.
That's why I came here to be accepted.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to be a part of both sides? Is that what you said? I get it. Bengals?
Yeah, CrossCurrent game knows game. I'm a liberal too, so I got to pick on my fellow liberal over there.
That's fair. CrossCurrent.
I'm gonna go with dogs because he's a dog, and dogs obviously need external validation.
That's
valid.
That logic is actually just completely sound.
The logic
that's
itself is
sound.
fair. All right.
Sound.
Irrefutable.
Irrefutable. That's it. It must be. Dogs, what do you think?
I'm sorry, dude. We're gonna dogpile you. CrossCurrent.
Unintended.
Sorry, my bad.
I'm offended.
I started the train.
Oh, it's all good.
That's fair. Darth, what do you think?
I don't want a dog pile, so I'm going to say dog.
It was the logic.
That logic
I got 2 votes.
You're a fucking traitor, Darth. How dare you?
Yeah, that logic was pretty sound. I can't lie. To be honest, see, for me at first, I was gonna say Mangos because, like, you know, he also, like CrossCurrent, is a liberal, but he's louder, so that's how you know he needs it a little bit more than CrossCurrent, right? But
what the fuck?
then CrossCurrent came with this flawless logic on dogs, and I said, I can't. It's gotta be dogs.
There it is. Now it's a tie.
You skipped Jack of Blades.
Sorry, I got large shoulders, bro. I got an ex-wife and kids, and it's okay. Bring it up.
It's fair, see? Fair.
Didn't you skip Jack of Blades on this one?
No, he was the first one.
No, he started with me.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, the bottom three went with
First,
Cross.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. And now we're gonna start at the top here with Darth. Darth, who on the panel is most likely would gaslight themselves?
Oh, the Coyotes are close. Holy shit.
Get the pump.
I don't want to say it, but probably Teriyaki.
That's fair. Dogs?
Mangoes. I'm sorry, brother.
What? How? All right, whatever.
You'll catch yourself. I don't know.
He went from like offended to not caring in a millisecond. He's like, "How?" Whatever.
Shit. CrossCurrent.
Well, I think I just watched Mangoes gaslight himself into accepting that, so I'm gonna go with Mangoes too.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. All right. Mangoes, who do you think?
Fuck it. I want to pick myself because I don't know right from wrong. I'm gaslighting myself because y'all fuckers are wrong.
You can't pick yourself, bro.
He walked himself right into this one. Teriak.
Mouse, there ain't no getting out of it.
I go myself because I think it's an important ability to be able to gaslight yourself, so then you can then fight your way back to truth.
Okay. I like it. Using the gaslighting for the positive. I like it. Jack of Blades.
It's Teriak. It's Teriak.
It's Teriak. I picture him doing it like this. It's Teriak.
Yeah. That's exactly what I did. That's funny.
I did. I wanted to at first, but it's like, I think Mango's is gonna fall for it, and he fell for it.
Oh
so.
shit! And also, oh wait, I still have to pick. Who would gaslight themselves? Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to pick Mangoes. I didn't even think of this one yet, but after that performance,
I'm cooked.
Exactly.
I'm so cooked.
Yeah, you cooked yourself. I'm sorry.
Another tie. Wow.
All right. So, and a reminder for the chat, real quick. You guys should be answering too. We want to hear your answers. We want to hear your responses. Like JS over here saying that's cope. All right. we want to see that shit. All right. You guys are part of the show too. All right. Maybe I'll start highlighting some of your answers too, just for the fun of it. So get your answers in too, chat. Get your answers in too. I like this one. Who on the panel believes they're the most morally? Oh, fuck! I hit the timer. Who believes they're morally superior? And we're gonna start this one with Mangoes.
Myself.
All right. I mean, if you say it, I believe you, bro.
I did not see that coming. That surprised me.
I mean, you just fell for it.
I'm again going to go with CrossCurrent because again, like liberals do the whole like moral grandstanding, even though they don't even believe in objective morality. So, kind of like again, I don't really know you that well, CrossCurrent, but I've just like presumed the label of liberal. So like I said, any liberals, they're going to take a lot of flack. But are you more relativist?
I am going. I mean, I developed my sense of morals from the Bible, just like probably most of the people here. So.
Okay, so then I'll change my answer to Mangoes then.
He saved it. He said the right word. He's learning.
Girl, son. What the fuck?
Chat,
this is wrong. The fuck? Don't let it.
Which I do expect this the answer a lot because of the typical liberal label. I get it. Trust me. I'm
not even your label, but
it's fair. It's fair. Jack of Blades.
This is gonna be funny. Teriak. Yeah.
Just that's it.
Think, yeah.
Just
I got
this
one.
motherfucker. Threw me under the bus and didn't even give me the excuse why he done it. You know what I'm saying?
Just puts the accusation and says, "Fuck it, that's who it is."
Oh shit!
A2 Brute.
What do you think? Darth, what do you think?
So I was going to say cross currents, but then
here we go.
Put his foot in his mouth. I do. See, here's the difference, though. I also thought Teriak, but Teriak is morally superior, so therefore believes.
No,
he's
not who.
morally superior.
It's not who is. It's who believes.
I'm gonna have to say, for me on this one, normally I don't take this answer, but like I definitely think it's me because when I am dictator of Can America, I will make sure that all these 3 countries united as one will be beautiful, and all the people in it will live prosperous as long as you listen to me. All right.
Pan America has a good ring to it. I'm not gonna lie.
Right? It just sounds good. Can America?
Well, I mean, that's our plan, anyways, right? It's going to be America.
What did
Yeah, we do Canada, America, Canada, United
Listen,
States, and Mexico
listen.
all in one. Can
You
America?
clearly don't understand Americans. You're just gonna have to call it the United States of America if you want to get them on board and trick them into thinking.
Trust me.
I'm just telling. No, I'm
You
just
just
telling
haven't
you.
met me yet.
They're
That's
not.
all, bro.
No, you
but
call it the
you're-
Americas.
We're
But
gonna
you're
do it
taking
slowly.
America.
We're gonna first,
I
I'm gonna
actually like
convince
that.
the Canadians to become a 51st state.
It'll be a
Then
big, beautiful
I will be
empire
a
that no one's ever
naturally
seen
born-
before.
Think about this. Then I will be a naturally born American now because we're the 51st state. We're America now. So I was born in America.
You think
I
the
run
Republicans
for
will let
Well, technically,
president,
you wouldn't be
and I
naturally born. You're just naturally
leave
American, I guess.
office.
No, you will not. Have you seen their birthright citizenship argument? You would have not been born in America when it was America. They would take it away. No, hey, the left gonna fight for you. The left will fight for you on this one, but the right's gonna fight.
I'm already an American citizen. I'll be a born American citizen.
No,
because
because you weren't born on American soil. It was Canadian.
Yeah,
soil.
Canada will be American soil. So
I'm just
it
telling
doesn't
you.
matter.
I'm just telling you, there's going to be a bunch of Republicans,
Doesn't
conservatives
matter.
challenging it. That's all I'm telling you.
Republicans.
Hey, Alicia, yeah, that's true, but not
And then we'll
country, only
buy
continentally.
Sounds like
It's happening. All right, we're gonna see. You guys will all see one day.
Hey, I'd probably vote for you.
Dude, that shit cracked me up when you were doing that
That's
shit.
what I'm
It's like they're going to see someday. I'm going to show that. Oh, dude, I just couldn't stop laughing.
They're gonna see one day. I'm gonna show all
I'm
of
going to
them.
show them. I'm going to prove them that I'm better than them. And I'm going to get all the bitches and all the money.
All right.
What you talking about?
Let me see. Oh, I like this one. I forgot I had this one in my list. Yeah, let's do this one for the last one. Who on the panel would crumble without social media? All right. And we're going to start this one with CrossCurrent.
Does YouTube count as social media?
Yeah.
Yes.
Duh. I mean, sorry. My bad.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. But I don't think I would crumble. Okay.
Not well. Crumble's relative, right? I think
That's fair. Yep, you're right. You got me. All right, you got me. You win. I concede. All right.
it would be the biggest hit. Probably.
It would be a big hit. It would suck. It would suck. Dogs.
Teriak. He can't handle not talk to his little leprechauns he loves so much. He just wouldn't be the same person if he couldn't talk to his little leprechauns and just try his best to destroy liberals.
Can't we all just fight leftists together?
We could.
That's fair. That's fair.
One of Connor's thing is if he's dictator, he's throwing Hassan and Trebuchet, throwing him off the keyboard.
The dictator's going to live no matter the social media.
So
Okay?
you at least got to throw that in for me. if you want me to vote for you.
Easy's
That's
going
all
to be
I'm
the
saying.
dictator no matter social media or not. He's
Hey,
got this.
I just
Right.
told him how to get me. I just told him how to get my vote. He's got to at least match Connor on that.
That's right. And in my benevolent new country, all right, there will be no no abortions, no death penalty. All right. There will be
Amen.
mandatory
Right.
minimum prison time for every crime. Everyone.
Okay.
Here you go. As a liberal, I'm not necessarily against all of that. It just depends on what you mean
but
by.
if there's mandatory sentence, then
Yeah, mandatory. Listen, even if it has to be a small, you go sit in there for 3 hours. It's like a timeout. Think about this. This could be your life, bro. You want to miss work because of this? You want to miss your whole life because of this, bro?
Yep.
Overloading the prison
do right
system.
next time. That's it.
We'd have to dig
Pay the time.
into abortion.
I actually agree with that.
Bit, but I'd agree with you on most of it. If there's, we'd have to talk about some exceptions, things like that.
The only exception I have is if the mother's in imminent danger. If she's gonna die, then that means the baby's gonna die too.
Based on the government or a doctor's decision.
I'd give it to the baby.
That
baby
it would
has
have to
more
be a
life
doctor's
to have.
decision.
The abortion argument, cross points, is going to land you a lot of hostile territory around here because they're very passionate about the abortion debate.
I understand. No, I'm just I understand. I was just
anyways. Let's finish this.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah.
And I said teriyaki. Back to this, come on.
Where were we here? Darth.
Darth,
who would crumble without social media?
Darth. Did he
You're
step away
muted.
he said, I think he said, I'll be back. Yeah, he said he'll be back. He'll be back. All right. Then we'll go to Mangoes.
Yeah, definitely. I'm taking Crosspoint. Speakeasy, hands down, because he's a content creator. Without social media, he wouldn't do what he do. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Can I make the argument that YouTube's not social media?
Oh shit!
It is fun. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! It's social media. God damn it!
Definitely, I would say it is social media.
Hot dog is a sandwich. YouTube, social media. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I don't know about that hot dog shit. He snuck that in. I don't.
Yeah.
Stop acting like shit doesn't work that way.
He snuck that in.
No, a hot dog's not a sandwich.
Teriak, who do you think?
I think a lot of you went the right direction, like saying, "Oh, like Easy's like content creator and social media," but like you forget, like Easy was like a rapper and all this kind of stuff as well. Like he's good at the creative stuff. But I have to say myself, purely because like I'm basically a useless cunt outside of making people laugh. So you know what I'm saying?
Shit. Useless cunt.
You're my second option.
Useless cunt.
I don't know why we can't say cunt in America like that. That's like, it's so casual overseas.
You all made fun of me.
It doesn't come out with the cult as it does without an accent. If you don't have the accent,
I know it
just sounds rude
to it, you know.
But isn't that the point? It's for
gotta be cunt. Like, you know, it's can't be
because a lot of women get offended by that word here in America. That's why.
Like, you fucking
when we say it sounds stupid, you know.
Yeah, and that's us an asshole. If you reverse asshole,
it's just like it hits you like, oh shit.
I do have to admit though, Americans do say cocksucker better than we do. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking
cocksucker. That's fair. It's
You're
trade.
a cocksucker, motherfucker.
You just had to say it.
All right, so we are getting into round 2, deep thought. Oh wait, no, Jack of Blades. Sorry, Jack of Blades. Sorry.
I was gonna say myself. I live on YouTube, so that would completely destroy my life. Like, I don't know how to even be able to operate, honestly.
Damn, that's
yeah.
That's
so I was
fair.
looking at it from that perspective. Otherwise, I probably would have gave it to you or Teriak.
Okay, okay, yeah, that's fair. So for me, my answer to this, so I would take a big hit for sure. Like, it would suck. I'd have to go back to doing other shit like I was before. But like, I remember I didn't do this social media thing very much until like, you know, I was like 28, 29. That's when, you know, I started really getting into social media. So I didn't care too much for it. But so I would have to say, I think it would be just because Jack of Blades had to pipe up for it. You know, I was going to take a random guess, but Jack of Blades definitely piped up for it. So it's
yeah, that's fair.
Get this straight.
Jack.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Little leprechaun can't live without his little leprechauns. All right.
And his rainbow, and his Lucky Charms, and his pot of gold.
See?
All right, so round
You can't
2.
let
This
this pot
is
of gold.
deep thoughts round. We're gonna make your brain think a little bit more here. All right, so we're gonna start this one off. We'll start with you, Jack of Blades. Can purpose be imposed?
No, I don't think it can. I don't know how to really like explain what is kind of my thought processes into that, but I don't think you can. I don't think you can force purpose.
Okay.
I guess is the easy way to explain it.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Fair enough. Terry.
I go with yes. Purely like because when you look at like people, obviously like the 14 time criminals, all this kind of stuff, like their base just lost. But like there's like the one time kind of like offender, like sending them to the jail or prison. You're basically like you're applying force to them, and then from that moment, like where they go, oh fuck, like I actually fucked up, like what am I doing, all that kind of stuff. You force them to think about like their choices and all that stuff, and from that they actually gain the purpose. So I'd say yes.
Okay. Mangoes.
Oh, absolutely. Why do you think the force doctrine is really strong with some people? They believe, might makes right, force doctrine, etc. You can impose anything on anyone, especially when the purpose is to impose it on others.
Okay. CrossCurrent.
I would say yes, but it's not that simple. I think our mind, an individual's mind, has more control over themselves than anything, and they could actually convince themselves something's a purpose, and it can become your purpose. So a person can do it if they put their mind to it, and you could get someone to do that, but it's through you. The only way to do that is to get their mind to believe it's their purpose.
Okay. Dogs.
I'm gonna have to lean to yes because I'm a parent, and like what you instill and impose on your children is what their purpose is gonna be. Best you can, anyways.
Okay.
Based.
Darth.
I would say no, because when it's imposed, I mean, could make the argument how it's imposed, but it definitely is going to get pushback. And one's purpose, only they can decide that. It can't be imposed, I don't think. It could be like imprinted, maybe.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, so for me, I was trying to think of it, and like some of the examples you guys that said yes, it can be imposed. I understand your example at first, and then I'm trying to think of it, and it's almost like the the old saying everyone says, you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink, right? So like when you impose a purpose onto something, like it's almost like children will like have a family tradition that they feel it's like imposed on them that they have to carry on. So like I think what that is more like if you were to force your your compass with a magnet to like have a direction, but like as soon as that compass is gone or the magnet's gone, the compass is going to go back to where it should be pointing. So I think that like that meaning and purpose has to come from within you. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yep, that's genius way to put it.
Yeah, I just think you can change your own mind to have a different meaning and purpose.
So that would be internal.
Yeah, that's internally, but at the same time,
so you're saying you can
I would say
own self.
I would say the only thing that can impose that change is their own mind. Now, if you convince someone, my whole point is you could convince them to do it, but the last step that has to happen is their own mind has to believe it's their purpose, and they have to buy in. So they have to truly want it, and it has to be something that they want to be their purpose. Because I do think sometimes you see people change because Their mom always wanted to do something that they didn't want something to happen. Then they did something because their mom wanted to.
But
And even though
that
they
would
didn't
be.
really love,
I think a lot
that would be due to their surroundings and the people around.
The
them.
one I would think of is someone said it in the chat. Who was it? I think it might
why
have
else would they have
been
a thought of name?
Shante. It maybe. Let me go up. Right here, yeah.
You made a good
So
point.
Shante had said it can becoming a parent, and this is actually a really good one because, like, I do think a lot of women's purpose is to be a mother, and men's purpose is to be a father, and that can be imposed on you. It's not always planned. A lot of times, it's not planned. So, like that would be one purpose. I think actually is an example. Maybe it kind of fucks what I said.
And it was to the children. As well
Well,
to the
yeah,
children.
but
Because
again, just-
regardless of what you just said there, their surroundings encourage their mind structure and what they are thinking. So even though they might choose something slightly different, their surroundings is what imposed their purpose of what they chose.
I was basically, I mean, mine's relevant to that is, do you think someone can have more than one purpose, or their purpose can change over their lifetime?
I do think we can have more than one purpose for sure.
And do you think that the
I
whole
think that purpose of being a parent is inherent to all of us, actually.
Okay, so then essentially you would have to admit that there's more than one purpose. Do you think that that all purposes are for your entire life, or you could have different purposes throughout different ages of your stages of your life?
Wouldn't that change?
No, I think you can have different.
Now you're taking
yeah.
the prompt away.
Like for instance, I always my pastor used to always tell me it was like my purpose to gather people together. When I was younger, I had a pastor. I was at a Protestant church, and he told me like a purpose of mine. And he used to say God told him this. That a purpose of mine was to gather people together, and like I ended up like getting a bunch of kids and starting a youth church group at that church, and it still runs to this day. Like there was no kids thing going on at that church, and I ended up getting a bunch of kids and making them start up like a kids part of the church, and like that still goes on. So like I believe that was a purpose of mine that was in that little bit of time that still goes on today, but I'm not still doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, yeah, but I mean that might.
Yeah. So I do agree. Yeah, you can have a.
But my point is, so I think you can give yourself a purpose even for a short period of time if you choose to. So then you could impose it upon at least yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I might be wrong. I think you can. A purpose can be.
But where would the judgment come from that is an actual purpose? Because like let's take for instance, maybe it thinks a thief thinks he has purpose. What to say? Maybe his thieving is a purpose that he lives by. What is imposed on that? Like that's where it goes.
So that's
purpose be imposed? Like maybe I'm confused by the.
Well, that's why I brought up the kid thing. Like, there's a lot of times that that's not planned for, right? Most kids are probably not planned for, and that purpose is imposed onto people.
I was thinking though about like when my parents were trying to like impose me with purpose, how hard I rebelled. Because it's like, nah, you don't get to decide this for me, right?
I just think the wording is the purpose in this sentence that is like, that's
Yeah, I think like for me when we're talking about purpose, I think like I'm relating it to like meaning.
Okay. Yeah, that's how I thought of it too. So
can purpose be meaning then? That would be different than
like something a purpose, something you were,
imposed would be a bit different, but
meant to do with meaning. But yeah, anyways, let's get the next.
Purpose is supposed to be synonymous with meaning.
That's a deep question, man.
Yeah,
we should have a debate on that one.
Yeah, we definitely could have one on that in the future for sure. See, that's why I like these hot seat segments. They're fun. Second question for the deep thoughts round. Is restraint more powerful than force? And we'll start this one with Darth.
Situationally, yeah. I mean, there are other times where it's not, though. I mean, I'm not going to make like showing restraint. I'm not going to escalate a situation, right? But if somebody's already coming at me, I'm not going to, no. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Dogs?
Force is always the most powerful. Like we live our lives through force. Ta-da.
Fair. Cross?
Well, if I was the the liberal bleeding heart that thinks they're so morally superior to everyone, I would say that restraint is. But unfortunately, logic's going to prevail. We've got force is going to be more powerful than restraint. Restraint is just a choice not to use the force you're capable of. You can't show restraint if you don't have the force to use to begin with.
All right. Mangoes.
This is exactly what martial arts teaches right here: restraint or power. And honestly, it's like Darth. It's a situational means. But more times than not, restraint's more powerful because you're able to not act on your impulses if you know how to restrain yourself, and that power only comes when needed. You only selective times. You don't want to use your power all the
power
time.
has to come in hand, right?
Well, exactly. That's where that restraint comes in, because you can't go fight everybody that says something slick. Oh, just a second. You can't fight everybody, right? So you got to restrain yourself. If I fight everybody that calls me a spur, I mean, just like a hypothetical.
You need power to hold it, and also
say what?
To be fair, you're spurred, so that's why people say it.
Yeah, but let's say that's in a colloquial sense, though, and someone's trying to insult me just because they don't like me and they're just trying to pick a fight with me. Let's say that it happens more often than I care for. Is it going to be powerful that I fight everybody, or is the power is more that I restrain myself because I don't want to put energy and waste my resources, and potentially every fight that I get into, I could potentially go to jail and suffer legal consequences. You know what I mean? Like there is power within restraint.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you in that in general, that there is some power to not. There is some power in
again.
restraint.
Yeah. Again, this is what martial arts is
training.
Just a second. Again, this is just a second. This is where martial arts and sports comes in. Like I played football, and they teach us that look, you got aggression, you got power, but when that ball snaps, that's when you let no more restraint. But when the whistle blows and the play is over, and you're going back to the huddle, and the other guy is talking shit because he laid your ass out the play before, you have that restraint not to act on and get an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty and go to the huddle and just lay his ass on the neck. There's more power in restraint than
not
they're
slap
powerful.
each other's asses. All right, that's the real restraint.
Yeah, like you guys are slapping my asses, so show some restraint, goddammit.
Teriak, what do you think?
I get what you guys are saying. I'll shut up.
Yeah, so restraint is a measure or a condition that keeps someone or something under control, right? So when you talk about who has control, like that is the ultimate power. So I'd have to say that restraint is more powerful than force. And like to piggyback off Mango's example, it's like when you talk about linemen, the lineman that's constantly just like trying to use force and all this kind of stuff is going to get manipulated by the lineman who's able to use the left tackle or the right tackle. Or
Do
whatever.
you actually
That's gonna
watch football?
I was saying, did you ever play football? Because they are literally putting constant pressure on each other.
Restraint, bro.
Okay, one sec, motherfuckers. I'm gonna show you exactly how it works, right? If an edge comes in and just tries to use raw force around the edge, what's the quarterback gonna do? He's gonna slip out of the pocket and run for 10 yards. Okay,
And
to
he's
being able to
using
be
it-
restrained, restrain the pocket so the quarterback can't sneak out of the pocket is more powerful than just trying to use brute force around the edge.
If you just bull rush through them, then you don't have to do anything.
Patriots 2026, baby. We're going to Super Bowl
That's
again.
actually the defensive tackle knows his guard that does that, not the defensive
Yeah, but if
end.
I could just
The
run
defensive
over the
end is supposed to go
defensive
around the tackles to get to the quarterback.
Shit.
But if I could just,
Not when you're going against Mahomes or a quarterback that has legs. You have to restrain and keep the pocket under
I'm the Andrew
management.
Wilson in football. I will fuck your ass up in a football debate,
The
motherfuckers. Let's
fuck
go.
you are.
Jack of Blades.
let's bring it.
I gotta say, I could see where kind of both sides of the argument is. I agree a lot with what CrossCurrent said, but then I agree with kind of Mango's and Teriak's interpretation of it. I also think of you get in a situation where somebody's going to be stronger than you. Like there's always going to be somebody stronger than you. And so you got to be able to restrain yourself from like having that temptation to, I guess, prove yourself or be stronger, because you might when you kind of, I imagine, get that strong, you're probably like, well, I'm the top man, you know, this and that. And I think to restrain yourself really shows a lot. So.
Well,
That
that's why I said something about being the liberal, because I think it's more moral to show restraint oftentimes, but that doesn't mean it's powerful.
Well, if we didn't restrain, wouldn't we all just be killing everybody?
My answer to this is going to be, you know, I'm going to quote the great Bruce Lee. Okay, is the greatest victory is the one that requires no battle. All right, and then he also said, "Be water, my friend." All right, you know what he's meaning when he says that? He's telling you to adapt to a flow, to redirect. All right, water only crashes when it's necessary. All right, have you guys ever watched the movie? Bloodsport with Jean-Claude Van Damme? You guys ever watched that?
Yeah.
Dude, that's a
At
great
the end-
fucking movie. Who
So
hasn't watched it?
How old do you think I
At
am?
the end,
Come on.
Frank Dukes gets
See.
blinded by the powder. Right? What does he use? He doesn't use power, or he doesn't use force to fucking kick dude's ass. He uses restraint, right? He doesn't. He uses his real mastery is making sure he's not freaking out about not being able to see. He calms down everything. That's restraint in the freaking stinging that's going
discipline, yeah.
All right.
So the U.S. would be more powerful if we restrained from bombing Iran. Is that what you're saying?
No, the U.S. would be more powerful if you restrain Iran.
I rest my case.
Fuck those camel fucking sand jockeys. I say kill them all.
I know. Yeah.
We're restraining right now.
Yes. Blast the place.
One sec, guys. Because the fact that the U.S. hasn't just gone all out and put troops on ground is showing that they're using a restrained approach. They're not just trying to use force to take over.
Yeah, but,
Iran.
but the more restraint we show, the more powerful we be. So we should show even more restraint.
Oh, we showed
it's a
plenty
measured
restraint
dose
as
of
it is.
control.
I mean, the idea is not you're not wrong in the idea, Cross Points, but we're already doing that though.
I'm literally just
immensely.
fucking around, guys. I'm literally just fucking around with this.
Yeah, you about to find out, motherfucker.
You son of a bitch.
That's like one of my favorite movies, Bloodsport. That's just such a good movie.
It is a really good one.
If you haven't seen it, I suggest you watch it. With Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Enter the Dragon's really good too.
My
Kung
favorite
Fu's really good.
movie, hands down. All right, so this is the next one for the deep thoughts round. Are humans built for meaning or survival? And let's start to this one with Jack of Blades.
Oh, I knew it was gonna come here first. Shoot, that's a hard one. I think me in the past would have said survival, but I'm actually gonna go with meaning. I think that we all have a bigger plan, by God, and I think we have a meaning, no matter how small or how big it is. That's something that I've always believed, outside of being agnostic. So, but now being even closer to hopefully reading the Bible more, and being around everybody that has gave me their perspectives on everything, and I believe that it's changed because of that. So, like I said, survival, old me would have said, but I would say meaning nowadays. I think that's the one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I like it. Teriak.
I would say meaning because of like self-deletion, for example. You know what I mean? Like, because that's a phenomenon. Like the people who self-delete have lost all meaning, and that's like demoralization as well. That's why it's such an important thing to point out, is that it's like you can have like think about like all like the rich people that end up self-deleting all stuff. They have all the money in the world and all the stuff, but they, because it's a
But if you
meaningless life to them,
self-delete, you
they
obviously didn't
self-delete.
survive, right?
Yeah, but because they're self-deleting goes against their survival instinct.
But then they don't want to survive. So it goes
Yeah, which means
against their
meaning's more.
survival.
Yeah,
So,
means they're built for meaning.
so they want to delete that. That's their meaning. Wow, that's just a crazy view. Okay. All right.
Mangoes, what do you think?
I'm looking at this at a fundamental aspect of mankind. We're definitely more built. We're definitely more built for survival. Like you look at the Neolithic era, where we're just hunter gatherers, and because we had survival for the longest time, we're able to find a sense of meaning through religion. Only meaning that we had before that was just to survive. We had to go hunt and actually find ways to propagate agriculture. I mean, survival it comes before mankind. I mean, if we really had meaning, then we would have, Anyways, I'll just leave it there. I don't want to go too long into the weeds, but yeah, I'll say survival for those purposes.
Okay. CrossCurrent.
Well, my instinct was to say basically the same thing as Mango just said, was that we're physically built for survival so we can find our meaning. But as the prompt reads, as I'm reading it, I basically read it to answer itself, because are humans built for, what does for mean is why. Why are they built, right? And your meaning is why do you exist? So if we're built for our meaning, I think it kind of answers itself the way it's written. But I think physically we're built for survival so we can get to that meaning.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it. Thanks for joining us, Kieran. What do you think? Are humans built for meaning or survival?
Thanks for having me, speak. I think meaning. I'm on Teriak's side with this one. I think without meaning, it's very difficult to survive. You eventually end up in all kinds of trouble.
I think only Mango said survival, actually.
No, sorry. No, I agree with Teriak.
But so did everyone else almost. That's why I was just.
Well, my statement's still correct.
I know.
I just got here, man.
I'm just fucking with you. Man. Relax. I'm having fun tonight. All right.
Hell yeah. I like CrossCurrent.
Dogs, what do you think?
Obviously, I think overall the straight thing is, like, obviously you want to survive. Obviously you want to grow and be better, and that's what gives you meaning. Because, like, what, you want to sacrifice your life? What meaning is that? What real meaning is that? I just want to end it and be done with it? Like, no, that is no meaning behind that. That's a lack of meaning. Through survival, you will have meaning. That's how I would lean towards it.
Okay. Darth, what do you think?
Yes.
Also, Karen, you're not.
No, hold on.
Fuck you, Karen.
I thought about it this whole time. with meaning, you gain the option for survival, right? To Teriak's point, like you have to have meaning to survive, right? So that's why it's yes. Because
Why? Why would you have meaning to survive versus just
Well,
survival?
think about this. Like,
survival is important.
There are plenty of
How would this be different?
there are plenty of people in the history of the human race who have had lives where objectively it'd be better to be dead. Right? People who spend 15 years breaking rocks in a gulag.
What?
Hang on, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. What keeps them going? What keeps them going?
How would it be objectively better not to be alive?
There'd be no pain. There'd be no suffering. Objectively, if you had, listen, mate, listen. Just let me actually state what I'm saying. There are people who spent 15 years literally breaking rocks in a gulag in the Soviet Union. There were people who spent years doing 12-hour days, breaking up thermofrost in bare feet to do mining for, because they were prisoners of war. They were getting.
They survived.
They survived because they had meaning. Because they had meaning.
No,
that's not meaning. That's just survival.
No, they had meaning. What kept them going?
Search for the meaning because of their survival.
Survival. There is no meaning if you're in those situations. Like you're looking at the perspective. Okay, like the gulag, for an example, there is no meaning in that. Your meaning was just an extension of gathering resources for the state. That's not meaning.
No,
that's
they find
hell.
their own meaning.
It's survival.
They find
sending you up to Siberia.
Yes, and they survive rather than self-deleting and being done with it when everything's hopeless. They draw on their religion. They think
didn't have the strength and energy to self-delete because they had no energy. They were starving these people to death.
They didn't have the energy to self-delete, but they were breaking rocks. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, you got me on that one, but still, you're wrong. You got me on that one.
There you go. Shit. All right. Well, maybe they had the energy.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah. But
where were we here?
Yeah.
Who answered just now? Darth, right?
Yeah. I think it's you.
I answered.
Oh, okay. So it's me. Yes. It's me. Well, yeah. Obviously, I kind of like I got what you were saying. CrossCurrent. You were basically kind of saying, like, from a biological perspective, yeah, we're built to survive, right?
Yeah.
Right. But we clearly go beyond that, right?
Yeah.
Just like an example, like if you just look at the idea that there is soldiers, we're talking about war, there's soldiers that willingly go and die for their country. Like this shows that humans routinely sacrifice survival for meaning, right? Yeah. So it shows that that's what we are built for, is meaning.
Yeah. I just meant from the that's why I said.
Yeah, I got what you were meaning from a biological perspective.
We're
top of the food chain.
Yeah, so that's because if we were just trying to survive, we wouldn't know if we had meaning. We wouldn't be sitting here discussing stuff. We would be hiding from whatever the version of us is above us.
Right, right.
Yeah, but I think if you I think the way Speak was framing it was that if you had to sacrifice one for the other, the one that you would sacrifice.
I was bringing up, like, basically, like, if you look at it, like, we're biologically built to survive, but we're built for more than that because we do things like sacrifice ourselves for war. There's people who we parent children, right? We sacrifice a whole bunch to parent our children, right? So, like, we clearly go beyond just survival. And look, like, poorest people have the most kids, right? If it was just about survival, I don't think that's what would be happening. All right, so last question for the deep thoughts. All right, we'll start this one here with Darth. Is forgiveness strength or surrender?
Strength. Well, actually, no. I'm changing that. Surrender.
Okay.
Because
All right.
I'm letting go of it. Therefore, it's no weight on me anymore.
All right. Dogs, what do you think?
I think he said he was attending to the kid.
Oh,
in the
okay,
chat.
that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. We'll let him answer after. Kieran.
I liked Darth's answer about surrender. It's almost like you're submitting to God. You know, you're putting it in His hands. But I still think it's a strength because, well, it makes you stronger. Put it that way, because the less baggage you carry around, the more you let go of in that way, you save more resources to make you spiritually or psychologically stronger. So I'd say strength.
Isn't that kind of my argument though? Because like it's taking the weight off you, right? When you surrender it, because like through strength, you know, you could be like an ex-girlfriend, and you're gonna have.
Yeah, I did kind of sneak in. I did change it a bit and said that forgiveness makes you stronger.
Yeah.
Fair enough. It isn't a strength. Okay, I'll go with you. It's surrender, but it makes you stronger.
All right. CrossCurrent, what do you think?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that they're necessarily uncorrelated or opposites. I'm not sure that they're correlated, but sometimes surrender could be a strength. I think there's times where you need to surrender to survive, or that we can all imagine, I'm sure, situations where surrendering and giving up your pride could be better for your family standing behind you in a situation, for
But
example.
it's forgiveness part, though, right?
That's what I'm saying. But it's forgiveness, strength, or surrender. I don't think strength and surrender are mutually exclusive.
I think that the interesting take.
I think a surrender can be a strength if you need to. It can be the stronger play.
I got you.
So I don't think they're
kind of like what they were saying earlier.
Yeah, basically what you guys are saying is that surrendering can be like surrendering to God is a time when it's a strength to do that. You're going to become stronger through it. So like that's what I'm basically saying, the same thing you are. I'm just saying even in a practical situation, sometimes swallowing your pride and surrendering is the stronger move for you for whatever reason. I think forgiveness is an emotion. And strength and surrender are actual practical things that can be measured in the real world.
Where was this? Where was this third?
Fair. Mangoes, what do you think?
Forgiveness, strength, or surrender. It's definitely strength. If you can forgive somebody who's done you wrong, then that's not surrender of weakness or any sort. That's strength, because you're not letting the rage and anger overcome you to take vengeance. You can't allow yourself to fall into that. No, just a second. So there's a quote by a philosopher. He goes that for those who takes vengeance on people is strong, but those who forgive and let it pass over, he is stronger. His name is Francis Bacon, and I agree with that. Even when Jesus was giving his ministries, the service on the mount, he was talking about the power of forgiveness, and it's not your authority to take the authority of God in your hands to seek vengeance. But there's, of course, exceptions to that. But when you forgive somebody who done you wrong, that shows you a clear sign of virtue of how you can be, in a sense, away from the human instincts. Is like if he did me wrong, then I got to, like two wrongs don't make a right. The blind leads the blind into a ditch. That's the whole antithesis of the forgiveness, so you don't fall into that trap. Violence begets violence.
All right. Teriak, what do you think?
Strength, because you cannot forgive someone that you're angry with. So part of the forgiveness is being able to conquer your own emotions and be able to rationally see that like this is the better option, rather than just continuing the cycle of violence or whatever. So I'd say it's a strength.
Yeah. Okay. Jack of Blades.
Dang, all these questions have been really really good tonight. I think overall, I think the closest I can think with is what CrossCurrent was saying. Like, I honestly, that's kind of how I would lay it out. I guess I don't really know how to say it differently, but if I had to pick one, it would be strength.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, for me, I would say it's a strength, actually, like really based off of like what I was just talking about the other day, how like I have to hammer it myself to remind myself, like, vengeance is for the Lord, vengeance for the Lord. Like, to get revenge is easy. I can get revenge easy. I can do that pretty easy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to forgive and let go and move
Is
forward, that takes more. You know what I'm trying to say? That
Yeah.
takes more.
Yep.
So I would say that's a strength rather than surrender, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I'm late to this, but that's pretty much where I was going to.
You know, speak one thing about the word surrender, though.
A bit on this topic.
Yeah, go ahead, Kieran.
Yeah, thanks, mate. The thing about surrender is it does sound like I forgive you for that. It does sound like it does sound. Oh my God, the word surrender sounds like you are accepting the behaviour. Okay, so forgiveness isn't accepting the behaviour, because the thing about Jesus, everyone says Jesus said, you know, I forgive you, but he also said, now go and sin no more. So there's a caveat on that. Like, I can forgive someone, but not accept the behaviour. I can still say you're wrong. That's the. Yeah, but that word surrender.
If you forgive somebody for robbing your PlayStation with no consequences, they're probably just going to go rob somebody else's PlayStation. You know what I'm saying?
Here's where I thought of surrender, because you kind of have to, and maybe I can be corrected on this, and maybe this will sway me a little bit, but you have to surrender to the Lord. You know, so I think in that sense, I understand where that kind of perspective comes from, but I think there's strength in doing that. Does that make sense? That's kind of how I was going with it.
I did understand you guys, for sure.
Yeah.
It's called moral strength when you're able to forgive at a capacity beyond your own emotions. Like I was saying earlier, if someone done you wrong and it aggravates you, and you want to, like, let's say someone I'll give you a quick story. Like, years ago, when I first got with my girlfriend, someone punched my girl in the eye when I was on my way home from work, and well, I came cross with this person once down on the road, and I had a decision to make. Could I really beat his ass, or do I forgive him and let it go and let God take care of it? I made the decision against my own personal character to not whoop his ass and let God take care of it. A year and a half later, this guy who punched my girl stabs a guy to death, and now he's in prison for 20 years. So he got what he deserves, and I'm over here living my life with my wife, you know? So, I mean,
that's true, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, there is strength with forgiveness.
Remind that of yourself every time. But chat and panel, this is the third and almost final round, okay? Second final round. And this is the lightning round. So no crosstalk, no monologue answers, one word or one sentence answers only. And then we go into the next person, all right? So first one on the lightning round, all right? Plan or improvise? We'll start this one with Darth.
We talking music, or are we talking
anything? Plan or improvise?
Oh, music. It's kind of both, but I would go with planning for parts with improvising.
All right, I like it. Dogs.
Wakey, wakey. Can you hear me now? Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry. Hey, I muted myself.
All right, plan.
But anyways, I would have to say interesting question, but I have to say overall planning is the best way to go.
Kieran.
I'll invoke the 80-20 rule. 80% plan, 20% improvise.
I like it. I like it. CrossCurrent.
Should plan, probably improvised.
Fair enough. Magos.
My autism tells me plan. I hate when things go fucking divergent from that. Plan. Improvise when necessary, but plan all the way.
I like it. I like it. Teriak. Oh, did Teriak step
See,
away
he's
too?
improvising right now. He's being a smart ass.
No, he might have stepped away. Maybe went to go grab some coffee. Jack of
That was
Blades.
improvised.
I think it's
I'm gonna go with plan.
All right, all right. For me, I'd have to say plan as well, but improvising has done me some good. I'm telling you.
That was kind of my thought.
Well,
save ye, I can tell you that.
I was a server, so like when I was serving, my whole life was improvised. I'd walk in there
Exactly.
stoned as
You
fuck.
poor
Like, let's just
motherfucker.
go make some money. This
Yeah,
was back,
that's it.
this was back in the
I
day.
feel bad for you, dude. All those. I'll
yeah,
go back to the
serving.
house. I can understand.
I
And
did service
bartending,
jobs too. It's not
bartending.
fun.
But bartending, I had
Being a
regulars, so
builder,
it was
sometimes
same
you
shit
need
every
to-
day.
You,
Just
you
going
get
there.
it at remodel.
Good.
My boss
and
and other servers would
they
bet on
ask
how
you
high
how
I would
the
be on
price-
show up.
All
You
right,
know,
so
being a
next one
remodel.
here, logic or intuition, and we're gonna start this one with Jack of Blades.
Logic.
Teriak. Not back yet. Mangoes.
We already know his answer.
This is actually like it. Oh God. Oh,
Come on, lightning
my
round.
brain-
Let's go. Come on.
Intuition.
I like it. Cross current.
Logic.
Kieran.
I think if you trust your intuition, you will find out in hindsight it was logical anyway.
Oh, okay. Deep, bruv. Dogs.
A deep
Well,
cop out.
wouldn't your logical thinking lead to your intuition? So I might have to lean logic on this one.
All right. I like it. Darth.
I will not be contrarian on this one. Logic all day. The three laws of logic.
I like it.
That's what I was just saying.
And I think you all know my answer is definitely logic. For the next one, we're going to start this one here with Mango's conviction or flexibility.
Conviction.
Okay. Are you back, Teriak?
I hope you're okay, Terry.
Terry.
He
Bro,
took
don't say
a
it, don't say
two.
it.
He took a
Where's
two
my
for
doctor, bro?
Hold on. Jack of Blades.
Conviction.
Cross current.
Damn, you're killing me on this one. Flexibility in your daily life, conviction in your morals.
I like it. I like it. Kieran.
Conviction.
I like it. Dogs.
Oh, sorry, had a kid in my ear. Yeah, conviction or flexibility. Conviction.
I like it. Like it. Darth.
Conviction all day.
I like it. I like it. And I'm gonna actually say the same thing. I like the way Cross Current went with it because it's conviction when it comes to the morals and principles, but flexibility again. It's one of those things that just it's got me some good opportunities, man. It's
Oh,
got-
for sure. For sure.
Yeah, but that
It's not like it was
conviction
easy
limits
question,
your
that's for sure.
flexibility, though.
Teriak, are you holding the Lucky Charms? My
I'm
brother?
back.
Oh,
So
there-
again, first
Okay, what
question.
do you
First
think for
question.
this one?
Yeah, so
Did
planning,
you feel
logic,
better?
and then for this one, I'd say conviction. But
There
again,
we
like
go.
he's just saying, flexibility is a
based
really good
answers.
skill to have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. And then last one for the lightning round: speed or precision. And let's start this one with cross current.
Precision.
I like it. Kieran.
Thinking about Conor McGregor, he had speed and precision, but I think his precision was more valuable.
I like it. And you're probably right. Dogs.
Well, I mean, speed could lead to precision, but I think overall precision is the best option.
All right. Darth.
All related to music and MMA. Conor McGregor. Can't wait for his return. Speed don't mean shit if you ain't hitting the right notes.
Makes
Right.
sense. Makes sense. Jack of Blades.
Precision.
All right. Teriak.
It's a tough one.
It's not easy.
I'd have to go with precision, I guess. But like, my whole thing is that it's like if you don't have any speed, like if you're slow as fuck, but you're hitting all the right notes, then the song is still not going to work. Then also, like Darth said, if you're just like hitting
Yeah,
random notes very fast,
You're
you
hitting
know what I
all
mean?
the right notes. You just said you hitting
So
all
I'd
the right
say-
notes. Like so.
Yeah, but you're out of tempo.
Here, let him answer. Let him answer. Lightning round. Come on.
If I was to talk,
Lightning round, baby.
You know what I mean?
Lightning round,
like,
baby.
Go ahead.
In
You're making fun of me.
you know what?
Fuck
Fuck it.
you.
Just be contrarian. I'll say speed.
Let
Fuck
him
it.
answer.
He won't. He
Derek
won't fucking
Lewis.
answer.
Derek Lewis. That's all I'm saying. Derek Lewis. I love UFC.
He said precision.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it. Wait, where were we here? Shit. We started with, and
I
then
think
with
me.
Jack. Yeah, so it's mangoes. It's mangoes.
Damn it! I was hoping you were going to fuck up. You're good, man. I'm looking at this at a tactical point. You know, like warfare. I want to say precision because slow is smooth and smooth is fast. You know, because speed can get you into a situation where you can get encircled tactically, and you apply that to life. So yeah, precision all the way.
I like it. I like it.
It's the lightning round.
For me,
See, I'm being
Sorry, I didn't say
precise,
that.
so.
for me, I'll have to say speed, so you guys can hurry this the fuck. No, I'm joking. No, I
Got him.
no,
You're
I
supposed to be done an hour and a
definitely go
half
with
ago.
precision as well. I'd go with precision.
Oh,
It's
shit.
just, you know,
You're
you can do
such an
things fast
asshole.
and sloppy, but you gotta look at precise. I like
Sloppy
precise.
seconds.
All right, so now this is the final round. This is called Save the World. I want you all to close your eyes for just a moment. Imagine the whole world has stopped. They're tuning in, listening to you, and they have all asked you, what should define a good life? And we are going to start this one with mangoes.
I would definitely say that don't pray for an easy life. Pray for the strength and courage to endure a hard life to find happiness.
I like it. I like it. Teriak.
Seeking God.
I like it. I like it.
Did you say?
He said
dog?
seeking God. Seeking God.
Seeking. Okay, I misheard.
Jack of Blades.
Well, Tarek's still the good answer right there. But I was gonna say family. I think family should define a good life.
I like it.
Adolf had a family.
Not
Well,
really.
damn, come on.
I don't love these dogs.
I won't, you know, if you have any questions, if we're gonna do this later.
Darth, what do you think?
Family and truth. I think they kind of go together.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Wait, where were we just now? Shit, Darth.
No, yeah.
Oh, dogs.
Oh, it's yeah. Now it's dogs, not Darth. Yeah, because you just did it.
Wait, Darth just went, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did.
you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to fuck me up, dog? No.
Hey, you said Darth first, man.
I was
You
saying
did, you
that's
did.
who went. I expected you to know you were next. Go ahead.
Damn, some
That's too good.
makes an ASSUME out of you, doesn't it, motherfucker? But anyways, faith and family is the thing that will define a good life. Have faith and family, and faith in your family, and faith in that's
like
the
it.
best.
I like it. Kieran.
Okay, my answer is two-pronged. The first is that everybody you interact with in the course of your life comes away from the exchange a little bit better off, even if they don't know it. And the second is that they know who you are. There's one of you.
I like that.
I like it. I like it. CrossCurrent.
Well, I take this to be like when you're looking back at your life, what you should see. And what I would say is you want to be able to look back and be able to basically look yourself in the mirror and be proud of yourself. So that means morally and also career-wise / motherly, doing something outside of just being a good person, being productive as well. But being able to look back and just know you were a productive, moral member of society that helped move the world forward.
I like it. I like it. And so I've said this one before, but like I think a good life is one that's lived in truth, love, faith in God, family, and this is all because when you're aligned with God, everything else is going to find its proper meaning. So that's what I would say should define a good life. It's your truth, your love, and your faith in God.
Amen.
That's why I said faith, family, and yourself.
Yeah. No, it's okay that we had
In that
same
order.
answers.
In
Listen,
that
man,
order.
there ain't no wrong answers on Save the World. All right, there ain't no wrong
Faith,
answers.
family.
I think
But
everybody's
listen,
answer was
I
good.
want to give big shout out to everybody who participated in the hot seat and everyone in the chat for giving your answers on the hot seat as well. The hot seat, always a great segment on the Speakeasy Show.
Yep.
And big shout out to everyone for joining in on the hot seat.
Step in the light. Flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. No place to hide. Truth burns bright when the worlds collide. Feel the fire, feel the beat. You're burning up in the hot seat. Truth or flame, no retreat. Step up, speed. Feel the clock's ticking, clock's dripping, lights so loud. One shot, one truth, make your words proud. Crowds leaning in, the moment sweet. Now show the world you can stand the heat. Smoke in the air. No time to cheat. 'Cause legends rise in the hot seat.
Let's fucking go. Shout out to you all. Does anyone cross I guess he left during the outro.
Yeah,
Everyone make sure you go sub up to CrossCurrent. He gave you guys a great show tonight. Make sure you guys sub up to CrossCurrent and also as well to Darth. There he is.
Yeah, Darth is
There he is. There you go. Give yourself a shout out before you go, CrossCurrent.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys for having me. Thanks for our debate with me, Darth. It's CrossCurrent Politics at YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Just getting started. Please subscribe, and hopefully I'll be on here again.
Amen, brother.
Hell yeah.
Have a good one.
Thanks for coming by, man. You got to come up more.
Good
Yeah,
job
yeah.
tonight.
I've been coming around a little bit.
I know.
Yeah.
I look
But
forward to it.
Yep. All right. Have a good one, guys.
Later.
You too, brother. God bless.
You too, bro.
And does anyone else wanna, or we'll start with you, Darth. You want to give your channel a shout out and anything you want to say to the chat?
I mean, I have a channel. I'm working on making content. Still haven't done it, but actually now I can go through this debate because I didn't want to like mirror it. You know what I mean? Be like that. So
You can though.
But I'm gonna go through and review myself, which is like my worst nightmare. But I said I was gonna do it either way.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's always good too. Do a review of your own debate, yeah. See where you think
I
you could
hate
have done better, or where you
I listen to
did
my
great.
voice and I'm like, I'm such an annoying voice.
I'm
I hate that
full
voice.
accountability that I fucking I fucked that up bad.
That's all right. Listen, like I said, it happens with live debates. It gets a little bit different when you notice everyone's focused on you, and like I said, it's your first one. You did good. You did fine,
Yeah.
and you'll just do better the
Don't
next
be
time.
too hard on yourself.
No, for sure.
I would say the first, if you can go back and find the first time I did the very first VK, I was terrible. I was literally atrocious. Like they literally took minutes, I'm pretty sure, away from that. They took minutes.
Yeah.
That's how you know what I mean? Like, so I've improved a lot,
What do you mean you're still terrible? What are you talking
VK's
about?
always I always say it's the best. It's so good for like people who debate because like again, you can practice, right? Because it's a lot of you have to be quick thinking and a lot of shit's like you don't even know it's coming until the night of. And then you're dealing with the chat too, so you get to work on your entertainment factor as well. And then like you have all these clips you can put onto your own channel, right? So like it's I think it's the whole idea that was part of the idea of making Verbal Combat was a place where people can come and get that practice and put their name out there and all of that,
Yeah, I think it's a really good place for that, honestly. Like, I suggest that to anybody. Like, just go on BK, just really test it out. Doesn't matter if you look like a fool, because I fucking look like a fool. I got minutes taken away from me, so if you don't at least do that, hey, you've done better than my first time.
Chad even roasts me on Verbal Combat. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll for sure be coming to verbal combat too.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Word.
Get the practice.
Friday nights I get home at a weirdy time, but I mean it goes so long, I'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Does anyone have anything else they want to say before we go?
I'll go if I can speak. I mentioned a little while ago that on my channel I was going to pivot at some point and begin doing interviews. I want to interview people in the panels that we all frequent and get to know people better, like the old Parkinson guy in England used to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting close.
Hey, that's a great idea.
I've done a couple of impromptu ones with people on my panels, and they go pretty good, and they seem to be appreciated. So I'll be sending out some invites through Discord to different people, see if anybody wants to come and bare their soul.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'll do it.
You'll
Actually,
do it?
I have a question.
I'll do it, too.
I'll do it. Yeah, hit me up. I'll do
What
it.
what is an Irish goodbye? We know this trick, Teriyaki. Don't try. Just do it already. Give us the Irish goodbye. And fuck off.
I was genuinely gonna ask him a question about the interviews. God
Yeah, sure,
damn it,
sure.
Mangos. Actually, no, Mangos. Here's a question for you. Do you know what?
Yeah, I
what
know.
Irish
I know. What is an Irish goodbye is?
Oh, you
Yeah.
bastard.
Yeah, I already.
You asshole.
Can we be honest though?
Oh, shit.
If we're honest, wouldn't a Teriyaki legit interview be interesting? It's like
Well, I want to ask Speak a question if I could, Speak, just if I can have 30 seconds of your time. Some advice. My channel is Kieran Markin 3340. I discovered recently, I forgot, I actually own the channel just called Kieran Markin. Is it worth trying to shift everybody over there or just run with what I've got at the moment?
Probably find it easier.
So yeah, there is that. Yeah,
Is
so you
your-
reckon?
is the one you're using now monetized already?
No.
Yeah, do it. Switch it over. Might as well. because like that, having just the name Kieran Markin, that's good.
Yeah, I thought so.
And that's lucky.
No, it's not like it turns out there's nobody in the world with their name spelled the same way as mine.
There's nobody in the world.
Karen, you're saying there's nobody spelled Karen Martin?
Yeah, I
That's
would
right,
say
yeah.
go live on both of
Karen.
them, but like continue to like because you do it through StreamYard, right?
Karen,
Yeah, so you go live on both of them and like continue to tell everyone to go over to the other one and then like stop the one you usually use like halfway through. So then
Gotcha.
everyone's on that second one, and then like when you catch the subs up, just stay on that one.
Gotcha. So I'll probably lose the subs who never watch it anyway.
Well,
which
yeah,
is
maybe.
how it
Yeah,
goes.
maybe.
That's okay. No, sounds good, man. I appreciate it.
You
Yeah,
and better subs. That's how it'll go.
that's it. Thanks, mate. Appreciate the advice.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. So, anyone else got something for us?
I'm actually gonna.
I'll go.
No,
go on,
for it,
dude.
No, go for it, Mangoes.
Hurry up, someone go.
Go for it, Mangoes.
All right, I'll
Do
make
the
the outro.
Canadian stop sign thing. Let's go. Get it out.
Yeah. So yeah, just make sure you like and subscribe. Give Speakeasy and Teriyaki your money. You know, you don't need your money. They do need more than you do. So give it to them. You know, go to Teriyaki, support him. JS Urban Adventures, support him as well. These are good people. I highly recommend you fuck with them too, because they enjoy a good little jousting of the verbal mouth. You guys take it easy. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'll see you guys next time. Speak easy. Once again, dude, I really, and we all appreciate you. Great fucking platform. Oh, yeah. And lastly, happy birthday, you old man. We're going to have to look for a coffee for you ain't soon, man. You fucking old bastard. Anyway, see you fuck nuts later.
Yeah, I was getting there. Getting old.
By the way, I meant to say happy birthday, Easy.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, you're a young man, okay? Because if you're saying you're old, that makes me feel older, okay?
Well, we all got to get there one day, you know what I'm saying? But is there anything else before I kick y'all off?
Sure. I'm working on a stream. If you guys, I'm starting to put up a little bit more. If you guys would like and show that you guys want me to do this more, that would be great. Because, you know, how else do I know?
Yeah, do it more, man. Do it more. 100% do it more.
For sure.
Give me some likes. Let me know you want it. And I'll be around more. Obviously, always. I love Speakeasy streams, and I'm always here. Or not always, but pretty fucking often I'm here.
Yeah.
God bless y'all. Good to see y'all. Great debates. Have a good evening.
Good times.
Thank you. God bless to you as well. All right.
Yeah. I would just say thanks for having me up, and you know, as always, it was a great time. Had a lot of fun. That was a good hot seat.
Yeah, it was. It was a really good one. Thank you for coming up.
No problem. Happy birthday.
Thank you. And then I'm going to push y'all back here. Oh, and Teriyaki is going to be streaming. I'm going to be sending you guys over to Teriyaki. So let me actually see what Teriyaki's doing. I didn't even ask him. I forgot to ask him what he's doing tonight. So let me check that real quick for you all before I shut down. Film room. Nice. Doing a film room. Oh, continuing on the Rachel Wilson versus the whatever thoughts. So go ahead and go enjoy that. I think he opens the panel after a certain amount of super chats too, or something like that. So I think you may be able to get an open panel as well. But yeah, listen, I'm gonna be on at 5 p.m. Eastern time, 5 to 8. I'm joining a super panel. Super panel. big panel of people. I guess there's a bunch of people going to be there. Dusty the Slow Man is actually going to be on this same panel. I just found out last night, but the person told me first they asked me permission if I was cool with that, and then they said that if he tries doing like the family shit or anything like that, that he's gonna stop him from doing that. I didn't even have to ask for that, so he already knows about the shit with me and Dusty over there, so he's not gonna let it go that way. But yeah, he's gonna be on the same panel, so it's gonna be a fun day. All right, it's gonna be a fun night. Listen, chat. All right, it's my birthday, and I gotta give you something special. All right, that's what it is. So we're gonna be doing that 5 to 8, and then we're gonna get off for like an hour, get back on. We're gonna have a party. All right, we're gonna have some drinks. We're gonna have an open panel. We can talk about whatever topics. All right, we're gonna do some grifting, maybe a couple games I can think of, and we'll have a good night. All right, we'll have a good night. So listen. Remember what I always say, guys. It can be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. Love you all. God bless you guys. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And, well, for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?